Correct.
Let's go.
Where's the sparking in that?
It's the stance. He's the body frame. It's like a much more intimidating stance. Let's move on to the fourth one. Our next face morph. I'm starting with Cowboy because he seems the least sure.
Oh, gosh.
What do you got?
I did kickstart, and then I did a Hail Mary. I did Shrimsy.
Kickstart and a Shrimsy. That's interesting.
That's me. I'm gonna be upset.
Maybe some hair vibe and like a little bit of the beard.
I just said kickstart, and I don't have any idea who the second person is.
It is Rello and Kickstart.
So it is Rello and Kickstart. Last question in episode 1. Let's see it. Roth, what do you got?
I actually didn't have time to write because I couldn't think of a name, so I'm out of this one. I've bowed out.
Roth has bowed out. Cowboy?
I said BL and Peepa, but I have no clue.
No clue. Solid guesses, though. I like that you still chose to guess. That's the SAT strategy, unlike Roth, who just threw in the towel. Shrimsy, what do you got?
This is a little cheating because I know from earlier, but it's Vinny and Voxic.
All right, so you get 1 point. We'll give you 1 point because you saw these in a combo earlier. At the end of episode 1, Shrimsy and Cowboy are tied at the top with 6 points apiece. Roth on the chase with 5. When we come back, we've got one more episode of Face Morph, and I can tell you, it's going to be a good one.
After Taego, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chamber heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She sees the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back. It's time for our second episode of Face Morph. At the end of the last episode, we were left in a tough position as Shrimzy and Cowboy battled it out for first place with 6 points apiece, and Roth dismally coming in, bringing up the back. Horrible performance with 5. Let's get straight into the first Face Morph of the day. Let's go, Roth. What do you got?
I went Purdy Curdy and Snakers.
I got as well. I got Sneakers and Purdy.
I said Purdy and Luke.
And you said that because you knew you were wrong the second they said
Yeah.
Snakers.
Yeah.
It's Purdy and Snakers. All right, so I got 2 points for the old boys, 1 for Cowboy. Let's jump into the next challenge. Here is your Face Morph.
I put
Nose.
Gezera and Santa. I know it's not right, but I just didn't want to
Look
leave
at
it
the
blank.
nose.
Gezera and Santa. All right, what do you got, Cowboy?
I got Draft King and Emmy.
I got Emmy and Tickleton.
Oh my
It is
god.
Emmy and Tiggleton. Third mix-up here. Face Morph time.
I recognize the 2 people. I just don't know. It's I'm gonna Richie and Michael. I don't know.
I put Richie and Alo.
I got Richie B and Alo.
It is Richie B. You all got that. And Draft King. Let's go into round 4. 2 more rounds to play.
Alo, I think is the obvious one.
it is.
And then Benja.
I did Alo, and then I ran it back with Rello.
I just put Alo and Cowboy because I didn't know who else to put.
I mean, you're looking at him on the screen right now. Okay, it's not him. It is Halo. You all got Halo, but no one got Souls. Our current score, as it stands right now, 12 points for Shrimzy, 9 for Roth, and 10 for Cowboy. Which means as we go into the final round, you guys can only catch Shrimzy if he gets neither question right on this final one. If he gets a 0, I'm giving him a -1 because it's hilarious to me. Everybody else is normal scoring.
Seems fair.
Here is
Oh, yeah.
the combination.
Well, it's definitely Shrimzy and Voxic. I don't know.
I got Shrimzy and Luke 12.
I obviously put myself, and then I don't know if it has to be players, but it kind of looks like Nomi.
It is Shrimzy, and the second one is Luke 12. So you were right on the double
Okay.
for Cowboy.
Yeah, I didn't
And
do
now
glasses.
because there is a rule that Shrimzy cannot get a point from guessing himself, that ties us up at 12 to 12 for Cowboy and Shrimzy, a meager 10 for Roth. So you're just out of this next round, Roth. But I have a tiebreaker. You're welcome to stay and watch as the 2 kingpins fight for dominance. Let's see the tiebreaker Face Morph. Shrimzy was in the lead going into this. What are your 2 answers?
Okay, Gustav for sure locked in. And I put Beamy as the second one, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, I put Gustav because of hair, and then I put Beamy.
That's right, Gustav and Beamy. We got another tiebreaker. You both hit the perfect double. There's no chance the next one is as easy as this one. That was so Gustav and Beamy. Let's see the second tiebreaker. Cowboy, I'm going to start with you.
I think it's Bestelach, however you pronounce his name, and
Okay.
I don't know. Ibiza, I don't know.
Fascinating turn of events. Shrimzy, who's been to a lot of
locked
lands. Who is it?
Fair.
It's a doozy and Batulins.
I don't even need to look at the notes. You are correct. That's a twofer. A Toozy and a Batulid. That's it. Shrimzy comes out with the win. Shrimzy 2v1s QAD and walks away with the chicken dinner in this particular event that does not matter, has no prize money, but we will brag about it in the future. Thank you for watching. Gentlemen, thank you for stopping by. It's time for us to get back to the show. Thanks for watching.
It's all led up to this. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Masters West. We have got 8 of the very best from EMEA going up against 8 of the very best from the Americas. Welcome. We are going to have a battle, a brawl across 3 days to find out who's going to become our champion, vying for the lion's share of $50,000. My name is Kalaris. Joining me, Cammy D himself, all the way from the Americas. And Toby coming all the way from about an hour away. How are we doing, Cameron, to start things off?
Boy, are my arms tired. No, so it's good to be glad to be here. Really excited to see the culmination of, I think, a lot of the player store over the course of this whole year. We got some great teams from, of course, both major regions coming into play. It's going to be a good time.
How about yourself, Toby?
Doing good. First time I get to be part of the Masters Tour, so glad to be here.
Fantastic stuff. Happy to have you here. It's going to be a good time because I think you've joined in for what should be the best one, all things considered, because look at how our lobby has shaped up, right? Fantastic representation from Americas, fantastic representation from EMEA as a whole. I'm excited to get your takes as well, Cammy, obviously, as how things are going to be shaping up from the Americas teams, because I think we have a lot of the usual suspects coming from your region here to try and battle against our top players.
Yeah, it was very interesting. The Players Tour showed a lot of new faces coming up. We got teams like Potentially Dangerous and Team Mira that made a really big splash, but when it came to actually qualifying to this cross-regional event, it did really come down to the more experienced teams. The underdogs still have a ways to go to fully upset them. So we get the Falcons, the Furias, Alcatia, Mission Ready, which might be a new name, but it shouldn't be a new roster for a lot of international viewers.
Yeah, Mission Ready, of course, that has the traitor, Michael, and I'll talk about him later on. But anyway, let's take a look at the format and how everything boils down here for our next 3 days, because we are going to play things across 18 games. It's going to be the same rotation every day here, Toby, for these teams to get themselves points on the board.
Yes, of course, and not only are we playing these various amazing maps, but of course also important to mention that we're jumping around on servers from game to game, which could potentially end up having an impact too.
Maybe. And that's how our maps will shape up. And let's take a look at those points, all importantly here, because compared to our normal super here, Cammy, there is a slight difference here for them to try and scramble for anything from second and below.
Yeah, so it basically reduces the overall placement points that you get in the whole round by about 7. I ran the numbers before. You don't get placements until you hit 6, and then the jump from second to first is just a little bit higher. From game to game, I don't know how much of an impact it makes, but it does mean that the value of getting a chicken dinner is boosted up just a little bit, and of course kills as well.
Yeah, we've seen in EMEA especially, teams like Hive just absolutely blast when it comes to placements overall. I don't know what it is about Hive, Toby, but somehow, some way in PPT, they're way better here than in PEC. We can talk about that in just a little bit moment's time, because as I mentioned before, Toby, as well, $50,000 on the line. One team will walk away with $17,500. That's no small chunk of change.
Not at all. A lot of these players also playing in PEC and PAS, of course, as well. So this being an additional opportunity for these players to go out and effectively make a living doing what they like to do most. I think that's just amazing.
All right, well, let's dive into what was going on over the pond from us into the Americas for the overalls coming in from Last Chance. Because, of course, yes, you had Cups, we had Masters, and how things were boiling down there. Falcons and Furia looked great in those Masters, Cammy, but talk to me about the Last Chance. Talk to me about your teams coming on in for this one.
It was coming out of PAS, which had some interesting results, some unexpected results. This ended up being such a complete flip from that. Very early on, we saw that the leaderboard was really stacked at the top. It was like 1 through 7 were basically declared halfway through the entire event. It was just this fight for 8th place, which Toyo did end up upsetting Potentially Dangerous and Team Mira in. It'll be interesting to see how they perform here, because both regionally and internationally, Toyo, they aren't the most consistent. We never know which one of them we're going to get, but I do think this is probably the best 8 that we could have sent for this particular event.
For sure. I think looking at your rosters overall, I have to completely agree with that. And even Toyo being able to kind of squeak it in towards the very end, right? Like, yeah. I always thought, I was saying at EWC when they were playing, I'm like, there's no way they're going to get to the next stage. But they did manage to do it, even there. So I'm happy to see them in this top 8. Toby, what's your thoughts regarding this top 8? Because I have to agree with Cameron. I think this is a great top 8.
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head on this one. A lot of teams that we've seen in the past do well in multiple other formats, and here out impressive in the last week, last chance as well. And we'll see. We'll see if they have what it takes to go up against some of the EMEA boys coming up.
I think the coolest thing about this is we just never get this. We never get the top 8 of Americas going up against the top 8 of EMEA. And we can take a look at how everything's shaped up for EMEA as well, starting with you, Toby, to get things nailed down, because Hive, once again, somehow, some way, number 1, looking like gods in PPT, but they're there.
They did it a couple of months back. Then everyone was saying, wait, if they could do it in PPT, can they maybe do it in PC as well? We didn't see anything remotely close to what they did. Then we go, oh, wait, maybe it was just a one-time thing. And then we go straight back to PPT again. Boom. Here they are, Hive out on top. And what an incredible performance from them, outshining teams that, I mean, the likes of Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds, BB as well. I mean, if you look down the list and compare PEC to PPT, James, it's a lot of the same teams out on top. Hive being the big outlier here, and they have just really, as you said earlier, they've nailed the pathing through PPT, through the TPP format of how to play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cameron, I know you might have your opinion swayed towards how the Americas teams may be faring, but who are you excited for coming up from the EMEAs?
I mean, I want to see what Hive can do here, just because unlike you guys have the PPT Miracle run, the Miracle team, the sort of golden child made it through. We missed out on having Team Mirror qualify. They can just never do it when it actually matters, which is the unfortunate part. But I want to see what they can do when we come to clash the two regions together. But then there's also going to be the big heavy hitters every single time of Twisted Minds. Win or Die are a really fun team that I enjoy watching, and just the fact that your qualification was closer than ours was, I'm curious to see how that's going to translate over how the different rosters are going to stack up against each other, where that cutoff level is going to be.
Yeah, and especially since what I mentioned before, we just never get this.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for us to really even stack up how those results are going to be, how those drop spots are going to cross from one another as well, because whenever we get Americans teams going up against the EMEA, Toby, it's normally on internationals, and you've got Korea in there, you've got China in there, so that is all extra factors that really do kind of make a big play move.
Yeah, you gotta go all the way back to the old GLL days of when we had last time cross-continental tournaments between these two regions. So it's gonna be good fun to see this take place again and see if I feel like you have like the home field advantage, and then you go play your out games in terms of again the service that you're playing on. It's gonna be fun to see if that's actually gonna have an impact on the scoreboard at the end of the day or not, because these teams, as you say, are very equally footed when it comes to playing incredibly well.
And that's a very good point that you actually bring up, which we should reiterate throughout these next 3 days as well. We are jumping between servers as much as basically is possible, right? Like, we're playing basically 3 games on EU throughout the days, and we're playing alternating South America's and North America's servers for the Americas as well. So we'll keep you up to date, up to speed with what's going on there as well, because obviously ping may be a factor, but how would we have this extra fun without it having to be at play a little bit here? So we've got to bear in mind that, but without further ado, we can check in with the casters that are going to be bringing you the first games here as well, as we have Avenger and Godspeed to talk to. I haven't spoken to Godspeed in at least a month or 2. How are you doing, mate? I'll talk to Avenger later.
I'm doing good. No, this is going to be really exciting. You spoke about the server switches and all the teams that made it through from the Americas and Europe. You talked about the trader Michael, who just realized there was a better region on this side. So I think overall it's going to be a really fun day. They've been trying to keep Martin and I from working and casting together for years, and they really messed up, didn't they? They just
yeah, they did. We tried to avoid it at EWC as well. It was impossible. Avenger, I haven't spoken to you for about an hour or something like that. We'd speak to each other every day. How are you doing?
It's great. It's great to be here. It's gonna be awesome to watch these teams clash. Right? It's always fun to see these cross-continental clashes. Although I did wish we hosted everything in Madeira or something in the middle of everything of the Atlantic, right? And all the servers would have been in the middle there. That's a wish for the future. Some billionaire takes over and puts down deep sea cables, and we'll all have less than 100 ping.
Yeah, well, okay, all right, yeah. Next one can be in Atlantis, and we'll find that in the middle of the Saharan desert. All right, well, thank you very much.
I will make it happen.
No. I'm letting you go. Get out of here. All right, we'll get you when the game actually starts. I want to talk to these boys some more about everything that's going on. All right. Actually, speaking of laughing at Avenger, you can make the talent laugh. So you can get involved by scanning the QR code. Oh, we've even got a laugh track as well. This is so American. Is that your influence, Cameron? What's going on?
Yeah. I told the producers, listen, Americans need to be told when to laugh. We have to have it. They're not going to laugh otherwise.
I can make a sign if we need one. Yeah.
Please do. That would be very useful because I don't think anyone's getting me on these. So yes, make the talent laugh. You can submit your memes, anything like that. With the QR code. Stop pressing that button. All right, we've also got other things that we need to check in on as well because we've got the history books. You can submit your favorite clips, favorite plays, favorite moments from the PPT as a whole, from those Masters Cups that have been going on here, Toby, and maybe win some G-Coin as well. You could also win G-Coin for the previous one. We've given away so much G-Coin, it's insane.
It really has been a big old Oprah moment of you get some G-Coin, you get some G-Coin, and it really is pretty straightforward to sign up. Just log on down on the right-hand side, scan that QR code, and get on in there.
Definitely. And then there's even more to come as well. What? Yes, there's more. Oh, there's more. We've got the Post Show podcast, which we're going to be answering some of your questions. Oh, it's Godspeed's face this time. I'm sure that'll change throughout the days. So submit your questions. Use the QR code. Go and submit your questions. You can win more G-Coin there as well. We've even got the cha-ching noise for you for this one. And it's been fun doing that. Have you had fun doing that over there, Cameron, for the Post Show podcast?
Yeah, no, it's been a really good time. They tend to have to drag us off the stage with the cane more often than not because we get too involved with answering the questions. But yeah, it's been really fun.
Awesome. Right, well, we'll try not to go half an hour, I guess, at the end of the show. We'll see how that all unfolds. And special news, important news coming up here. We have officially the Masters 5 announcement. It's live. It is in Seoul, Korea, and it's going to be happening between December the 19th to the 21st. Importantly here, Toby, $200,000 on the line, and we're going to have 16 of the very best teams from around the world for more PPT action. This is kind of wild news, Toby.
It is going to be one of the most packed latter parts of the year we've had in a long time. And December, November, like they're around there, tends to be pretty packed already. Yeah. So no, we're in for a good time. It's going to be PGSs into PGC. And then, I mean, the players attending this event are going to effectively fly straight from PGC to Seoul. So it's going to be a tight schedule for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I have no clue how they're all going to achieve it here, Cameron. But, I mean, at least they've got a lot of money to play for. Not only PGC, but also even more now.
Yeah, I mean... it pales in comparison to the amount of G-Coin that we are giving away to our viewers for all the engagement opportunities. But second place is going to be how much money they're giving away in just the PPT over the course of this whole year. This has been such a packed year of PUBG Esports with both circuits going on. I was shocked when I heard that there was going to be another Masters.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably good things to come for 2026 coming on forwards. Everything that's going to be coming, more PUBG goodness. But here's our schedule. We've got Miramar to start things off. We've got very little time to talk about Miramar before we get in. I'm going to start with you, Toby. Any kind of thoughts or inklings you've got about Miramar before we get into it here between these two regions, between these teams?
I think for a lot of the viewers that are coming in watching maybe one of the first TPP tournaments, I mean, they've obviously watched them through the year, but still, I think where Miramar is incredible to play in first person, in FPP, a lot of the spots that we like to really compliment and think of as really good open spots with the ridgelines and whatnot, don't grant you the same advantage in third person as they do in first person. So a lot of the crater positions, a lot of the open field areas that you can play in first person becomes really hard to get proper use of in TPP. So I would say actually it's harder to play Miramar in third person than it would be in FPP.
Your thoughts, Cameron?
I'm just trying to think of how the regional matchup could be unique to Miramar here. I'm actually looking at Power Grid as a point of contention from the very, very beginning. I know it's a thing that Twisted Minds have to constantly deal with, something that Mission Ready deal with as well. Their hot drop situation got solved about halfway through the year, but this could open it back up again. And I do think that both of those teams are teams that could have a good impact on the game, Twisted Minds because they're so good, and Mission Ready because they are... They're not trolly in a bad way, but they are quite dynamic, let's put it that way, in the battlefield. So if they get shut down early, that might open up some freedom for the rest of the lobby to actually be able to play their game without worrying about being driven up on by a BRDM in minute 3.
And on that point, actually, which roster is Mission Ready playing with, Cameron? Do you know who's playing for them today?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be Snakers, Michael Gatz, and Vox. Bizzler is sitting out on this one. It's confusing, right? Not only is the name confusing, the roster is confusing because they're kind of doing like the rotating 5 But yeah, so the roster, it is both Snakers and Gats this time.
How dare one or two of them have real life obligations and a high paying job? It's ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, no, they're good enough to be able to do it. So, and of course, they've qualified onto PGS, PGC, and all the likes as well. So it's exciting to see how that is going to unfold, because they kind of come in as a bit of a wild card as a whole, Toby, even to not only PGS and PGC, I would say even this, even though they are so good.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, I was going to say, you're looking at the names, there's no doubt in anyone's minds that get these guys some playing time together and they will make big things happen. I think for many people, it just maybe happened a little sooner than what a lot of people had expect. Like, they've barely fit together, and all of a sudden now they come in and, as you say, they qualify to effectively everything there is to qualify for the rest of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to reiterate, this is like the most stacked West lineup we have had in PUBG history, Cameron. Realistically, you've got the very best of NA, you've got the Americas, you've got the very best of EMEA, and how it's all shaping up here. There's one or two names I would like also include in throwing this, but there's only so many spots.
Yeah, I know. The fact that we're missing FaZe and even Geekay and Foot Esports, those are, I think, the ones that EMEA might have missed out on. But Americas, there were no upsets this time around in qualification, which gives, you qualify by being the best. There's no, you qualify by qualifying, you have to qualify. But this does give this event some level of extra status just because of the lack of upsets or flukes, if you want to call it that, in terms of getting the teams over here.
Yeah, we still just have a moment before we actually get into these Miramars. We had a small tech pause as the countdown was going, but now we've kind of stopped things for a moment to get everybody good to go for this first game. And I guess this gives me a good opportunity to ask you guys about, not necessarily predictions per game, because it's just a bit ridiculous when it comes to PUBG as a whole, but predictions as to who you think might rise to the top, like get podium. So I guess, Toby, let's start with you. Across the two regions, who do you think's going to be able to find a good top spot?
So to go off of numbers in previous tournaments and what would be the statistical way of going, we should go Hive, right? They've topped out twice now, but I think with the level of play they're going up against now, I don't know. I think they thrive too much in having some, I don't call them lesser teams to go out and kind of feed points off of. They're not going to get that here. I mean, we just talked about these are some of the best teams we could really put together in a lobby of 6 teams. I think it's going to be the households that's going to bring it home. It's going to be Twisted, Falcons, Virtus Pro. It's going to be the teams that we're used to seeing globally do well that are going to fare well here as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Cameron?
I have to mirror that sentiment, and it's not even just because of how good of the teams they actually are, which that is part of it, but it's the fact that the teams that are used to playing at global events, and that's where you learn the skill of like having to adjust on the fly with brand new teams that you've never played against or haven't played against all that often. That's its own separate skill that some of the less experienced teams don't have the experience with. So I do think that that's going to favor the Twisted Minds, the Falcons, etc., in terms of being able to hit the top placement positions.
That's fair. All right, well, we're just a few seconds out before we get into our first Miramar. Toby, final thoughts before we mosey on over?
I mean, now I said that Hive, they ain't going to be able to do it up against these teams, so let's just go out and say they win the first game. Just to spice things up and see if they can
I mean, that could occur. I think it'd be spicy if, like, we get, South America's Furious straight away. They won 2 Masters, right? So, like, they could easily blast as well on that side. On our side of things, Hive could be the one to try and challenge. Well, I can't remember if we're doing the playing path thing. Are we doing the playing path thing, Cammy? What are we doing?
Yeah, let's stick it on us. Listen. I will hold on to this microphone until the producer drags it out of my cold dead hands, okay?
Yeah. We're sticking.
Did they just say cast the entire game? I didn't hear what he said there. Oh, man.
Yeah,
That's what Sam said. Yes, he said cast the entire game.
Got fired. It's just the 3 of us the whole time. Let's go. I manifested.
All right, well, let's talk about where we are at.
Well, where we're at is a pretty straightforward playing path, James. Out towards that east-hand side, down towards the resort, and I don't see anyone hot dropping thus far. Furia, Scent might fly for Eagles. Nah, not even contesting. So pretty straightforward early game here.
This is so weird to me, Cameron. I'm seeing Falcons in Picardo, and I'm like, why am I online watching Falcons drop in a game I'm covering? What's going on? I'm so confused.
Next to them.
Yeah, I guess Mission Ready are backing off of Power Grid. They don't want any of this. I think they're so used to the freedom of not having to deal with the hot drop, but then they're going to meet us, and okay, but hey, no hot drops. That's going to be an interesting start. It makes sense. You want to really get a feel for how everyone is going to play around you. It's a bit different when you're used to the teams that you're playing against, but here, let's just sort of get used to each other first.
All right. Well, with that circle goes north. Let's head over to the commentators. Let's yield. Let's yield to the Avenger, to the Godspeed. Bring us the game, boys.
Yep, thank you so much, James. And yeah, let's get things going here. The absolute first game, Godspeed. What an amazing feeling to cast this clash of the two greatest regions in PUBG. And honestly, so far, it looks pretty settled already. Of course, Liquid is kind of bowing out a little bit to VP and Los Leones. A lot of teams are getting their usual spots, but obviously some teams have to kind of bow out and make sure they don't get contested. And of course, there's tons of free spaces here on Miramar, so that's kind of what we're feeling right now.
Yeah, and to kind of echo the desk, to echo James, it is weird to see Falcons and Na'Vi next to each other with VP and Twisted, in an online event. When was the last time we really combined the regions like this? So it should be fun. But as you're stating, with the circle, it is very open, especially on that northeast side. You can see Campo Militar quite open. Bestia actually with a great opportunity here to pick a spot in the central circle. And I think as we kind of see these games move on, we'll see maybe the early game become a little more action oriented, as teams, I think right now, Martin, are just getting used to each other and getting used to these drops.
Yeah, just feeling each other out. And that's kind of always what we see, especially in even global tournaments, but also tournaments where we see teams kind of combine and go up against each other. They kind of have to feel each other out. And that's why I really like we're starting on Miramar. We have a lot more time. It's more longer rotations. There's a lot more open spaces to kind of play. Usually we see a lot more kind of edge play where we see teams really slowly moving their way in until not really fighting until they have to. And of course, we also have some land ratio in play that's going to be an effect that teams are kind of waiting to figure out. But up here, it's quite kind of even and dirty. But I gotta ask first, Godspeed here.
Yes.
The 8 teams we have here from EMEA. What is your kind of expectations to those, and where do you see us landing? Take aside all the bias, but I want to hear your honest opinion. What do you think is gonna happen up here with the 8 teams coming in from EMEA?
What do you like? Are you talking about in relations to the leaderboards? Oh,
yeah,
Flood is in
leaderboard.
a world of trouble. I mean, Europe's all right. Like, you have some decent teams. Twisted Minds is okay. I guess Virtus Pro isn't bad. BB Team, Ascend. There's some okay teams in Europe. So I imagine you guys might get 1 or 2 up in that top 5. But it's
nice. I mean,
you did start us off on the EU servers, which is a bit unfair, but sure, whatever,
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes, right? 9 games is going to be played in EU, and 9 is going to be played in America. So we're going to be alternating between North America and South America, of course, though, for the most fair. And I like that. That's also what we did the last time we had such a similar games as we have here, combining the regions. 2.5 years ago, it was a small Atlantic show at Ontario event. Me and Poro and Toffees had a bit of finger in. It was fun. My biggest surprise was actually Third Eye that managed to get 3rd place with Voxic coming in there and actually slamming it. So I'm happy to see my boy back on the server here. It's going to be cool to see him back on LAN as well later in the year.
Third Eye, wasn't that with like Adam as well? Man, that's a throwback. It's crazy to think that we've been involved in this game since 2017. I mean, it's been almost 10 years at this point. I mean, we're shy of just a few, but it's been a lot of years of PUBG. This year has been also just so action-packed, right? We've been able to see a lot of old returning players, especially even in our region, like K-Mines, and Wooly has made his return to playing right, and now we're here and we're doing a little knock and flush there from Kickstart, but it's... I will say, watch out for the South American teams, because they have excelled so far this year as far as TPP, Martin.
It just feels like the commitment and the time kind of used, and the South American guys are just so good, man. And they're grinding. You can see it. You know what? They're grinding so much that when I play my morning casual ranked games with the boys, with some of the squads, these guys roll up. The amount of times I've seen Posa and Pippa and these guys, it's just like, what are you guys doing? You're supposed to sleep now. I'm trying to chill. And it's obviously just, their night games. They're playing until 12, 1 and 2 a.m., right? So it's awesome to see these guys in there. But they're grinding, and the amount of effort they're putting in is definitely felt. And especially this year, I feel like Godspeed, we've been able to see so much more, right? If, being it combined teams, like we've seen Bestia here with Flood and Mine, but also Rock and Fury has really shown the flag quite a lot. And it's awesome to see.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that, as you stated, is not only combining the region, as we do see an airdrop coming in. Toyo is going to be, speaking of a South American team, it's going to be Toyo flying their way in, but it's also just, again, the grinding, and because of the regions being combined, the practice they've gotten and how seriously they've taken it over the last couple of years, and the tools that's been given to them, right? These online events, especially with the Americas, South America is very strong. We've seen Rock come up, make a splash in EWC, as Benya's in a little bit of trouble. It looks like towards him, but he should be just fine.
It's going to be good here. I mean, obviously pushing some teams away here. Kadesha trying to make some space for them towards the center on the northern side here. Bestia looking good too. Toyo sitting in. It's so far, it's very Americas heavy to look at one of the teams that are focusing on trying to get center early on here and locking down some of the high priority compounds. It's awesome to see. Benya obviously being able to survive here in the buggy. He almost lost it. I feel like, especially the buggy, man. I think it's the vehicle that I die the most in. That's for sure.
Yeah, buggy is sketchy as hell. It's just so easy to shoot out tires. You don't even need to necessarily aim for the person driving it. I mean, as long as you get a tire or two, that thing is spinning and you're a free kill. But I mean, even looking at the circle, I really like where Send is playing off towards the north. This is very much to their style, right? Play the edge, come in late, control what's theirs, and so they have actually even an abundance of room that they normally have to work with. So definitely looking at Ascend to make a splash in this game, depending on the shift. We also have Liquid now. They're going to be coming in from the southeast, and they just got a foothold.
He's rotating
on foot, dude.
He's rotating 2 kilometers away from the rest of the team here. So yeah, Sparking
on foot with no vehicle, by the way.
He's looking for this entire road, but I'm pretty sure BB team took the entirety of all the vehicles just west of Impala here where they landed. So a little bit unfortunate. BP coming in here too as well. It's going to be mission ready. That's kind of holding on to a little bit of a gatekeep and road camp here. I like that. Box and the boys trying to make things happen. He has a car. Maybe there's a bait. Oh, that's a free cow here, guys. Your car is low on gas. You want a new one? Yeah, come take this one. It definitely felt like it, but VP ain't taking that bait.
So you know Vox, you know him well.
Yes.
I don't know if you've been watching a lot of Mission Ready, but they are absolute trolls in the best way. Like Cameron was saying, like they do set up a lot of traps, and this is something that we've seen, especially when it comes to TPP. Right, you could abuse that perspective.
For sure.
Hide behind in a rock, like we just saw. So look for Mission Ready to set a lot of traps. They are a cheeky team, and a lot of the times they actually end up getting a few kills out of it, as long as the team does get sprung into those traps. So we'll see. It's now BB team. Moloduk looking over at Emmy, who is now solo in this compound, trying to hold it for the rest of his team.
It only kind of succeeds with the traps when you have exceptionally skilled, mechanically gifted players on your team as well, right? Even though Snagers is working a full-time job, he's still dominating the lobby, right? We've seen time and time again this guy just get in there, get top 5s in damage, top 5 in kills, and he's just doing it while working full time. Like I love that. Obviously, prior to him, while he was studying, he had more time. Still, it's good to see. And obviously, big brains coming in as well. And then there's Michael, the trader, obviously on the team as well. This guy grinds, and I love to see some of his clips and some of kind of the games that he's able to play. But he just does some crazy stuff, and also even PNC throughout the times that he's been able to do that, they've always had great performances there. So it's awesome to see him back in a tournament like this, but also it's going to be awesome to see him back in the global stage as well with the boys.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how they do. I'm also just genuinely excited to see Michael's just always a really fun player to watch. He's also a really cool guy, obviously, to hang out with. He's hilarious. But even just online, again, right, having those big impact kills, as well as just being a player that a lot of these guys are looking up to. So it's just been great to have Michael back. I don't know why you call him a traitor. That's kind of rude. He belongs in the Americas. But that's whatever. That's besides.
We take those.
we take what we can get. We've claimed TIG. Americas is a melting pot, right? We get a little piece of everything.
True. I like it. It's you guys. It's Americas now. You also take all the best Oceania players. It's almost like you're starting to conquer backwards now. It's the English are also joining you slowly, right? It's awesome. I like that. Slam G, and now here Boostic, one of the guys, I think one of the prodigies, you could say, upcoming player. He's such a good player, and I've been loving to see what he's going to do. And I'm super excited, Godspeed, to see him on land. Like this guy, if he gets a a really good start, I don't really see how, unless SlamG gets picked up by a big organization, I don't really see how they're going to be able to keep him. You know, it's, for me,
that's
one of the biggest prodigies coming in PUBG in the Western region. So it's going to be cool to see what this young Wonder Kid can do.
Yep, Batulin's gonna take some shots over here at Rock, and BL will fall. But to your point about Boostic, he is an absolutely incredible, and that's the problem for a team like SlamG. Solid team, really great fundamentals, right? A lot to offer, but Boostic is just so damn good. You said it yourself. There's going to be other teams that will have vacancies looking at him, and I am also excited to see what he can do on LAN, because ultimately it's about the future, right? And these up-and-comers, this is the future of PUBG when we go into 2026 and so on. Like, they're the superstars, right, that are going to be getting the torch passed to them by our current superstars. So it's Boostic. I absolutely have my eyes on him, especially after hearing about him from you guys. So we'll see how he does.
It's gonna be awesome here. Salt's taking some shots here from Anico on Ascend, trying to fend this off a little bit with this next circle here. Obviously, just southwest of Camomilita, a lot of compounds are taken, and we see the usual greedy splits with the 2-2 splits coming in here. Rock now have to commit with just being a 3-man left. This zone would have to shift really fast northwest for this compound to be good for them, and a lot of teams still, man, they're holding onto these edges. They're trying to get the information from some of these high grounds here, and look at Falcons. They're visiting the wall in the north. They might even roll into Toyo here. I wonder what their plan is. And some teams already committed to Cruz del Val, and you know the old saying, don't go to a city unless you're guaranteed knows it ends there. And yeah, it doesn't really feel guaranteed for Cruz del Val right now, but the teams haven't really overcommitted so far. There's an emergency being popped though, pre-popped you could say, and it's going to be popped perfectly for when this next circle closes. They can either commit to that or stay in the town if we see a southeast shift here, Godspeed.
Yeah, that's a beautiful pop there from VP, and they can even just use it to UAV if they do indeed have circle pop. As you stated, though, it is going to be the Falcons rotating up towards the north. Now, they do have room to work with for now, but they're not necessarily going to have that much room as this one shifts. And then another point that we were kind of talking about, that the desk was talking about, as Capitan takes some shot over towards BB, is that this lobby is hard, man. There really isn't a weak team, and it's been a while since we have a lobby this strong online. And so I think this is going to be really fun to watch these teams kind of dissect this lobby and see how they want to navigate it, especially when we go from server to server. So as we stated, we are on EU right now. You can see it is VP actually taking at least most of them, but Beamy taking that E-pick up. Bestie as well with an E-pick up to maybe Scout, and Toyo have now taken Central Compound with a lot of teams still on the edge, Martin.
Them being able to roll in phase 3 like that, Toyo having a brick split on the northeast, that's crazy. Benya just casually sliding in to the center compound at this time here. It's wild, but obviously a northern shift, not a lot of teams expected that. There's the old center is obviously already super occupied here as we see a BDM rolling in. SlamG trying to send it east of Cruz del Val, leaving Beamy the classic strategy, the strategy that Beamy hates the most, but he's just the best at timing the first aids as he might evolve to a blue healing situation here. We'll see what VP does. It looks like they are backfilling Twisted Minds on the northern side, so that's going to be cool if they're going to be able to get some kills from that. But Team Liquid with the BRDM and Mission Ready here trying to sneak in, maybe trying to get some open space here, but it's being denied, especially in TPP. These open spaces just get absolutely abused because there's so many teams with information that can just easily sneak in and do some damage. Is that another BRDM I saw on Vox? I think it was. So I think they're going to be safe here. They're sitting below the ridge south of the Toyo compound, so they're very center as well here.
Yeah, they actually, this might work out in their favor. As you stated, it's very hard to hold this position in TPP, let alone FPP, but the other issue is that there's multiple teams around them. You have Bester, you have Rock, who've already taken shots, but
Houston, we got a problem.
The flip side of that, the flip side of that is they actually might get protected from the other teams. So until they actually get pushed. So Mission Ready going to be tentatively okay for now. Liquid have taken refuge on the southeast side here, just outside or just on the edge of Cruz del Valle. And now you have an interesting sandwich situation here up towards the north. It's actually going to be VP sandwiching Twisted Minds with the Falcons.
Yeah, that's not a sandwich you want to be in for sure. The patty of the burger, if you may. But Corexi going down here. That's only Luca Rooks and Nixie's going to be left here. And it looks like they're running on the other side. Rock and Furia was previously on this western side, but now it's only Ascend and Furia. Rock has the compound that actually worked out quite well for them that they had to move into. Furia splitting with Ascend with a greedy 1-1-2 split here. Had Ichkris and Kilyakai holding on to this, big old warehouse, you could say. Aniko did manage to steal off Correxy. It was Twisted Minds that knocked them. Look at this Kilyakai information spot, though. Next turn is going to pop here shortly. It's going to have a lot of impact of who is going to be able to manage to grab a win here. Liquid popping a E pickup. I like that. That's a good late pick.
Yep.
But I don't think it's going to work out. They're not going to take that for sure. They're going to be able to roll in on the east with the riches and potentially fight Na'Vi later here, Godspeed.
Yep. I mean, they might send one up just to do a little scouting, but yeah, I don't think they're going to take that. You're absolutely right. They have a lot of room to work with here in the southeast. So now you can see... Wait a second. Oh, no. You're right. Oh, Win or Die is actually going to get Bizzler, so that's one down. This is a wide split. I was also worried about the split by Ascend. They're very much cut thin, as you can see now. Michael trying to support, but Mission Ready falling apart is just up to Michael and Vox now, as Win or Die have slowly started to take over, but hold on a second. Leosh will go down. It will be Michael to find that one. And now Mortar's coming in, because why not, Martin?
This is just mayhem. Hello, my bad, and the boys, not really working out. Vox sneaking in, coming close, and with a nade in there, that's going to be an easy kill. Hello, my bad, has to run out. I would have held that, but yeah, look at that. That's a mortar coming in. Vinny from Bestia is closing it off from Win or Die.
Unbelievable. Mortars, nades, as well as a BRDM. What else could Win or Die possibly try to deal with there? As at least for the time being, it looks like Mission Ready have at least survived with 2 members. Meanwhile, it is B-Meat, the blue bandit himself, left to survive. But right behind, Liquid. He's actually backstabbed Liquid here, Avenger.
Yeah, I mean, again, you don't really want to... that's going to be enough. No, it's only phase 4, so it's only 3 damage per second. One more nade could hit it. Halo could slide it in on the right side. That's going to do a lot of damage. Nope, it's not enough because you just got to first it off. Another Panzerfaust is in there. Straight to Halo. Takes him down. Destroying Liquid's game here by being sneaky and healing in the blue here.
Oh, in fact, all of VP are currently the blue. You see Lucarux all the way to the northwest also. As we now see this fight between Falcons and Twisted, it is back and forth. Win and kickstart. The last 2 standing is Perfectix, Batul, and Example. Have a 3-on-2 advantage here. Smokes and Util going the way of Twisted. But it really is Ascend that I'm worried about now. If you are Twisted Minds, they are taking the fight successfully to the Falcons. But now Ascend with angles even onto VP as Lucarux will fall.
Yeah, Lucarux going down in blue here. Obviously, Kilyakai had the information from earlier, so they're going to hold that out here. A lot of teams in this northern side eventually is going to have to cross this road as well. It's Falcons, it's Twisted Minds, it's Ascend. Now another Ascend is coming in here. A lot of damage done already on the drive-by, jumping into the BRDM. I like that. Michael finds one, though. That's Rocks going down. It's traded, though. Dante finds Michael. Syntastico finds Dante, though, so there might be a possibility that Vox can make something happen here with the BRDM as he tries to just drive into the car, jump out, get shots down. I love this from Vox here. Finds Percenti as well. It's a 1 versus 1, but there's a BRDM in play, and look at that. He has a Panzer. He's gonna shoot it. Oh my god, Vox is a 5-head player. He gets out, and now damage done again. The siege swap. Oh my god, Shingen finds it, and Hive is gonna be able to survive with just 1 player here.
The movement there from Michael. See, I'm used to seeing the shenanigans when it comes to BRDMs and Mission Ready. I'm glad you finally got a taste, as we can now see Ascend coming in. They're trying to get ahead of Twisted, who is still dealing with the 2 members of the Falcons, and now Furia will have to stay defensive against the split. And look at this. That's love smart. This from Ascend, splitting north and south. Beautiful stuff. But Kraken will come in from the back and backstab one of the members of Ascend, but still the fight is going their way.
I really like this attempt of a 2-2 split and sandwiching them there together, but they forgot or maybe missed the last player in the back. Then Akisera, can he maybe get a rest on one of the boys, as he has deployed even more smokes? He has some Doritos laying on the ground. That's a great utility usage right there too. That's maybe gonna help a little bit, but look at that. That's a lot of damage done by the nade. He gets the confirmation. Kisera's half HP.
So just like that, Furia just down to 1, but the problem for Ascend is I don't know if they're going to be able to recover, so it just might be Kilyakai and Chris to carry on, as meanwhile Toyo now holding the edge of what was the old center of circle, and they're in a very strong position here. So they do have a mound to play as well, but they have to make sure they defend against not only Ascend but also Twisted Minds. Toyo, you can tell they're looking for the team of the brains. Where are they, Martin?
Yeah. out of the north side. And as we talked about earlier, they're going to have to cross the road. That's going to paint a lot of damage done. This car is absolutely busted. Shots come in here. Tries to get him down there. Benya finds Lou. Bestia doing tons of damage onto Rock as well. It's just falling quite a lot apart here. Fury down in 12th. Now Ascend with 6 kills, 2 guys alive, but they're going to have to make their way. And then Salt from Rock is also trying to get this in. This cover, though, from Kiliakai is going to be great. He's probably going to be able to find one remaining member of Rock coming in, though. 3 kills from them on their side is great. But Toyo now making moves, trying to get out of the compound and try to clear out on this northwestern side here. It's been working out well for them from phase 3 to phase 5 here, but now they're going to have to make moves.
I wonder if Chris had to shoot there. This Cowboy is going to find him, but now it's just down to Kiliakai. He's looking for that last member of Rock. This is very smart. Get a point, get rid of a team. Can he do it? Oh, Salts! Will rip his dome off with a nice shot. Ace, though, Ascent still with a decent first game here. 6 kills, 6 points, but this is rough. You can see now, it's actually Alcancia dead center of circle as Toyo have successfully held off their edge, and now just below them is Hive.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying Alcacia's positioning here and the protection of the southern side. Putting Roth in the middle, though, not sure it's going to pay off, but let's see if the 3 guys in the south can really defend this. But yeah, then again, next circle's going to pop here. It's going to go northwest. The other guys are going to have to move slowly but surely towards Rock here. Eventually, we're going to see a push in from BB team, but a backfill from Na'Vi is what I'm really worried about for Roth here, Godspeed.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous position for QAD and Roth because if they go too early, they have the risk of getting sandwiched by not only Na'Vi, but getting pushed by BB team and then Bestia coming in, right? If they go too late, then they're going to get held out by those teams. So this has to be a very surgical timing, as that nade will be a great start. Roth, actually a huge deterrent right now, doing the Lord's work. He only has 1 kill, but man, he's done a lot of damage on the field. Is now Toyo coming in on the bottom side. The double pull-up, as you said. Bestia is going to be just down to DraftKing, and he is going to retreat to the smoke. He won't make it, Martin.
Yeah, and Schengen, you say shenanigans, but I say Schengen all day, but Hive cannot defend this 4-man push from Toyo. I really like this control that they're trying to take. Salt is trying to run in, but Relo says, no, I want that point, and that's a guaranteed placement point here for Rock in 6 plates. I like that, but the western side from Toyo, it's very barren in between them. It's very flat. There's no terrain, but they do maybe have some cars that they can work with, but the big fight now is going to be happening between BB team on the north, Na'Vi on the northeast, potentially Team Liquid and Alcadia in the south.
I love that Roth backed up. Actually, this is so smart. Again, realizing that he can't... I mean, Roth did a hell of a job holding that central position solo for a while with some support from his team, but now they realize it's better off they just take this as a duo. And they can see, focusing on Toyo, you said it yourself, Martin, there's really nothing to play in between there. In fact, once they do get cut off edge, they're pretty much just floating ducks in the water, right? They have nowhere to go, and so... Now it looks like Liquid with the BRDM is going to start to harass and bully QAD, as they did get a knock onto Roth, and Purdy is right there on the doorstep, Martin. Oh, but he's not quite close enough.
I like that Relo tried to go into it, see if he jumped out. That's smart, but now the backup is coming in for Liquid. Purdy Curdy moving out again here. Relo sparking actually hit the wall there and exploded himself. Damage was done to the car already, and now it's down to, whoa, the shark coming through the smoke here. It's Purdy Curdy maybe trying to get some help in, but yeah, this BRDM just being a nuisance here for Galgadisha. They're delaying the unnecessary. I'm surprised that we don't see more just spray going in through it. Cowboy got the confirmation onto sparking. I like that, but more shots. Maybe they don't have the spare bullets. Now it's happening here. Damage is done here. Yeah, 83 reload for Relo. They don't have the extra
92
bullets.
for D.
D. Look at that. More shots coming in.
You don't have much, brother. Relax. No, stop. You don't have that much ammo. The very good call is to...
look at that. I love it.
But now Purdy's like... Oh my God, Kurt. Just trying to find a home. Eventually does find it right in the middle of Toyo, and he's going to get a knock, which is going to open the door here for Alcancia to then maybe clean this up. You can see D getting distracted, taking shots over BB, and you mentioned this earlier, Martin. It's BB that still has to contend with Na'Vi on that northeast side.
Yeah, this ridge that Na'Vi has, and this sliver of the small ridge that Roth played before is actually into this next circle here. Na'Vi's going to have a lot of room to work with, but BB has to move in. High ground is not in. Low ground is not in. They have nothing to play. I see 2 cacti and a rock that they have in the middle, and it's not enough coverage, especially not in TBP, so I don't really see how BB team is going to get much further than this, though, but look at this. Al-Qadisiyah on the south side. Plenty of room to work with. This Western shift worked out really well for Toyo. They managed to get all 4 up. They have the FAMAS in play, but yeah, Na'Vi looking strong here. Al-Qadisiyah also looking good. BB team, they're going to get picked apart here. Although, I really like that we have 4 teams with all 4 alive towards this lane game here. It's a rare sight to see here, Godspeed.
It is a rare sight, and even more rare is it's a little mix of every bit of region, right? You got some EMEA in there, you got some SA, you got some NA, so it's about an all-star lineup as you can have in this Final Four. Now, advantage as far as position should be going towards QAD, but Na'Vi, as well as you stated, have a very strong ridge to work with. The problem is you can see how much area Al-Qadisiyah has to really start to harass, which is why BB has not engaged in this fight. They know that they're going to get third party the second they start, but circle is closing, which means time is not in their hands.
No, for sure not. And this is the ridge I was talking about. They're going to be moving just a little bit further ahead here. This next ridge that Roth was playing is definitely playable for them just later here. BB team trying to, with smokes, with utility, with everything they got to try to delay here. Roth with the full 3 gear getting in. Only 53 reload on a both MK and AUG setup here. So he also has some 7s in the back. So that's going to be working out for them quite well. But look at this. This little uphill ridge and the cover that Toyo has to work with is actually going to be working quite fine for them, especially in this next circle here. But phase 8 here, man, that's gonna determine quite a lot. Look at this, Na'Vi. They have not too much to work with, but nades are coming in. Utilities being committed here for BB team. Multiple players on BB team holding nades in their hands, and they have to try to lob it in, try to do damage onto Na'Vi. That's a great one. That's going to do a lot of damage. Look at that. All 4 players took damage from that 1 nade.
This is essentially a red zone as Phil first, as well as a doozy will get them down. So now it's just down to Hakatori. And here comes the push, but they can't. Al-Qadisiyah is holding them out. Meanwhile, Toyo's looking for an opportunity to come in and get some kills.
That's a great time. This Western shift for Toyo is literally the end of the game. It's their game to win from this one here. All the other teams are forced to fight on the eastern side here. Rob maybe have overcommitted to this. Hakatori says, no, you're not going to come in and clean up our team. Phil first say, yeah, I am, though. That's a 3 kills for him with the 2 nades that he managed to got. Capitan got the knock on him, and Toyo's looking poised for the win here.
Toyo looking very good now, taking advantage. They're using this distraction of Roth getting knocked in order to move up in position, but they do still have a member watching them. You can see Rello, eyes on, head on a swivel, paying attention to what's happening here with Toyo to make sure they don't get to move. Meanwhile, on the other side of that, it's BB team who are really stuck between a rock and a hard place. They do have ridges and spokes to work with now, but they're not encircled. They're going to have to move in, Martin.
Yeah, this might have worked out quite nicely for BB team. They have this little bit of a ridge to work with, but now they're going to have to make a play here. Filver's moving in. Cowboy trying to make a pre-nade. Okay, they actually decided not to. He has no reload in M4 and the MK12. And now, this little ridge, they're going to make a play here. I love that. They have adapted to the terrain just ahead of them. And even though there's a little bit of damage from the cars exploding next to them, First managed to survive here. And with a full 4-man team here and the 3 teams, it's going to be quite cool to see who's going to be able to survive the late game. Not a lot of utility left here, though, Godspeed.
Nothing left for QA. This has got to be devastating for Al-Qadisiyah. You're in a great position in this end game. It's still a 4-on-4-on-4, which is awesome, but you have no ammo. None of Al-Qadisiyah really have much left as far as spare. You can see their utility. 5 bullets left for Cowboy, and he's going to flush. You can't spray too many times. Cowboy's about to run into this with his pan out. As you can see, he gets mollied down, and now Toyo, you can see they want to move up, but they can't quite yet. BB doing an incredible job of fighting from nothing.
Oh my god, this little ridge that Besnak has just found rock. Can he make something? The 8 bullets left. They have nothing. They've spared too much. The shots that they did at the BRDM is the shots that they're missing in this fight here. Phil First also coming in. Toyo is finding Phil First. Toyo is taking control.
Toyo is absolutely coming in now and cleaning up these kills that BB have worked so hard to get. And Alcancia will fall, which means that Toyo with 8 kills will close this one out against BB team. What a crazy, crazy start to this event, Martin. My goodness. D had 4 bullets left going into that last fight as the last member on his team.
Honestly, I did not expect such a explosive first game. We had a Northern shift here. And I was like, okay, Northern's going to be slow, but it just went ham from mid-game on here. I love, though, that Toyo had that control on the northeastern edge. They held on to it for quite a while, and they were like, okay, the center compound is free. We got the Northern shift we were playing for. Let's play from there. And then they went proactive, jumping from location to location, staying 4 guys alive here, Godspeed. What a great game.
It was a crazy ending, and even the middle game, the middle of that game was absolutely electric as teams were trying to vie for position. But it also just goes to show you, Martin, how absolutely strong this lobby is as we have closed out our first game. Now, we do have to send it to our phenomenal, our handsome, and very talented desk to break down the very first game here of Masters West.
Everything he said was just correct, but yes, Toyo with the victory here to start things off. And what was, I have to agree with him, a bit of a mental start to this Masters West overall. Joining me, Cameron, as well as Toby, to talk about this one. Cameron, we get an America's win to start it off.
I can't do a chant for Latin America, but yeah, still America's region overall really good for Toyo. This is a team that, as I said at the top of the show, we never really know what kind we're gonna get. They also tend to play very passive in the early game, which, you know, sometimes does go against them in a lot of ways. But in this particular game, because of how open that sort of mid game was already being established as, they just needed to sort of wait everything out, and they got low kill victory because of that, only 9 kills. But you look at the kills across the board. We were even talking about this during the game. It's relatively evenly spread, again, because the end zone, there wasn't like 1 or 2 teams that could really individually take over the whole game.
Definitely felt like a bit of a feel-out game to start off the tournament, Toby. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we were debating as the fights kind of popped off phase 3, phase 4, whether it's, you know, regional play styles clashing and whatnot. But then you look at the circle in phase 3, you have, 3.5, 4 viable compounds in play with 60 players still alive. I mean, we knew it was going to be a slaughter, and it shows here as well, as Cam was saying. The fact that no one gets double-digit kills in this game goes to show that everyone that were fighting died doing so up until the very last couple of fights of the game. So incredibly hard game to come out victorious in for Toyo, BB, Alcacia, and Navi out there in the end of it. They were in the better positions. They clawed their way in and were able to keep 4 alive until very late game. I think that's what won them.
Well, honestly, I'm flabbergasted that BB team got second off of that. I thought they were done, Cameron, when both Toyo and Algadzia were kind of holding them on that east side. I have no clue how Bestalosh and the big boys were able to somehow get second.
It was the Molotov Molotov, wasn't it? Like that just rush in under the cover of the hillside and just being able to create that opening and provide the pressure to allow the rest of the team to rotate in. And I think Toyo, again, probably could have done a little bit more to keep BB blocked out, but they were still doing their passive play style. They let those 2 teams fight it out, and they just came in and cleaned up the mess. So it was definitely a good strategy on Toyo's end to allow that to happen. But I think BB got away with a lot more than I think most people expected from that.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, it was almost a spiteful Molotov that we watched actually coming in. It's like, okay, we know we're done, but let's try and do something as much as possible. Algadzia with that kind of compound there, Toby, overall, 9 points is really nothing to sniff at. I think they're going to be, even though they probably feel like they maybe could have got a little bit more from it, 9's going to be an okay start for them.
I think hindsight, maybe you shouldn't have dedicated that much ammo to taking out Purdy in the BRDM when you, in the end of it, literally have to throw your guns at BB team to try and get points with it. But of course, I mean, it was tricky for them. They were being harassed severely by Purdy in that end game. And I think had they not had that there, we saw Roth earlier in the game being up and effectively sitting on pretty much where the game ended on the south side of that ridge line there. Had they been able to fortify that earlier without interference from Liquid players, I think they could have had more points coming their way. But still, given how chaotic this game was, I think 9 points, as you're saying, James, is as much as can be expected for this type of start.
I think things will stabilize though, right, Cameron? I mean, looking at how that all played out, yes, okay, we have a north shift. Yes, a lot of teams have to make some quite quick rotations for something like that. Yes, we had some pretty heavy 2-2s in the middle of that circle to start off the game as well, so that also kind of takes up a lot of space in what is a relatively open circle compared to some locations on Miramar.
Yeah, and just as you say, going forward, it'll be interesting to see how the meta of this lobby develops. I think one of the big questions that we've had coming from Americas over to see how the two regions are going to clash is that a lot of the Americas teams, looking at Furia specifically, tend to play very aggressive, very chaotic out around the edge. Mission Ready is another one that has some X Factor dynamic into their playstyle. Liquid too, and EMEA are kind of infamous for being almost too conservative at times, and so it'll be interesting to see how that will like get blown open. And so after this first round, maybe a second round of just sort of playing around with each other, we'll get to see some actual targeted approaches by some of the edge focused, edge sweeping teams.
Yeah, I think it's a good point and an interesting discussion as well, because I think sometimes in EMEA, Toby, we're used to some of these teams having to deal with a little bit of a quandary that they've got to solve in those kind of either the teams coming in from like an open qualifier or rotating groups. However, 8 America's teams coming in and just going balls to the wall and causing EMEA some problems. They might not totally be used to that kind of pace with 8 teams in the lobby doing that.
It's definitely the vibe of, yes, you can walk one dog that goes crazy in the leash every now and again, but when you have to try and control 8 at the same time, sometimes the dogs take over, and that could very quickly end up being the case in this tournament if they don't find a way to kind of rein them in. And I don't see that being the case, especially not when the circles present us with as much hard times as we saw in this first game.
Yeah, not only do I like that analogy as well, Cameron, he's also calling America's dogs. What do you make of that?
We got that dog in us. What can I say? Ruff, ruff.
Okay, so if EMEA had to be a creature, what would you kind of pivot to here, Cameron? What are we? You can't go sloth. We're not that slow.
Yeah. Not that's what. I guess a cat. I don't know. We could just do a dog versus cat analogy. It's simple. It's straightforward.
We are more reserved, I suppose.
Yes, lethargic and don't love our owners. Correct. That's EMEA. Sorry, I'm not really a cat person. Sorry to all the cat people I've just offended.
It's accurate, though.
It is accurate. Correct. They just want you for the food. But we've got one more Miramar on the way. I asked kind of Toby to round things out for the previous one. But Cameron, do you have any takeaways from that Miramar coming into the next one, or anything you want to talk about before we get it?
I think the fact that there wasn't... that everyone is still trying to find their pacing here. And I'm just so caught up with the openness of that game, of that round, talking about the perspective difference. There was like virtually no cover, which was strange to see all 4 final squads having all 4 left alive into that moment. I think that I'm hoping to get a different part of Miramar, not just for the obvious variety, but just to see a different area of terrain and how that sort of gets the setup approach.
How they approach it.
Yeah.
I mean, let's hope for some hills, or even, you know what? Let's go wild. Urban ending time.
No, not that. Too far. Back it up.
No, you don't like that? All right, okay. Let's talk about the playing path. What we're seeing, Toby?
Very far southwestern one this time around. Thank you, James. It's as much as the previous one was great for pretty much everyone, when even Minas is a stretch, you know there's going to be quite a bit of ult dropping, or at least longer transition time to loot spots, which usually does mean that some teams will be fighting over the same vehicles. But having said that, as for right now, it actually looks pretty smooth.
Cameron?
Still looking at Los Leones right now. That was the closest thing we had to a hot drop last game. And Liquid and VP still landing very, very close. Liquid doing the same thing, the start of this one, grabbing vehicles. I didn't watch a lot of what happened on the map in the very beginning, and it looks like both teams are staying around. That could be a factor depending on where this next, or rather this first circle sets us at.
I think there's the potential for a casualty here or there between those two teams. Both excellent rosters and could always materialize. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to head to the Tweedledee and the Tweedledum of PUBG. It is Avenger and Godspeed. Let's do it. Game number 2.
Thank you so much, James, and the boys on the desk. What a great breakdown of that game. But yeah, it sounds like you guys are kind of supporting Mark. You want some more chaos, right? Now that he's not here, we have to kind of follow through with that. But I will say this game, though, and with the start that we have, 2 teams as an El Pozo, that where the circle is still inside here, Godspeed, we're going to be able to see some very delayed, very annoyed fighting while everyone else gets in. But also, we have all these high grounds, these rocks, everything that's in place still. So a lot of teams, I suspect, is going to take it a little bit slow on this one until they see that third circle pop, so they know where to go for circle 4.
Yep, Ascend might have an annoyance in win all day if they do happen to get into a bit of an entanglement. But as you stated, this circle is great and very conducive for fighting on foot, the different ridges, elevations. There's a lot of really great terrain to play that's not reliant on compounds. That being said, I don't know if you heard, but James calls Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and I think that is just a tad too much. It's a bit too far. I think he's gone.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. I've been witnessing this guy for 7 years having to get a box to stand on when we're doing standing desks. So
It's
that's
true.
completely okay with me. That's okay.
It's
but
true.
he's one of the greatest guys I know, so he can call me whatever he wants. He'll still get a hug once I see him on land. He's, the little introvert, making him uncomfortable by hugging him. It's one of my favorite moments of the year.
Yep, as you stated, keyword little. As we now move into a rotation here from the Falcons, and they're going to be rotating actually to the east, which, I mean, because of the plane path, Martin, the east is wide open.
Yeah.
Everything from Hacienda up to water treatment, even, I mean, well, obviously Oasis, but that's, Morados are not known for their suspension.
No.
We'll just say
Panther
that.
in there. Oh, look at that. Put the Panther into the coop as well. I would say this as well, though. I mean, now with Tiggleton coming in here, he's known for good rotations, but it's mostly by the cars rotating themselves. He's not the best driver out there, but he's an insane fragger, And I should say, an astute observation. I like it. It's a very clever PUBG. When a plane path is west, there's space you're going to have on the east. And also, that's why I suspect they moved a little bit earlier than we kind of used to seeing them on, right? They're a really early moving team quite often, but here even earlier to get some of that space that's going to be on this eastern side, especially some of the high priority compounds. We had a lot of endings in between San Martin and water treatment. That's what they're locking down. I really like that. Very coherent PUBG.
Yep, and that compound specifically you're talking about, that God compound, almost just to the southwest of water treatment. If the circle does happen to go there, Chris almost landing some. Oh, hold on a second. Breakstyle landing a headshot of his own. Okay, Ascend just kind of proving that they're not here to play around. But yeah, those compounds up near water treatment that Falcons is currently eyeballing, especially if circles go there, is just so devastating to hold against other teams. So hard to penetrate when you're trying to push those. So we can see a lot of teams, Martin, currently in the center. You have Twisted. It looks like Winaldea has actually gotten away from their entanglement with Ascend. You have SlamG and even Mission Ready all the way up to the north is where we're Furia here, dead center on this, where you would expect actually a very much Batulans type position here, Billy goating up on the mountain.
Yeah, for sure. Very classic situation for that to happen. Liquid again with a, guys, I guess we're rotating in as the fourth last team here. We're going to have no priority in the compounds in the center. And let's just play the casual, slower PUBG. And the unfortunate timing for them is that they're coming in against the team that's equally or even slower, Na'Vi, on that eastern side as well, that also had made the same observation as, okay, we have a southwest plane path, northeast and east of the circle is going to be way more free. So I like that. Taego here, obviously, our first game champions, is coming in on that western side, very slow as well. So they're going to have quite the space ahead of them to clear and get information on. Levante with a Groza in hand here. Falcons trying to get their space done here. Hive doing damage onto the boys on the Falcons and also the cars, popping a little bit of damage onto that. Kadisha leaving here. SlamG, okay, it's a 2-2 split that's being called out, or even a 1-1-2 split. Layers did find himself, meanwhile, from Die, but leaving this, I think it's clever. Like, it's not worth staying there if you hear and also not worth driving into that full car there. I suspect, there's a open map somewhere. Layers might actually die here from driving in here. And you know what I think happened? I don't think he considered that we're now playing on a different server, so that ping, you jump out a little bit too quick in the cars, that's going to have an impact. And I actually love that. That's really the setup here. If we are seeing cross-Atlantic play, we're going to have to make it fair and play on both servers. So higher ping, sure, but I think the players are just used to leading a little bit more than you usually are when you play on your kind of home turf servers. So I think that's cool. Now on the America's home turf here for the second Miramar of the day.
Yep, and as you stated, I mean, it is what it is. When you combine teams from these different regions, when we want to have an amazing tournament like this, you're going to have concessions. Ping is going to be one of them. So like you stated, we're jumping from European servers to then North America, and then South America, and then back to European. It's just the best we can do. But yeah, that is going to be something these guys have to get used to. Like you stated, that little extra bit of delay sometimes could be the difference between knocking yourself or knocking someone else. So we'll see how they deal with it. Meanwhile, most of these teams have actually gotten into the circle pretty healthily. You really just have BB, who's just off on an excursion, almost going to a wrangle, it looks like, to try to get off this map. And then Bessia on the south side. But Toyo is actually an interesting team. You brought it up on the slow side. Toyo is a very slow team generally. They take their time. It happened last game where they were able to get a good position early in the center, and they were able to hold it very well. However, I will say Toyo does tend to struggle in situations like these when they're on the outside chasing edge. So we'll see how this shift plays out for them.
It's going to be rough with them, especially with Ascent being in before them. They're going to see that, and Ascent is a very slow playing team. I don't think they're going to be making big moves until we see that third circle pop here. They like to play based on information. Alo with their great spot here to gather more information. That's a great pop throw for RBN. Brock still here. So many high ground spots here. That's why I love Miramar. Fun fact. I agree. I think it's the best map. Fun fact, a lot of pro players in PUBG Mobile would ask what they thought was the worst map. They actually think, and the reason why I bring it up is because they play TPP as well. They actually, the majority of the pro players in PUBG Mobile thinks that Miramar is actually the worst map for their esports. So it's fun as it's the TPP map. I think Miramar is both for TPP and FPP on PUBG here. Is actually the best map. It offers so much cover, so many opportunities to get information, so many opportunities to kind of leapfrog and have a fighting line path to kind of get forward. There's the next rock, there's the next ridge, there's a compound where they can fight for. Like all these opportunities that these teams have is obviously so great here on Miramar. But now we see Liquid moving in on Relo. Is he going to take a car and leave, or is he going to try? Yeah, it looks like he's in a car. He's going to be out of there. It's a buggy. Yeah, there's no, again, Alcadesia getting called out for these splits here, man. They were in a 1-1-2 split. Now they're going to have to bow down to a 2-2 split. I do like it, though. They are holding on to pretty valuable terrain right now.
Yep, and the one thing about Alcadesia is they have been punished so many times in the past. Even when, Relo was leading a team without Roth, even all the way back, they like to split. Roth's teams also like to split. So now, once Roth and Relo came together, I think the most important thing is they still do the splits that they really enjoy, but they've been able to curtail the loss, right? They've been able to pull back. They realize now when the split is in risk, when one of their members could potentially get ran over by another team coming in. And so you stated it earlier, they're so much better as we look at this shift at maintaining those 4 members alive in those splits. And now we go all the way towards water treatment, and you can see that compound I was talking about is firmly in the hands of the Falcons, but they have a big decision to make. All these other teams, Martin, are starting to rotate in, and Falcons have one of the greediest, best splits in the circle. We'll see if they can hold it for now.
Yeah, it's basically a 1-1-2 split, because the H-Win and Shrimsy split that they have is basically 2 sides of the compound.
Yeah.
Very difficult to hold on to and very crashable. That's what I'm worried about. And you know what? This is the exact circle we were talking about as well, Godspeed. The one in between San Martin and Waterspring. We've seen, especially on ranked, especially in the patches that we're playing on, as you see damage coming in from Toyo. Can they find Vox? They could. Mission ready, having a knock here. Bizzler's going to have to make help here. And I see an MP5 in the hands of him. So he's going to try to get some up close and personal action with this utility. And, Nate's being committed already. Emmy trying to come in here with the ace in his hands and the bold action too. Bizzler moving out. They're trying to disengage from this quite a lot here, it looks like.
Yeah, and Toyo trying to take advantage of that, as we saw Knock earlier get taken towards mission ready. Could see it taking shots there. Now Fury, though, have to deal with win or die. This is a very, very precarious situation to find yourself in if you are Posa.
Posa, get out of my ranked games in the EU, please.
Well, he might be out of this lobby as Sarah with no HP is flying in, but that was the distraction needed to get Gadro down. Nicely done there from Fury and Posa.
I love that. That's so smart play here, Winify. And a little bit of a shamble play here. Hello, my bad finds Posa on the other end. And now Gestera is going to have to get some heals done. Damage done a lot here on this compound. Again, not really high valuable terrain on this side here. Gazera is going to get out of there. He's just going to be, nope, I am leaving. 34 HP only. Very vulnerable to Lurix from Slam G. Finds him quite easily here. And Gedrux and the boys from Win or Die is, they're going to take this over quite easily away from them.
And that's a terrible position to be in if you're Fury, because look at Kawazin. He was in one of the better positions, actually way better than even that compound that we saw them trapped in. So that's super unfortunate as a solo. Meanwhile, it's going to be Team Liquid now, and this is what you were talking about, Martin. It's difficult here to hold this because this isn't really one compound. This is like a collection of 2 or 3 compound splits. And not only the barn, but also the concrete prio. You can see the rest of Falcons now having to... They have to pull off one of the best positions in the circle, and Kawazin has gotten 2 of Slam off in the distance, but Falcons have just given up the best position in the circle, arguably, and a doozy is going to sweep in and claim it for free as North America fights each other. Yep.
Yeah, this is smart. And again, this is what we're talking about, right? The split here, this is such, again, it is 3 compounds basically that has walls all around them, so crashable. It's basically inviting, saying, you know what, put 2 cars here, put a smoke down, you can crash and play this, especially in the concrete that Liquid took away from them. Now Toyo moving into the ridges here on the western side of water treatment, very playable as well, with very good space here. They might even take the small shacks here. I think the ridges are a better play, but they're trying to set up potentially to hold on to the northern side here. I kind of like it. They're waiting to see this next circle pop here. It does go north. Great decision, though, from Falcons. Now they can share this compound in confidence with Liquid and probably get some good placement points from that, too.
And that's the most important thing. You said it. They can share it. Now, they don't need to push Liquid. They don't have to deal with it, but it doesn't look like Liquid cares. Alo's going to find the knock-on to kickstart to open things up. But again, pushing this is precarious, especially when you take into account that this is TPP. So again, with all these angles, with all the cover that they can hide behind, this is going to be a very difficult push for Liquid. So it looks like they will slow things down, and there's a very good chance that kickstart does get recovered. Meanwhile, on the mini-map, you can see multiple emergency pickups coming in and flying over the center, but the problem is, where do you play, Martin? Everything that would basically want to be taken has already been occupied by most of the teams currently in the circle.
I see the shelf south of the Team Liquid and Falcons compound not being taken yet, but Hive and some of the other teams on the western side, they might be rotating in there. Now Flood and the boys from Bestia are trying to figure out where do they go. Vinny in the air, he is a recall player, so he's very naked, trying to maybe UAV scout some information for them a little bit. Shrimpsy does spot another player that's also being recalled in. That's Brexco. A lot of damage done to him already. One more shot. That's another damage done. 20. Connects just one more bullet, and he's actually going to be taken down. It's going to be so sad from Na'Vi that's going to be getting that absolute free point here from Ascent.
Sweet dreams, sweet prince. You were not long for this world, as that was going to be a very difficult parachute to land. As you can now see, mission ready is just Snakers and Bizzler. And they're going to start to make their way in as Kiliakai and his teammate now from Ascend are going to park right above tentatively. It's going to be Chris and Kiliakai above Toyo. And so, again, another game that Toyo have actually managed to make a lot out of really nothing, especially when you look at their rotation and how busy it was with Ascend up there in the north. They're able to stabilize, and now information gathering from Snakers. He's actually going to opt to take the shots. Why not?
Oh, 6-6 score when the MK as well might be able to connect that. Navi says no. Hackatory, the ADR king from EMEA, is going to see if he can farm just a little bit more. Emi does find Kilikai. Ribo immediately confirms that he had Toyo with a lot of space in between. I don't really see that they had to leave this space just yet, but maybe they're trying to get deeper, trying to get closer to water treatment. Navi has water treatment absolutely locked down on the 4 corners, so now with Bista trying to get in. Is this a recall attempt? It is phase 3, so only 1 damage per second is completely fine here for Bista, but once that closes, we go from 1 damage per second to 3 damage per second, so he's gonna get this recall having to happen quickly and then get to heal up nice and fast. Vinny did find a car, damage done, look at that, no vest. He does not have that 30 or 40 or 55% extra damage reduction, so he gets taken down by Lou and confirmed quickly. Oh my god.
Unfortunately, just some of the freest kills in favor of Twisted Minds. But the more important thing, even if they do get the recall, where are they going to go, Martin? Especially looking at the circle. Now, you did mention that shelf on the south of where that position Liquid and Falcons are holding is available, but now it becomes very precarious to play that, especially this early in the center of the circle. Now, you do have other ridges that can protect you from the south, but the north is really your biggest threat. As now we see mission ready. They're going to have to move up. They can see Ascend right in front of them. Toyo as well. well will have to move into the circle on the edge. More importantly, Martin, they're going to have to deal with Na'Vi as Na'Vi now has to move in.
This is going to be difficult for Na'Vi. I do think they're going to be playing this ridge where the water treatment W starts. They kind of have a ridge for free where they can kind of leapfrog ahead from the ridge and water treatment. So that's what I'm expecting to see. Boosting, meanwhile, does find DIY or D. And, man...
He has like 10 different names. It's okay. Call whatever you want.
Yeah, do it yourself. And Al-Qadisha, again, this central spot here is difficult to play. Then again... VP with a fight potentially. Batulians finds Beamy. That's a rough spot for them to play. They did have the southern compound, so the commitment to already go here is a little bit overextended, I feel like.
I do love this, though, from both VP and from Twisted. You can see both teams left at least 1 or 2 anchor positions there in the south, and then they both kind of sent up their 2 best and be like, you know what, fight it out. We'll just stay here and anchor. And it does look, though, Twisted Minds to be the winner of that contest as they've taken control of this ridge. And this does not bode well for VP necessarily either, because if they even lose, you know, Lucarux, there's a chance that they have to fight to get into this edge that they already had a pretty decent position on. Meanwhile, it's going to be BB as well as Best of Luck to look over Na'Vi to see what they do on that very ridge line you were talking about. And up in the north, it's still Chris now that has to contend with 2 oh no, look at this now, Falcons. We've actually moved to the Falcons and Liquid. The fight is popping off, even though both teams are still in the circle. It's going to be a very close one, Martin, but Falcons with 4.
With a Panzer in hand here, H-Win charging forward. That's a great jump here. Did not connect though. Does see another player come in. Halo turns on H-Win though and gets him down, and now damage is done. Liquid is being eliminated here, and H-Win was the only knock, and that's going to be a quick and easy rest. They are still inside the circle, so they're going to have time to fight up this ridge we were talking about. Navi's coming in slowly. It's going to be quite easily for them to come in and take this ridge I was talking about here. Potentially more damage is done here. Could be a drive-by onto BB team. It is. Smokes are coming out here onto Best Luck. Oh, this is a great ridge. This was exactly the spot I was talking about.
Oh, no.
Is already attacking them.
Toyo's attacking them, and Ferris just runs over his teammate, and so that's 1 down, but fortunately they get 1 back. Emmy falls to a nade from Ferris, which means they're going to have to slow down, but BB team, you have to imagine they're going to want to come in and third-party this from behind. Capitan will find another knock on the Na'Vi, and so Hakatori will be down, and now just 2 members left for both Toyo and Na'Vi, which is a big opportunity here for BB team, as Falcons will also get involved. It's going to be kickstart to get Ferris, and the rest of Na'Vi will fall.
Yeah, it evolved from being a burger to a pizza here, getting cornered in from 3 sides here. Toyo, BB team, Falcons destroying Na'Vi. They're very unfortunate for them, but BB team holding onto this edge here is fantastic for them, but Falcons, the backfill onto Toyo, surely is gonna make Toyo fall here. They have the advantage. They do not have a lot of card cover though, but oh, look at that headshot straight onto Shrimsy. Has to bow down, has to heal, down to 44 HP.
So Falcons now, they don't necessarily have to push further in, but they do want to get rid of Toyo as quickly as possible because the next team on their plate would be BB team, surely. As now it looks like it's going to be a very uncomfortable sandwich for Toyo if that is indeed what BB wants to do, but they don't necessarily have to move up just yet. They still have that massive ridge line you were mentioning to work with, and really no one else to contest them on the east side, so this might be a slow burn for them. Meanwhile, you do have Rock coming in on the north now, and they're going to be right above the Falcons, which could spell disaster for them, as we can see Roth, the solo member of QAD, all the way up in the north again in these crazy splits with that Panzer to hold.
It's paying off quite a lot for them. They're holding on to these center spots and getting placement points and getting tons of kills here, but the question is, can they stay 3 or 4 guys strong towards the very late game here? Difficult for Toyo, also being pushed from both BB team and Falcons, but this push from Rock here is really painting a disaster for Falcons, having Tiggleton knocked, and now Adrian trying to go for this risk here. Is it gonna happen? A lot of smokes having to be committed here. They could have used that for late game, but yeah, then again, it's gonna be difficult to not play as a full foreman here. Rock's trying to do some damage and to win or die here. Big pull up on the southern side.
So an opportunity here for Hive to get some much needed points to start things off, as we are in the second game now, and Nade will be the opener, the starter, the appetizer, if you will, as Levante will go down. Rocks looking for the flush, but this is a mess though, Martin. Fighting in this building already is a nightmare. Imagine fighting in TPP, right? So I'm curious if some of these players will actually opt to push in the FPP, but we'll see. Either way, this is still not a great fight.
Especially with
to
the
push in if you're win or die. Yep, exactly.
The teams to come in here now. Hive trying to survive for as long as possible here. Slam, VP getting damage done from Twisted Minds, really controlling the south and the west side right now. Doing damage to VP. I think a big pull-up is going to be happening here onto Twisted Minds. Now Batun's confirming Moke or her Slam. G's falling quite a bit to pieces here on the western side. Shingen does find Lu now, and damage has been done to Twisted Minds. I think this is the time for Virtus Pro is going to be striking right now. Nixie finds Lu confirmation.
Yep, that was a great use of a distraction as well. As you stated, it was Twisted trying to hold off two different fronts. It was just Lu. They put a lot of faith in him, and although he almost had it, he did get knocked. And eventually, yep, like you stated, it was VP to take over that ridge line, and now it's going to be Twisted to deal with not only Slam G, but also behind them, it's going to be Virtus Pro with 3 members alive, and Perfectus will go down to a nade.
Yeah, now all the teams on this southern side, they realize that they're hurt. One flush, one knock here. Surely that's the time for VP to push in. They're considering, should we play this low ridge or should we try to go up and get points here? I understand the trouble that they're in because the low ground ridge is the winning play, but the high ground is the damage done. Leas does find 2 members on high with that Panzerfaust though. Huge damage done there on Schengen and Rush.
That is a massive blow. Hive were looking in control here. It was a 3-on-2, but again, the Panzer completely turning it around, which means Presenti is the last one alive, which means that when this fight does conclude on the southwest, whether it's VP, Twisted, or even maybe the Boostic superstar up-and-comer by himself to do it, will have to push onto the doorstep of this compound. You also still have Alcatsia. Impressively, Roth is still holding in that shack, and they have a lot of control. In fact, they have all the control in the west currently.
Big Camel finding H-Win here. A lot of damage done from Rug onto Falcons, and yeah, they do have a pretty good angle here, especially with the Ridge being to their advantage. Presenti also finds Sketrex, and meanwhile Tickleton doing damage here from the side, but this is going to be rough for them. He does have a blue zone backpack, the Jammer pack, Tickleton low, Shrimps the last player standing, trying to push Rock off. And damage done again. Great headshot there connecting onto Bao. That's the damage done from Molotov in the side here. Surely that is going to be Falcons out here in 8th place, unfortunately for them, but Twisted Minds, they're going to fall too.
What an absolute mess that ended up being up on the northeast. As you can see, Toyo did not necessarily come out of that looking great either. It's just Capitan. Rock also suffering quite a bit of casualties and slowing them down. Fantastico is not going to be able to get up souls. No chance. Even BL probably not going to get up circles. Pushing in. Yep, he's all on his little lonesome. Although, hold on a second. Fantastico does have a blue jammer, so he can possibly stay in a bit more and try to harass. But you can see it's phase 6. This is hurting like hell. And so he'll get the first aid off. Meanwhile, you can see BB team taking shots at Toyo. Toyo's out of there as well.
BB team taking a lot of control here. Godspeed both the Rock to hold the center and also to try to hold out the Rock team and player on the Fantastico on the northern side. Or Esports World Cup MVP trying to get some more damage in. I think he's just going to bow down. Yeah, he is 5th place for them. A lot of kills as well. It's going to be great. Phil first trying to get in and get some information here with the MK and barrel in hand. This looks like a great game for them, man. This circle is just come their way.
Not only is it a great game for them, this is a great second game for them. Consistency is key, not only for them, but also Toyo, right? Making it towards this end game, even though they currently are out. So BB team, though, looking fantastic in both games of Miramar here so far in Masters West. As you stated, they have all the control in the world to work with here. And more importantly, they have that ridgeline. You can see how devastating it is to utilize that, and really the onus is on VP. They do have a slice of that compound still in though, so I imagine most of these teams are actually just going to stay put until the next circle, Morten.
I think so too. It's a little bit of a trap in the middle though. A guy that sits in the middle of the shack with a Groza. If you walk into that, that's not just a surprise, that's a surprise. And yeah, that's going to be some damage done. Deuce, he does find 2 on BP though. That's a lot of damage done from BP team onto them. Just one player left standing here. Can they make something happen? Kadisha, meanwhile, does have 3 gear again and P90 in hand, but the terrain ahead of them is not really set up for a victory. They are going to have to make a massive north to east rotation to take those ridges away from him.
I do love the sense of urgency here. Nice nade from Bestalosh to try to get rid of VP. They knew that the likelihood of pushing in that building and actually finishing that is just very silly. But the fact that they were at least able to claim one, and Cowboy is actually going to rip Luke Rocks back down to his knees. As VP are in a very rough position, but at the very least, they've managed to make it into the top 4.
Yep, for sure.
Don't forget about Leosh. You know, he's just hanging out, having a great time.
Is this a second place for him? I could see that happening, man. He's got the sender, especially if this goes southwest. But it's very open, flat land ahead of him. If this is a western circle, this is great for Algadisha. That's kind of what they need to not be forced to push this ridge that BB team is holding on to for dear life. They do have more sender control than anyone else. It's actually a pretty fair circle. Anyone that has to move in, Virtus Pro obviously in a rough spot, Leosh actually getting damage done from the blue zone. Virtus Pro trying to confirm this player to make sure that they get that additional placement point, and nobody else is going to notice him. Nixie with a nade as well. A cheeky
little nade.
Yeah,
okay.
I like that, but look at this. Virtus Pro, 2 players alive, going to have to push out. And surely this just means that Algadisha and VP team, they're going to say, okay, we're going to hold on to our current positions until VP is going to have to get out, because that guarantees us at least another placement point and potentially 1 or 2 kills if you're able to grab the kills onto VP.
One thing that I did just notice, though, Martin, is that not only was, I believe it was Bestalosh, had no ammo, but Cowboy as well. He has 5 bullets left of 7.6. And the unfortunate part about that, too, is he's got a Mark 14, which is, I mean, if anything... You could rock that bad boy all the way to the end game, even slap a red dot, put full auto, and that thing will melt anyone up close, but he's just out of ammo. And the other thing was BB, they really didn't have that much ammo either. This is going to be a very awkward fight in the end if both teams start running out of utility here.
11 nades on Algadisha, though, and a Panzerfaust. Relo making a big move here with the 3 nades that he has in hand. Oh my god.
This angle.
This is crazy. It's going to be a crazy angle. Oh my god, Adusis has nobled the bolt action. It should have been a player with a 3 gear out here, and this is really the open door that Algadisha was hoping for to be left open. P90 in hand here. Nixie with nades, though. This could do damage onto Kadisha. Oh, 29 and 27. Not enough from him.
That bolt shot was disgusting, and that was a huge pause. And a massive loss on the team and the side of Alcancia. Relo goes down. What a shot from that bolt. Man. So this now changes the fight all in favor, Martin, of BB team.
Yeah, huge favor for them for sure. Good nade coming in, but when you're laying on the ground and you have a level 3 vest, you take 20% and 55% less damage. They want to get out and clear him. It's difficult for them. Stun grenade coming in here, multiple. That's going to be a shield comes out as well. He says no. Oh my god. Over committing to this. But yeah, they want to get them down here. I like this. Phil First even got that on Nixie too, but mission success for Algadisha here. They wanted to make sure they got that additional placement point. Roth does just shoot it out in the blue here. Does he try to get back? He sees a guy. That could be 1 point guaranteed, though. Oh, Molotov taking damage. Oh, but Deuce says no. He drives him over. It's going to be a BB team win here with 10 kills.
A surprise Bronco coming out of nowhere, but BBT finding that consistency, as did Alcancia, and then finally seeing VP come into the mix. But man, that was a very, very difficult circle to play. We even saw Twisted Mind suffering the consequences of how busy he was on the Southwest. I mean, that was, so far, I will say, these games have been an absolute blast, Martin. And that is it from Miramar.
Yeah, I honestly gotta say, this has been absolute banger games coming in from Miramar here. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be this explosive. A lot of control, a lot of smart plays coming in from the very get-go here. And again, 2 pretty difficult and opposite circles kind of here of each other of how to approach it. Yep. But man, I gotta say, man, it is just the best teams of the West that's coming in here to play. There's so many great and skilled mechanical players here coming in, and exceptionally smart plays coming through from the majority of these teams.
Absolutely. Well, that does it for Miramar, sadly, as it is our favorite map, Martin. But we do have Taego to look forward to as we head back to the delightful gentlemen of James, Cammy, and Toby. Take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, BB team furious with the previous game decided to bring it back for our second one as they take the first place alongside some familiar faces, obviously, as Algadzia was able to take that second here overall with 9 points. But with me, I have Cameron and I do have Toby. Toby, I'll start with you here for the BBT comeback game number 2 here at the West.
Yep, love to see it. It was, I mean, Godspeed said it during the game as well. You have that compound they were set in for a bit southwest of water treatment, and I think everyone and their fans were thinking, well, that's where this game is ending, because we have seen that take place so many times. So the fact that they were actually able to play out of that magnet compound, push up that hillside on the left, and get 10 kills with it too, I think was pretty impressive. Not something you see work out too often.
Oh, definitely. And just to actually address this, our first game to keep people informed at home was on Miramar, and then, was on Europe, of course it was on Miramar, was on Europe server, and then our second game was on North Americas here. So a little bit of a reversal here, Cameron, to start for the teams winning these games out.
Yeah, would we say ping doesn't matter at all?
Doesn't matter at all.
But yeah, just it's good to keep you guys informed with this. But this was a really interesting game to set the two Miramars back to back. Different sort of terrain, kind of what I was hoping that this game would be. It's not so far the opposite direction from game one, down to the southwest, those like real up and down valleys. But the fact that this was also still very, very scrappy, I think this speaks to the fact that the quality of every single team in this lobby is so good. There aren't really any feeder teams at all, and I think this is going to be a really tight race to the finish line all the way through. I mean, it's only been 2 games in. Who knows? Maybe 1 or 2 teams are going to pop off and run away with it, but I think this is going to be quite heavy mix of performances across this whole weekend.
You'd like to hope so, unless BB Team and Algadzia keep coming podium every single game. I mean, it's only 2 games, small sample size, not really easy to draw kind of conclusions from here. And as we look a little bit further afield from our top 2 here, Toby, of course, Virtus Pro was able to get a few points as well. Here's the overalls to get things rolling, but some cheeky points here for Virtus Pro, some cheeky points for Rock as they're trying to challenge, though, for the top 3 spots.
And I think it's been, I mean, the sample size of these first 2 Miramars that we've had thus far have been very, you're out in the open, make do with what you got. I mean, there ain't a whole lot of compounds to work around. The select few teams that have had those have also gotten the lion's share of the points so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing maybe, I don't want to say urban endings per se, but like some more suburban maybe endings or areas of the map where there's more to play around, because these 2 first Miramars were very much out in the open.
Right.
The top 3 doing very well here, Cameron.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, Toyo is still staying up there in second place because of their first win, but BB Team and Alcadzia getting the podium finish 2 games in a row is very threatening to the rest of the lobby. But I would be shocked if that continues to happen, again, just because of how good all these teams are.
Oh, definitely. Our next map is going to be Taego. For all of these teams to scrap it out on. Beyond our top 3, everybody is neck and neck after these first 2 games. Really nothing really to draw from that, Toby, as we do sit, considering that, I mean, 2 games is really nothing to sniff at here from an 18-game series. I'm trying to draw any conclusions from where they all sat, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, no, you can't. I mean, we saw the first 2 games, Liquid falling on the back end of those first 2. The only points they got was off the chase with the BRDM in game 1. I don't think they're going to think too much of those 2 games. I think they're ready and set to go into Taego now and do a mental reset, I should say, of what's needed to happen come game 4.
Yeah.
It's a very different map.
It is, yeah. It's Furia that's the big surprise for me, or maybe not so much a surprise, but a worry for me of the teams that are down there towards the bottom. They're a very explosive team. We've seen Liquid come back from deficits before. That's not really an issue, but it's Furia because we know that they're usually very loud and aggressive, and if they're unable to really get that figured out in this lobby, it's going to be a struggle for them to climb back.
There was a moment in this previous game, though, where I saw Falcons and Team Liquid right next to one another, Cameron, and I was concerned that maybe we would just continue to get Americas versus Americas action, which I'm expecting quite a bit of. Of course, there's 8 teams there, but, you know, your top teams like eliminating each other even in internationals, so it could be a thing.
I don't even know if it's actually true or we just set the meme up years and years ago and we just follow through with it, but yeah, I had the same thought in my head seeing Falcons and Liquid, the playback of all the casters, NA on NA violence, just like on loop in the back.
It's a common thing, maybe, from the past, but we'll see if it materializes here throughout all of this. I'm impressed to see that the BB team could kind of hold down their kind of fortitude from the previous game and find themselves in this top again. But when it comes to that kind of circle, Toby, when we're kind of centering over what has water treatment compounds in it, when it has that normal magnet compound in it as well, I think there's a scared approach from a lot of these teams, knowing where it could potentially go, and it did deviate a little bit.
And I think one of the trickiest things for some of the teams that are currently on the bottom end of the leaderboard, maybe not so much Furia and Liquid in particular, but looking at MRA or Mission Ready and the likes of Slam T as well, teams that would benefit off of there still being some sort of uncertainty, some sort of chaos, can usually reap some rewards in the earlier part of a grand finals, or well, any lobby they go up against, when it hasn't really been fully set, because that's when, you know, the veteran teams with their experience come in and kind of take over. Because these two games played so much in favor of only, well, select few teams that had certain compounds to play around, there hasn't really been a chance yet for some of these teams to go out and, you know, harvest some chaos points early on. And I think for those teams, they're going to have a really hard time if we do, well, settle the lobby earlier than what we usually do, just given how the games have gone so far.
Well, let's cast our mind towards Taego here and talk about what could potentially occur from this. Because when I think about Taego, I think about what we had a lot in EMEA, Cameron, which was extreme circle tendency to move to have the river in play, and then that become a problem. And then you pivot off the back of that and you think, okay, well, who's going to be dropping Palace? Are we going to have kind of conflicts there? A very strong spot to go for? Are we going to have conflicts in Terminal? So there's a lot of questions that could arise from a Taego game.
Yeah. And again, just we didn't know if there was going to be a hot drop situation at Power Grid on Miramar. That ended up not happening. I'm going to assume that Taego is going to be resolved. Rondo is the one that I think has the highest chance of hot drops, just because that's what you tend to see across all regions, or certainly what I've recognized in the Western Hemisphere. But when it comes to Taego, it's certainly in the question, especially with the river being impactful. We hadn't seen the river be that much of an influence in Americas in the previous Masters. In PAS, you probably had a lot more of it in your EMEA region. But crossing rivers is never a fun thing. We could see some traps start to get deployed. We have a couple of teams over here coming from our side that really like to employ bridge camps. Alcacia being one of them. Rocker, no strangers to it either. So if they want to really throw those wrenches into the mix here against the, you know, the unknown of how EMEA teams are going to be playing around that could be fun to see. And certainly it being day number one is not a bad sort of throw to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely scupper some of the plans from EMEA, because we don't really, Toby, have that many bridge campers when it comes to, I would say, Taego specifically, right?
I mean, the only teams that I come to think of on... No, I mean, there would be Na'Vi eventually. I mean, sometimes they'll set up and wait around for a bit. Ascent, when they're not in a hurry, can stick around for a bit, but they're usually not the ones to engage. They're oftentimes the ones that get rich camped. So it's oftentimes the other way around, and the teams that end up going up against them are usually not in the grand finals lobbies anyway. So, there ain't really a whole lot of them here. I would think FaZe, but that's more Erangel exclusive. So on Taego, no, not so much.
Yeah, no, they're often, I was about to say, Ascend's oftentimes coming very late to the circle, but then a lot of EMEA is oftentimes coming late to the circle and just being able to play it out from there. All right, well, let's get into it. It's going to be match number 3. We head over to Taego as we talk about the playing path and everything that's good. Cameron, what are you thinking?
It's not bad. It's not great. It's not bad. It definitely veers more towards the south, which is going to be good for limiting the potential of that northern river being a big impactful part. And then the Palace conversation, if there was a plan of teams hot dropping there, I don't know if they're going to be incentivized to continue with it just because of how long of a drop it's going to be. And sometimes maybe you just want to take, I don't know, if Song M's free, maybe School is free, somewhere closer towards the south, and just get your game on, even if it is a plan B or a salvage loot situation.
Toby?
I feel like the hot dropping on these wildcard maps, there's kind of a hot drop paradox to it, where it's like, it's only 3 games, so what's there to lose in trying to claim it? But there's also the flip side of it going, it's only 3 games, so why bother contesting? You know? Like, and there is space enough, even with a pretty, as you said, not so great plane as we have here. As you can see, everyone can still spread out and make space for themselves. So I've always been against hot drops in general, and I think even more so in a tournament like this. You just don't have the info when you're in a mixed, like, cross-regional lobby like this.
Yeah. Looking at all the drops now, looks like QAD, they get Palace at the end, and the circle. Oh god, it's bad. Oh, this is bad.
I like
Any
the reaction.
hospital enjoyers?
Oh no, this is bad.
No, bring back Studio. But it's never going to come back. All right, well, let's hand it over here to the commentators. Taego, we are on EU servers for this one, as we've got Avenger and Godspeed taking it away.
Thank you very much, James. So kind of you, our resident leprechaun, and his two supporting cast there on the desk. Fantastic stuff. Look at Laosh, Central, Song Am, the only man that close to the center. This circle is horrendous, Martin. Let's just call it out as this circle sucks.
Yeah, man, this is a rough circle. The amount of endings, though, I've had down here recently on both the current patch they're playing on and also live. North of Songam in the field is there, and east of Songam, close to the recall. It's been crazy, and we have so many of these that's been happening also in both the scrims and also the competitive play in general. So, yeah, this southern one is a rough one. A lot of the teams are going to have to make a big move. I also do like the kind of late campfire thoughts of Toby completely stunned the rest of the desk, where they were almost silenced to where it's like, okay, this I see what you mean here, where hot dogs don't make sense. But then again, it's only a small amount of games that we have, but that could be the 20-point game that you have, right? And especially with these kind of wild circles that we have coming in on these southern sides and crazy. Again, we also had so much river games. It's just so difficult to play. Also, once we get to Rondo, very difficult games, right? We have all these big pillars, all these rivers, all these areas that have deep enough water to be considered land ratio. So it's just difficult and harder games to play. Also, you just don't know all the areas of the map yet, and that's really the difference from where Erangel is fully figured out and Miramar is like 99% figured out for a majority of the teams. Now, Twisted Minds, though, to an early E pickup to get into the southern side, abandoning all their cards here. It's a bold move here, Godspeed. I wonder if it's going to pay off, and we're going to be checking in on that later.
It is a bold move, but I actually do like this, especially with how much water is in. There's really not that much land that they're going to have to traverse, even if this does shift up off water pretty soon, right? You still have quite a bit of that land ratio cut off. So Twisted Minds, I trust them. They tend to make good decisions. I don't know if you know Batulans, but he's an all right IGL, so I think they're going to be just fine. As you can also see that now Win or Die have opted to central up on a split there, just in between where Liquid have come in, and still the north of this circle is just wide open. There's really only Navi up there. Looks like a rotation. It's going to go Ari. It's going to be Mime to find Lucarux, and already a bad start for VP, who've so far been, at least making some inroads towards these mid to late games, but they're not going to get it this time. The trade, though, from Corexi is there.
It's going to be traded immediately. Draken running in as well. Might be a Corexi knock here. Shots coming in too. Whoa, that's a lot of damage done with the A's, though, but it's a knock on Corexi, but the support is already in there. It's B movie, the M249. Now utilities being committed to potentially get the flush here. Damage done onto him. Put him in the car and extract that man immediately.
Saving Private Corexi is a success. BB just barely getting him in the nick of time. And that would have been a really bad situation for VP to be, because they could have lost too. I'm curious also if Nixie was able to recover the blue chip of their fallen comrade. So we'll see how that works out. Meanwhile, it is going to be a split now. Looks like coming in from Twisted. And Alo is going to go down, sparking, bolting it up. We've been seeing more and more bolts, especially with the addition of that, I'd say addition, really, the taking away, the nerf of the DMRs has been felt all across PUBG.
It's definitely a lot of action early on again here. So many teams trying to get into these center locations here. They need to spot some more information, and disengage kind of from the angle here. That's a 2x on a bolt. I don't like to see that at all. Or was that on the Dragonov? I'm not sure.
I think it was.
It is on the Dragonov.
Oh no, it is a Draggy.
Oh man, that's just not what you. And no EMAG even with an MP5. What a disgusting setup. That's something I would play, Flot. You're too young for that.
Oh my god, he's struggling so hard. I just looked at his entire setup, but at least he's got some first aids and some good boost, right? He's 3-2-3, he's chilling. And a blue zone as well.
And a wobbly car outside as well. I will say this, though. After the DMR nerf, man, Dragonov seems like the only viable option if you're a pro player.
The
The
very good.
MK12, I've been shooting people 4 times in the upper body, and they still have 50 HP. I hate that. I've been picking up MK14s, and I'm trying to go full auto, and it goes, and I'm like, where's my full auto? What's happening here? So all the DMR nerfs, man, it's been getting to me lately. But the Dragunov still slaps quite a lot, and that's why we see quite a lot of them. But the MK definitely comes in with the mini for the quick damage when you have multiple of your team shooting at the same target, but also those steals and knocks is really what you come into to play here. Even though you don't only do sometimes, you know, these small amount of damage where you need to do, you know, like 7-6 shots before you do get the knock and the flushes. But more bolts coming into play too. I like that. I like what I'm seeing here from Twisted Minds.
I think especially in TPP, you know, the ability to pre-peek, I think bolts are going to be more prevalent, especially in this mode. But you brought up a very good point. Now teams that are going to continue to use DMRs, and a lot of players are still going to use DMRs. They're not all going to find Dragunovs. They're going to find, you know, the minis, the Mark 12s. They're going to have to rely more on team shooting, right? Like, hey guys, I see someone, you know, 320, 3-2-1, and they have to be much more accurate because, again, with that nerf, you have to rely more on team shooting. You're going to need many more rounds in order to get knocks. So that's a very, very good point. Now, as most of these teams have actually settled into the circle, we're really only missing Al Qadsiya, Hive, and it looks like Ascend and Mission Ready are also making their way in. So a lot of these teams have opted to just play near the southern coast. You do have BB Team. I actually think I love their position. They're off to the northwest. They're going to be just southwest, or I should say southwest of the position that Na'Vi are currently playing. And Al Qadsiya have a very free northwest edge to come in on, Martin.
Yeah, I really like the position of Twisted Mind. Like having that, the gas station that Batulin's is playing, very, very strong. If that circle goes east, as I was talking about, towards that recall area, you have a free run up onto the ridge, and you can take full control from that. So I really like that they're holding on to that. It's very crashable, though, from the northern side. So it's definitely an area that's potentially going to be able to come into play here. But they do have multiple fighting lines from where they're holding on to the compounds. Having lost a few cars, though, it's going to be difficult. Unless they have an all-in-one repair kit, they can steal one of the tires from the other cars and pop that on there. It does take a bit of a time, but it's an effort worth done if you have a few cars that are missing tires, though, for sure. As we see Ascent here, the rotation is close to Mission Ready. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them, but the information has definitely come through already. I will say this, though. It's a very, very slow rotation from Hive. They're still in go dock. If they don't have, 5 nades, 5 blue zones, 10 first aids each, all in the cars packed and ready to go, then I would be surprised, because they have been looting for what is going to be 9.5 minutes almost. Sure, they had a long rotation up there and so, but Brexco now taking shots towards Michael. Brexco, obviously, with the organ hand, did not connect. Only has 1 nade for first aid. No more utility. A bit of stims here. Snakers could pull up on them. Killerkai is kind of hurting Snakers away to the degree where they do see each other, because you have so much information while you're driving in TPP, which I think is actually the most fun when doing TPP, driving around.
Yeah,
watching
driving
your cars.
for sure.
Yeah, it's so great. We do have this northwest of Songam circle I was talking about here. We've seen so many circles been happening here in this area on the later tendencies of the patches we've had, especially in ranked as well. And now with the Bestia, BB Team, Liquid, Virtus Pro, and Rock already sitting quite center here, it's going to be a great game for them, likely.
Yeah, we'll see if that is something that they can convert on. And speaking of Hive, I was actually curious if they had maybe an emergency pickup for being in the blue for so long, but nope. It looks like they're driving. 4 of them have vehicles. So meanwhile, it's going to be posted to find example. That's a big knock, but Perfectix is going to find a trade. He's going to find 2 beautiful headshots. But Twisted Mind still taking damage. Lou getting knocked quite low, but still on his feet, as they are now trying to defend against the rest of Furia.
Yeah. Again, this is a little bit rough circle for them. They're going to have so many teams coming in from that eastern side trying to get the confirmations here. Twisted Minds are. Could be seeing more damage done here. Falcons trying to push further on this eastern side. Batulin's did get confirmation on to Poser here. Capitan on behind that. Rock could get rest eventually. I don't really see the recall happening just yet. Killiakai did find Michael. He's going to get absolutely slammed. Trader down. As our EU fellow.
How dare you?
how dare you do well in Americas? Nah, I love that. great player Michael, and great friend of mine, of course. Good to see him succeed once again here at the top level of PUBG. Mission ready now on this northern side here. It's going to struggle just a little bit. A lot of teams ahead of them here, Godspeed.
Yep, there is quite a few teams ahead of them now. As you stated, Michael is down, so I'm actually surprised that Bizzler came out of that one unscathed, driving so close to Ascend. I might have spoken too soon. I did, and Eco was going to find Bizzler, so he will go down now. Just 2 members left for Mission Ready International Alliance. And a spray coming out. They need to get out. They need to get the hell out of there. Run! Survive, Snakers! Oh, and he's going to be driving right back into the blue potentially, but they're okay for now, and that was very precarious. Is now Na'Vi also with a crazy split setup just below Ascend, but back down to Twisted Minds and the Falcons. And Falcons are 4 up now, trying to just get rid of what's left of Twisted Minds.
With the Panzerfaust in hand here, dirty plays in H-Win's hand. One of the biggest advocates for nerfs on the Panzers, but still an enjoyer and abuser of the Panzerfaust here in the high global lobby, especially to be playing right now. It's good to see with our Americas and EMEA teams clashing. Could that be a blue zone on top? I do like what I see here. Is that a double blue zone? That's a single one, but it's going to do a lot of zoning inside that house and do potentially some damage. That could also mean that it is a double blue zone. I like it, but they're going to get out of dodge from that. They do have shotguns here on Batulins. They're going to be able to heal up quite a bit here.
See now.
Word Nate?
Oh! Oh, that actually could have been sick. It did a lot of damage to Shrimsy and Kickstart. You can see Win fishing with that Panzer. Just looking, but it was Toyo. I was just looking at Toyo actually off in the distance, kind of being a thorn in the side of the Falcons. And that's going to be Rebo finding Lou, though, which should be the green light for the rest of the Falcons to just come on in and flood over. But that is a shotgun and a smoke grenade down in this house. That could be a disaster. We've seen what a pump can do in close quarters, especially when there's smokes involved. It's really going to be up to Huynh. Can he just get rid of the problem before it even starts? That's going to be the first one. Batula to find Shrimsy.
And he did get a confirmation on him too. Lou did bleed out meanwhile for Ribbo. Stunt coming out. Adrian trying to run up here. Now, especially with this, can he make something happen here? Jumps out. I like the shenanigans for Batulins. Tries to get in again. They're looking for him. The time being missed out here. Oh, damage done again onto Tiggleton. A slight headshot. Just hits him. Finds Adrian.
Oh, no.
2 left to find here for Batulins.
Batulin's about to make a hero play. More importantly, he's about to make a clip for himself. As it's just 2 members of the Falcons left. That's just 2 pumps. That's 2 shots.
Oh, there's one more.
Falcons are done with it. Batulin's
oh
the
my
right
God.
kick. No way. He gets all of them with the shotgun. That is crazy. 8 kills. Twisted Mind survives, and the Falcons are out of there.
That's Joker cosplay if I've ever seen one, smiling from one ear to the other by his own doing here. Batulins, what an absolute mad lad with a shotgun in hand. Single-handedly, as an IGL and great fragger himself here, able to take down the entirety of Falcons. Well, it was 3, but still good damage done in the end. 1v3, but you just can't offer him 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 there. You have to push them together, but it's difficult, and he played that comp-up to perfection.
He played that so well.
I like it. It's good to see here.
He played it so well, and it's tough, yeah. I mean, let's be honest, though. Let's be honest. I mean, South American ping clearly favors Twisted Minds and Batulins, right? Like, that's the excuse I'm going with, is Batulins about to do it again, potentially, to the team of Toyo.
He swapped it out, man. He has a mini and AUG now. He was going to go long range. He's going to go back to the gas station they were in prior, but Toyo wants to clean up, man. They want to get this 1 point. I'm not sure it's worth it, though. Capitan does have the information here. They're now fishing in the blue, and as you say before, fishing with a shotgun and Panzerfaust, man. That's some dynamite fishing. I've never tried that, but that's some thumping going on for sure. Oh, great shot from Emmy. He did find him just above that bar. And now they're able to clean out. That's a point guaranteed here. And they also managed to get the kill onto Lou. So that's 2 points from Twisted Minds going the way of Toyo. Now in second place here with 26 points. Great start for them here to start the Players Masters West.
This is definitely one of the best starts I think Toyo has ever had, especially in a lobby so damn stacked. This is one of the toughest online lobbies I think we've seen. If it is the toughest online lobby I think we've seen in many years because of the combination of the regions. So this is, again, a very, very solid start for the boys from Toyo as we now move on to another South American team. It's going to be Rock having to rotate in from the southwest, but they are uncontested. In fact, they have a great area to play for now, and they can even hold out Team Liquid and VP if they wanted to. So that's a huge come up for Rock coming in late from the blue. So we can now look at Team Liquid in their position. Right under them is VP, and now Slam also coming in from the east. It's really just Hive and Ace that I look towards the north that are outside the circle, Martin.
Yeah, there's also Riches to play here. Oh, Mogo trying to get the benefit of it, but triple nade onto him. It's going to be Arctic done and dusted from Getrox. A lot of damage done to him. Maybe the confirmation with the nade as well, trying to shoot through the smoke. Winodai has quite a lot of control here, but then again, Leash being that anchor player to defend them from this spot here is going to be difficult. Always holding these Riches is going to be hard. They're going to be putting some cover down. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that fence is awful to shoot through. Sorry, I cannot stand these fences around these rice paddies. They're just horrendous.
You can shoot through them, but you always get hit through them or you get shot at.
Right? I mean, we just saw it there. Shots coming out from Levante. I mean, he was hitting those, and then, of course, the shots coming back his way just went through that bad boy like butter. So, I don't know if we could maybe just kind of fix those fences up a bit as Phil First is going to find it's Chris off in the distance. And again, I was worried about Ascent and Hive coming in from the north, and so that is going to be a knock incurred by Ascend. It looks like Hive is actually going wide to the east wrap. I actually really like this play from Hive. This is very intelligent.
Yeah, this kind of high ground, it's a small mountain. He was actually very, very playable. I'm surprised we don't have more than Hive coming into this position. I'm actually sure that they're also thinking, okay, how is there no players in here with us having something like 30% ahead of them? Even with a slight circle shift towards them, they're going to have something to play. Schengen trying to hold the background here, trying to play the anchor player. He has an MK and a 6A in hand with the 4 nades, 4 smokes, and a blue zone 5 first aid, but only 1 stim here, so he's kind of loaded up. And yeah, he's trying to make sure that he fends off Ascend. He don't want him to come their way. Breaks go off to the side. They're going to try to come with an emergency. I feel like this could be a little bit too late, though. They might be going for some sort of open play as Fearless and Navi collides onto this compound, an open house here. I've been here recently. It's actually a very, very difficult compound to breach.
I mean, even if you're coming in from the air, yeah, this is a big risk. But, I mean, you can only see 2 members of Ascend, so I think this might be a scouting situation for them. His circle is about to close. Schengen needs to get back to his team. Beautiful he is. They have that very small ridge to play. In fact, they actually have a rice paddy they might be able to get into as long as they can hold out what is Slam G from underneath. But you can see now the pickup is coming. How much information are we going to get off of this?
That's really the question here. With this shift coming in this way here, with the road being that much in the middle, it's actually very nice because there's a lot of cover on both sides being offered. Now the teams on the edge, though, as Hive, is going to have to make a move. They're going to have to decide, are we going to backfill onto Slam G's position, or are we going to try to send it into one of these ridges that's kind of open that we don't really have too much information on. Now Toyo, Virtus Pro, and Liquid on this southern side coming out from Songam. It's going to be difficult. Shots being dodged. Oh my god, Sparking taking down Ribo, and Toyo, lots of damage done. Fantastico with the Mark 14 absolutely destroying Emmy as well.
Yeah, and that was a rough angle of approach. Rock was sitting up perched on the West Hill for quite a bit, and they found the knock as well as Team Liquid. So just like that, Toyo will be cut in half. It is just Benya and Capitan left. As you can now see, Hive pretty much just have Slam to contest with on the south side. Meanwhile, Ascent still looking for their way in. You can see it is not going well. They have not only BB team, but also Navi taking shots, and they only have 2 vehicles. Well, actually, they have 3 vehicles. Okay, that's not the end of the world. But the question, Martin, is where the hell are they going to go?
It's gonna be difficult. Ascent trying to maybe send it in the open there. I see some riches there. Pretty curious does find RBM. It's a Panzerfaust pull-up. I do love it. It's a Panzerfaust and MG3 defense though. Brexco does find one. He finds himself and Soset, but Ascent is out in 12th place here with an easy rest coming in for Soset potentially.
As quick as you like. How easy is it going to be, though? Because Hive is starting now to come in. They found their position, but they've tentatively stopped just short of where Na'Vi are. And so that's not going to necessarily going to be a push, which means that Soset should, in fact, get back up to his feet. That was a very effective, as you stated, quick as you like hold from Na'Vi and the boys, which now means that the edge is going to be somewhat contested on the southwest as Na'Vi is now starting to take shots at their new neighbors of Hive.
Hackathorn SLR is my new favorite pleasure here. Oh my god. Damage done. Dante down as well. MG3 in hand for when they get close. Look at that. And Syntastico, Vinio, Bestia, and Rock here. A lot of damage done to each other. Very unfortunate for these two teams to kind of delay themselves because they're just on the edge here. They're going to get picked apart from distance too. Hello, my bad, joining in with the Dragonov headshot onto RBN. DraftKing with the confirmation with the nade.
And Rock just barely hanging on, somehow still alive. Flood and DraftKing, as you stated, doing whatever they can to get rid of Rock, but it doesn't look like it's working in their favor. Santastico will find Flood. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have taken a knock. Now Ferris will go down in this fight against Hive. And so both sides of the circle completely popping off, and that shift has cut out not only BB, but Na'Vi and Hive as well as SlamG. And now VP have to make their way in, but Draft is still fighting. He's going to get Santastico in a flush.
Yeah, 3 kills for him so far. Great effort. Tries to get some more util in hand here. There's 6 stun grenades. At least he can blind them for 2 minutes straight. Hello, my bad. Does get the confirmation of Beamy stealing it from Sparking. Boostic does find Gedrox here. It's fights on all these riches here. And Team Liquid is the last surviving team coming out of Songam on the western side here. Finally, we could see a good game here from Team Liquid. They've had a long set of rotations coming in on Miramar, but now they actually have a pretty decent way into this next circle.
I could see it now, really. They want to say that the keys are in their hand. I mean, the onus is on them, but they have that ridge to work up that they have to push up, and it's just not conducive to get up there, which means that I think BB is just going to be able to survive quite comfortably, actually, on the south. So that's BB figured out. Now Hive still fighting, and it's going to be Boostic. He has to save his team somehow, but Hive have been clinical, surgical even, in the way that they've navigated this circle and the teams around it, and SlamG is looking like they are just about out of here. As Lure, the last one left alive.
Schengen with the Panzerfaust coming in here. This could be an easy cleanup for Hive. Taking control of this western side here. Oh my god, this is great. Oh my god, great. Tons of damage done. No Mogo Lyrics does get damage done. Boostic does get found, but Rox is down and confirmed here. Winner dive with this control here, trying to hold these two teams out. Correxi finds Lyrics, finds multiple Vertispur on 8th, and though damage done to both of the teams, but Winner die, man. They're trying to sweep in and clean up this mess that SlamG made.
Yeah, what a hold from SlamG. They got the majority of those knocks there, but it's going to be win or die to come in third party. Beautiful timing. And they've gotten rid of SlamG. Hive is now next on the menu. Presenti, the last one alive, and you better know that Win or Die know exactly where he is. And what a play. And they left Leosh to watch Na'Vi as well. I love this. This is very heads up from Win or Die.
Yeah, Win or Die just making plays and doing smart PUBG here now. Presenti just trying to heal off here. Zone 6 done tons of damage already. It's going to be difficult for him to survive for just longer here. 8 damage per second. He's just going to have to spam first aids just to get things done here. More, look at that. More emergency cover coming in spots where they potentially going to have to play. Unless they see a southwestern shift here, that's going to be really good for late game for them. But let's see where we go and if they're going to have to make a move. Presenti running for it. He's inside, but they're going to have to cross the road, and that's going to be difficult. Presenti does take some shots here this way, and he's just going to have to stock it. Surely he's going to get found here just shortly.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that Presenti is not long for this world, as Win or Die is aware that there's still one up from that team. Phil first is going to find an arm shot. Okay. As we stated, Bolts kind of coming back into style. almost like ripped jeans from the 90s. They're making a comeback as Hell of My Bad still needs to be picked up. And Team Liquid still in a very good position. You can see BB as well. I mean, most teams at this point are just watching win or die just languish here in this bowl, in this pit, this rice paddy field.
Leash has a great defense with the 2 Doritos and the angles he has on the ridge here. Navi's going to go for a cross on the road, but there's going to be multiple teams staring at them. That's going to be, I would say, their entire smoke collection to make up for a smoke crossing here. Potentially, I could see more points coming in from win or die. Maybe they don't have much confidence in them taking that home. Levante jumps in with the all-in-one repair kit. That's a great nade. Could do damage. 49 onto Leash. He was sitting behind this shield, though, but the wrong side. Levante with a Groza in hand here. Surely win or die just takes Na'Vi out.
Well, that's what you would think as more utility is coming in. Presenti, though, will strike, and so it's going to be the 4th man. Oh, the current 3-man of Na'Vi on Hive to actually help them out. Presenti's going in. He sees an opportunity for points. That damn fence will stop him from getting any more, as Leosh and Gedro now the last one standing for win or die, but Na'Vi have taken some heavy damage. In fact, they've actually got one knocked. That should be a second one. Leosh will find it, so somehow win or die are still surviving in this dip, and Na'Vi will fall, which means our top 4 will be Liquid, BB, win or die, and Alcancia.
BB team, man, so consistent so far. 4 kills, 4 man alive, 40 points. Poised for another win here. Can they take this Western controller in from Al-Qadisiyah? Very great effort from Al-Qadisiyah as well. They've been in all our top placements too. These 2 teams really leading the charge right now. Not too many kills though. Look at that. It's another bold headshot from Medusi. It's going to go straight onto Leash. Getrox does get knocked here. And Arm on Filfers too. It's just a great bold action game so far for BB team here. I love that. Team Liquid now trying to clean up the remains of... Look at that. That's great. Oh, Leash. Look at that. Bleeding out to Doozy. The commitment from the nades, though. I like it from Liquid. It's smart to try to steal some of those away.
This is very bolt-tastic from the team of BB, and it is working. I mean, it's working for them, so I don't hate it at all. I mean, they have, like, what, 2 K9s and an ARM, so they're just fine. Might as well just be a DMR collectively, as they're just hitting body shots, putting players down. Some of them headshots, but you can see Alcancia struggling to kind of get any sort of vision on BB, and they just have this massive ridgeline to work with. I mean, they are denied vision to everyone else, but when they want to peek, they have all the vision, so this is why it's so tough. As you can see, Cowboy is probably going to bleed out. Yeah, he's not going to make it. A doozy is just going to clean that one right up, and Luke 12 will find Levante, which means the win or die is out, and BB team still. You want to talk about consistency. They're also the only team with 4 alive, and they have done this game after game. They are looking fantastic here in Masters West.
The masters of TPP, you could even call them here at this point here, but with an ARM, with a Mark 14, and a bold action just that just hits every single headshot on the doozy, just makes plays happen here. Great effort for them so far. It's good to see. But now with some blue zones being denied here, they're gonna... Oh my god, that car just get removed from this. They're gonna have to speed up and try to get into the zone. Get a heal on here. I think potentially Al-Qadisiyah and Team Liquid realizes that if they don't put pressure onto BB team collectively, it's gonna be difficult for any of the other teams to win. So basically a 2v3v4 right now together collectively against to try to hold them out. Both of them focuses one side, is going to be good for them. But now BB team does look to be committing to Al-Qadisiyah's side. They do know that they're 2 men down. That almost hit, and look at that drive-by, trying to jump onto it. Relo gets found, Deary gets found as well. Molotov and Beduzi cleaning up, only Bestelak knocked, and it's a clean 3 versus 3 now, but Team Liquid is taking tons of space towards the middle. And those couple of trees, they might pay off huge amount of dividends. With a shield paired with it here, Godspeed.
Why not just put up that foldable shield? That cover is massive, but you can see here now BB team, I mean, they have to push out from this edge. They originally held it so well, but it's... Oh, Curdy goes down, though. That's actually huge in the favor, but look at this! Sparky gets a blue zone. Now it's down to a 2-on-2, and Phil First is very, very low, so Liquid scraping back might just steal this one away from BB team.
Yeah, that would be huge, wouldn't it? You see it happen. And we see them come in through. Molotov taking damage here too. Gets the bleed out onto Purdy Curdy. Gets the res onto Besto. I can't believe that actually happened. Utility being committed here. Phil first being knocked now. Besto's going to have to kind of follow through with this. Not a lot of utility left on the hands on both sides here, but look at that. That's a great molly. Denying Phil first to crawl further, and Bestolak is also going to have to move around it or even wait a little bit. It's got a Molotov with a barrel, though. That's disgusting.
See what happens. They're getting closer and closer. The flash going to come in. Luke going to drop down to his stomach. He's going to save himself there as BB starting to corner, but look at this angle for Sparking. Just holding in on Molotov as he's going to peek. He's going to get some damage against the blue. Sparking has to be careful, and now it's Luke's turn. He's fully meted up. He's got to pop up and buy some time here for Sparking to get healed up. Luke now making his push, but you can see the smoke actually blocking the angles. That flash might be huge. And a big opportunity here for Luke. As he's got to move off the edge, he finds the first spray. It's clean as you like, but look at this, the trade! And what a shot! Molotov will clean it up for BB Team. What a 2v1 that was.
I can't believe it, man. BB Team closing out a game once again here. 11 kills. Already absolutely dominating the leaderboard here. Godspeed. Honestly, again, this team, man, sure, it's been good circles, it's been good kind of rounds, but they're just picture perfect and executing perfectly in everything they do. And before this game, Phil First had 8 kills in 2 games, and just now they just slammed another big boy one here. Damn, man, they're gonna completely destroy the leaderboard.
Starting to think BB does in fact stand for big boy, as these boys are absolutely crushing this lobby so far, which also means that with Taego out of the way, we are at our halfway point already of our first day, and because of that, we're going to head back to the desk while we switch things up and get ready for our next game of Rondo.
Thank you very much, boys. That is back-to-backs BB Team blasting out of control on Taego. Joining me, we have Cameron as well as Toby to talk about this one. It's another 21-point game here, Cameron. BB Team needs to slow down, please.
Yeah, I know I said that we were expecting a lot of parity when it came to these, but no, BB Team is just really contradicting that. They are in every single end game, 2 wins already. Absolutely insane. I don't even know how they do it. They're just completely avoiding almost all contact throughout the early and mid game and always finding a position to just appear in the late game, full healthy, all 4 alive. And I mean, that last round was close. Liquid almost took it from them, but 2 chicken dinners in a row, absolutely insane.
I could see Liquid back on it to be able to get 10 points here from this. But, I mean, Toby, we are very familiar with when BB Team's on, they are on. I mean, they didn't look on in PEC, but here to start things off for Masters West, definitely on.
I was gonna say, I was gonna wait for the overall leaderboard to come up, but I think there's something I think they're 4 points shy of their total points after after the 18 game grand final on PC fall in 3 games. So that's saying something definitely. No, but I think for this game in particular, maps being different aside, they played this game exactly like they just played the other Miramar win. They were lucky to be in a good position early on, and then when they saw a third party take place on the southern side, this time between Rock and Furia, they did what they do best. They've had their timing on executes is so incredibly good. They have that 3-second window to make a play happen, and they instantly know what to do with it. They came in, they claimed that entire hilltop, and they dominated from there. So very textbook BB Team game for them. 2 games in a row.
All right, well, avert your eyes, children. This is not safe for work. Oh, no.
More than twice.
Over double, yeah.
Yeah, what Jesus. I can't remember a start for a team like this as quite egregious, especially with the quality of the lobby. And we could have even seen Al Ghazia join them, really, considering that they were up there as well. Top 4 once again here, Cameron, to try and challenge for these spots.
Yeah, but they, unlike BB Team, they just weren't able to get the kill points and the placements after they found that position. They're also playing a very, very safe early to mid game, which is a bit out of character for Al Ghazia. Usually they like to throw a lot more like traps into the mix, really try and sneak up behind people. Suddenly Roth is right in your face a lot of times. I think this could be the case of them trying to suss out the new lobby, the new status quo that we're finding here. But hey, they're still in third, so no complaints from them. But it's just, what even can you say to any other of these teams? When 54 points on BB, it's insane.
Yeah, that's a crazy point average across 3 games here so far for BB team. I do wonder if they let go of this pace here, Toby, because realistically speaking, if they keep on this pace, maybe a record-breaking day.
It definitely looks like it. I will say, though, I mean, looking at the leaderboard and who hasn't been able to get any placement points thus far, even if Twisted Mind sit in 5th, they have yet to finish within the top 7. Neither has the likes of Falcons or Ascent. So, Bestia, you could add to that conversation, too. I think a lot of teams still able to strive for gold come the latter part of this day.
I was hoping for a bit more from Win or Die in this game, to be honest, Cameron, when you looked at their compound that eventually got shifted over against that east kind of position. And if you guys are interested in that as well, you can use the hashtag MastersMikeWest and submit the questions that are going to be coming up on the post-show podcast later on throughout the day. But back to what I was saying, Cameron, really, I was hoping for more from them. Were you, or what did you expect from that position?
They still got a good number of kills, right? Like, I think they still pulled out a pretty decent performance on that game. I think that just the quality of the teams here, we still have to remind ourselves, like, this is not the same thing as watching the PAS or PEC. Like, these fights are a game of inches from, like, the get-go. Usually we know to expect, like, not literally a coin flip, but like a very tight result when it comes to the end game fights. But like the beginning fights start off that way too. And then when you throw the fact that this wasn't exactly an urban finish, but there were like some hefty compound field combinations going into the late game, it's just a very, very tricky, high octane, high velocity game for a lot of these teams to survive through. So I think Winner Joy actually played that relatively well, got quite a number of points out of it.
I think they can keep pushing up. We'll see if that continues here throughout the day, though. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll let you go, and you'll get ready to cast our next games. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we have got 3 more games remaining here for day number 1 of Masters West.
Welcome. It is time for episode 1 of Face Morph here at the Masters West. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Shrimzy and Celtic to test just how well they know their competitors. Who are the 2 players in this picture? One is an Americas player, one is EMEA. Take a guess, Celtic.
No, I don't know.
No guesses there. Not even a shot. Shrimzy, what do you think is in here?
I put Ferris, but I actually think it's H-Win. But I don't know.
Then it's time for me to reveal the 2 men who make up this picture are none other than T-Bone and H-Win. All right, let's get to the next one. This is a nice combo. I think you guys are going to like this.
100% Pretty Curdy. Not even a question. That face.
Not even a question.
And then I put Example, but just off the hair alone, I don't think it's Example.
Celtic, what do you think?
Maybe Pretty Curdy, maybe Extans.
You guys are both very close on the second one. You both nailed the first one. It is Pretty Curdy and Molodog. All right, number 3. Look at the mashup of these 2 beautiful monsters.
Beamy and maybe it's Chris. Beamy and it's Chris.
Beamy and it's Chris. And what do I got from Shrimzy?
I got Beamy and Alo.
The answer is Beamy, which the whole thing just looks like Beamy, and Alo. Alo is the second player. Next one for this round. Let's see our mashup between these 2 fellas. Shrimzy, do you have any guesses?
I'll just throw one out there just for the fun of it. I put Snakers. And then I don't know who this EU Giga Chat is, but I want to meet him because I'm scared of him.
Celtic, what do you got?
Maybe Aduzi and Sneakers.
All right, so the actual answer is Aduzi and Snakers.
Wow, it is!
Yeah.
Wow, you're him. What the hell?
I can't believe you got both off of that. That's well done. Last mashup in round 1. Celtic, if you're going to guess, now's the time. What do you got?
Halo and Example. I don't know.
I got Jeems and Sparking.
The answer is Jeems and Sparking. Yes, sir. Yes. Which brings us at the end of episode 1 to Celtic with 4, Shrimzy with 6. And when we come back for episode 2, Celtic has a chance to catch up. We'll see you soon.
After Taego, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a start.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. Not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Esports will be out. There is a world now. If VP can hold the line, they might claim themselves a huge leapfrog ahead of these teams. Last team should now leave
Point
in
delivery? Point delivery? Is this a point delivery? Oh, no. They're going to be playing the riches. Okay. So this is fine, actually. Oh, they're going around.
No, they're not going to keep going.
Yeah, they're going all the way, Mark, here. They're trying to put shots into versus pro. They need to deploy more smokes, need to defend. They're going around for the rich. This is going to be a burger onto VP. Look at this.
Oh, my God. They've been sandwiched. Here comes Na'Vi next. They get a huge late EBB for 2 though, but Na'Vi's getting involved. Nixie's gonna fall though. They're getting confirmed. 2 go down. They have to push forward. 10 kills as VP drive forward. Na'Vi want to try and clutch it out. It's all down to VP. There's only 2 remain. 5 teams are left here in what I can only call an open terrain battleground. And another point will go in. That's huge. 5 kills for Ibby. 5 kills there for Beamy.
mind.
All right, welcome back for day number 1 of Masters West. Masters West. We've got ourselves Avenger and Godspeed. Now, on the desk before we move into Rondo, Godspeed, I'm sure you've thoroughly enjoyed our games and a thoroughly enjoyed BB team looking big and strong.
Yes, they're looking big and bad, if you will. BB team is just dominating, as you stated. All 3 games, they found consistency. Even in the first game, they didn't win it. They just absolutely lambasted the rest of the teams in the last 2 games. And now they're sitting comfortably with almost a double point lead on everyone else. So that is currently the state of our leaderboard. Now, something you did mention just before we went live, though, in our little digital green room, is that it is very close for all the other teams involved, right? It is wide open. Obviously, we're still very early in the tournament, but even like a second place with 5-6 kills is enough to catapult you to 5th, 4th, or even 3rd place.
Yep, definitely an opportunity, great opportunity, especially with Rondo. How do you think things are going to shape up Avenger coming into Rondo? Because I was curious as to how all the drops were going to be across the previous maps. It seems like they've really sorted out quite nicely. Of course, our teams always have kind of where they're going to drop, and they sort that out quite healthily ahead of time. But there could be some conflicts on Rondo. Obviously, there's some very high prio spots.
It usually kind of evens it out quite nicely, right? I gotta say though, I've been very surprised with how well he's just been playing two third places and a second. But BB team obviously with 2 wins and a second place, just too good at the game. That's just been crazy. Also, I gotta say, Petulins and Motherduct on 10 kills after 3 games is absolutely insane. Like, sure, I wrote Petulins after the game, and I was like, I hope you have that recorded. I want to hear whatever you say when you wipe them.
Yeah, that would be interesting to hear from, and obviously we need to translate. Actually, you know what? We probably won't need translation now that I think about it. Anyway, let's move on to Rondo as we figure out everything that is going to be going down. So, Godspeed, talk to me about this play path.
Yeah, the play path is rather test track-ish, which does path and pong, which does worry me a bit. But the one thing that is good about I hate you two. This is the bad idea, putting me with you two.
It is.
The good news, though, about this map, especially for the teams that are struggling on the edge, right, is there's so much more playable space on Rondo. There's a lot more rotations that can be taken much wider than normal. So for the teams that have been struggling on the edge or have not been able to get their footing, I'm specifically looking at teams like Bestia. This could be a really good map for them.
How about you, Avangar?
I do think that this is off, as you guys said, like the northern plane path here. It's going to be a little bit difficult. The majority of the teams is not going to be able to get to the usual spot. Hongchang is far, Dancheng is a stretch, Jaina is somewhat of a stretch as well. Like, we're not going to have really any teams in their kind of the southern side. But I will say this though: once we have these plane paths here, we've usually been having these crazy circles that has a lot of water in play already in circle 1, 2, and 3. So it's been difficult to kind of approach that. I will say this though: so far with a circle like this, very simple things. There's a few land ratio in the middle. It's been very west of Trestech kind of bamboo ending with these kind of circles. So a lot of the teams are kind of already prepared for that. Let's see how far BB teams get. They're considerably the worst position currently on the map, and they have dropped the latest, right? So they're 2 minutes behind.
It's going to be tough. Let's see where they're going to go. Go up to Heme Town and work from there.
I took the chip.
Thank you very much, boys. As we head over to our casters to bring you game number 4 of day 1.
We're not getting any hot drops, but these are some wild chase downs in the very beginning of Rondo here. It's Cameron Davis joined by Toby as we head into Rondo. This is probably one of the most generic starts to Rondo that we've seen in a while.
Very bread and butter for all teams. Should be pretty straightforward to rotate in as well. But having said that, Cam, there really ain't a whole lot to try and claim in circle center. So where you're normally seeing kind of the layers of rotations further towards the circle center, if Furia opts to try and maintain anything close to the split they have right now, if Win or Die opts to try and maintain north side control up by Bamboo, it's going to be pretty hard for the teams. I'm especially looking towards the east right now. Some of these teams out east to figure out where to make space for themselves. Like, they ain't going to be that like normal flow of teams gradually moving further and further towards the middle.
Yeah. I feel like we're going to have a lot of teams that have nowhere to play but have a ring on the edge. We're already seeing on the map Furia and Liquid, who had really good, mostly central drop spots, try and fight for an even more aggressive center position, even in front of Win or Die or Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. A couple of shots already coming out, while the teams like Ascend, like Rock, like Toyo, they're still just taking their time looting up because there's no real point for them to try and race. They know they're not going to be first to the center, but a really good compound grab by Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the teams that are out towards that east side right now, this is a kind of a throwaway phase 1. Find that one extra first aid, maybe 2, tank a bit of blue, and then wait for phase 2, because that's going to be the telling one of how things are going to pan out. I'm actually a bit surprised to see Liquid seemingly commit 4 towards that east side. I thought they were going to send one straight south, because that compound just north of where Michael is right now is usually a pretty magnety one when it comes to circle shifts. So we'll see if it ends up going back in that direction. But for now, Liquid are opting to play out further towards the east of that, more circle center.
Yeah, I think it's just so many teams that we've seen so far today, and this could change over the course of the rest of the games this whole weekend, but there's been a lot of teams that just don't really want to do splits. They don't want to get individual players get caught out, get punished. They just want to stick together as 4. And I think with what we talked about, how there's really aren't that many compounds available, there's a lot of open space between Stadium and Test Track that you just want to keep everyone consolidated as much as possible. Win or Die, though, it looks like they're getting approached by Liquid, so Liquid do want to split on up. It's just going to be the north direction. Shots coming out from Gedrox. Not a lot of damage, and Sparking has a Panzer ready to respond.
And it's a great read by Liquid here, too, because Win or Die is in a wide 2-2 split. Having said that, Gedrox gets the first
That's the
hit.
grenade. They're standing on the grenade.
No, able to do so just in time to survive. Hello, my bad is here as well, but the 2 remaining teammates are still far away from here, so they got to stay alive for a little while longer. And Liquid, well, I think they're starting to realize that this split is to be punished.
Really good response, making sure that Sparking can get revived. They get the trade there, and how am I bad? Really not much more for this player to do. Yeah. The split of Win or Die, it's getting, I mean, it's now being consolidated, but I'm looking at the map. The vehicle is still quite far away. This position is going to be flooded by the entirety of Liquid before any support from Win or Die arrives, and a great grenade by Kurt.
And that's the, I mean, that should be the call. You see them coming in here. There should be no way whatsoever that they continue this fight. Just get out of there. I'm actually a bit surprised that Liquid opted to engage as hard as they did on this position. I know a couple of circles have ended here as well, but it's not exactly prime real estate to fight over in the early game, and they had some pretty decent compounds further west. Good thing for Liquid is that they, I mean, they can easily go back there now and play it safe, but I might speak to Furia might be pulling up on one of them.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think Furious, they spotted that and they take that position. Really good response by Furia to fill that space, fill that gap, because so many more teams are going to be arriving around them. They want to make sure that they plug all the holes, all the slots. And Liquid, they still got 2 kills. They're still in a pretty decent position, but I agree. I don't think that Bamboo is specifically a spot that they'd want to fight for. But hey, it comes out positive for them for now, so we can't really criticize it so much.
No, exactly. It's okay with where they are. Still phase 1, still plenty of space to maneuver, and also should circles go in that direction. I think they know full well that it is a pretty wide split from Furia. So if they pull up with 4, you would have to imagine that even though Kraken can be pretty cracked at times, he would probably be one to leave that position.
Yeah, you don't want to commit to anything. There's just so many open sightlines still. Sen's rotating around here. They have to make their way into the zone. They dropped out at the very beginning of the playing path, so they should, be looted up to the guild, especially how deep into the game that they are now. Slam G coming in from a similar angle from the southeast side. And then Toyo and VP. So what are we looking at for the teams that are around that previous engagement? Any position here that we're really eyeing for? I know that Test Track it's infamous for always going to like similar ending position. Is there one team that you think kind of has like the jackpot in terms of where is the highest likelihood of being able to win the game from?
I mean, I could highlight 3 different positions right now, but then you see the next circle shift, and all of a sudden, none of them are viable, right? I think this phase 1, because
there's a reason I asked and not answered.
I saw what you were doing, Cam. I saw what you were doing. I will answer your question potentially with another question though. Because I mean, obviously comes down to where the circle shifts, but also looking at where pressure amounts from right now, you still have 2 teams out east that have to make their way, and looking at how they're pathing, both Hive and BB VP are seeming to come in from that north side. So if you look towards the south, where there currently is a lot of space to maneuver, where Taego is set right now, arguably where VP is as well, I think if the game comes south, they're set really solidly. Whereas if it does come east to Na'Vi, just because they're the only ones in test track right now doesn't necessarily guarantee them a win, because you can funnel 5, 6, sometimes 7 teams into that area and give them a container to sit in each, you know? So I think, to answer your question, I think Taego and VP with a couple of circle shifts south are golden here.
Yeah, I like it. Rocky Esports, we see them rotating in. We see Hive and BB team potentially running next to each other, cracking some shots at the scouting flyer of Rocky Esports. Who is driving? Sorry, I just got distracted by a position on the map. Someone is driving so far north. And we zoomed in and I can't see them anymore. So it's going to be a mystery about Furia. Again, I think Furia are the big winners. Okay, I think this is what it is. Win or die. They got separated. Don't know how. Don't know why. Leash is here. Levante, I think, is going all the way to the north for whatever reason. I don't think they were able to grab the blue chips from Bamboo.
No. They couldn't. They couldn't have gotten it. I think that there's a hot spawn glider up there. I'm a little worried, though, that it's already been taken. So we'll see if maybe Leash's teammate comes flying on in a moment from now. If not, then maybe they're just hedging their bets, you know, like they can't find us at the same time if we're in each hour end of the map. So there's that, but I'm not sure exactly
the good
what
old dot strategy.
I mean, win or die does live by their name. Either they win and they come out and get 1 trillion points going, or they die and they usually do nothing. So this could be a do-nothing sort of game for them.
Pedants would argue that that is kind of the name of PUBG in general, because you win by not dying. But you know what? I'm not going to go that route. I'm not going to go that direction, and I'm going to be optimistic and not cynical when it comes to responding to that analysis. Because yeah, win or die. There are a couple of teams that do it, but they seem to particularly strong at just doing the full-on Hail Mary. It's like, listen, if this works out, it's going to be great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But the risk is worth the reward. Phase 2 shift. Yeah, this is...
And now we come.
I mean, this is great for Bestia.
Yeah. Now we come.
Great for Na'Vi.
It's that test track conversation where yes, it looks amazing for Na'Vi, but they are gonna have a whole hell of a lot of teams set around them momentarily. And considering the fact that test track only takes up a fourth of this circle, there is still a lot of chances that it could shift away. So test track becomes this pseudo city area where you don't want to go there unless if you know it's gonna end there. So even if it's taking up a big portion of the circle right now, I don't actually imagine a lot of teams opting to go here just yet. Issue is, Cam, if you don't go test track when you're outside circle right now, where the hell do you go?
Yeah, I could see a team, maybe Slam G, feed into Nox Factory, but that's the East. That's the easier way to transition into. The teams coming in from the West, like Ascend, like Alcacia, like the whatever is remaining of Win or Die. Again, you can see Levante just barely peeking in on the north of that map, just a touch. But like, how are they gonna break their way through? Because like Liquid took over Bamboo, Furia separated from that previous position, but I think Rock overtook that spot. Those scattered compounds to the east of Stadium. I think this is going to be a really tricky rotation. It's early, so there should be spots to find, but how easy is it going to be to identify that?
Exactly. Hard pathing coming through for a lot of these teams. Ascent, though, not being us much of it, just sending it straight down the middle. They usually are the ones to wrap as wide as can be around the edges of circles. But this time around, they had enough of it. Might as well just run straight through the middle. And right now, Danny Joe kind of leading this race. It seems to be working for them. A little bit of an EMP up ahead, though, forces them to slow things down. But, oh, Dante, great vision on what's happening in front.
A little bit of a pass of that compound. Recognize it as free, not getting shot from it, so they're going to go ahead and take this position. It's not a bad spot. With breaks, I think, up in the sky and the glider, give them even further information. But they have no clue about Dante's. Yep, that's going to be some free shots to take. Instantly started moving. Actually, some team shooting. Multiple members of Hive with an angle onto this Ascend player. They're going to take that out, and Ascend, they didn't group on up. They're still spread out, and they are going to have to try and regather position at that compound if they do want to fight for it.
And that is such an awkward timing to lose a player too. They have a glider, they have a BRDM, they effectively have a really good spot on the northern side of the circle. Issue is they just don't have anyone in a position to help out, and you saw how the player get knocked and then just exactly didn't fall down behind the building. Kudos to Hive for being able to get the flush as fast as they were, but for Ascent, that's an annoying loss because this could potentially have been a really good game for them.
Yeah, I feel like, again, just looking at a sense positioning set up against Falcons, it's almost like they forgot that there were other teams in the lobby. Like, this is still very early on in the game. There's still so many teams alive. And it's not so early, like minute 3, minute 4, that you can try and go for a fight without the risk of it in third party. But Falcons, they're going to go aggressive onto this. They seem to have recognized solo player. It's Chris, targeted heavily, even in the BRDM. It misses! The Panther misses! Opportunity for Chris to try and respond.
Yeah, but how do you respond? There's a full 4-man Falcons here, sitting, shooting. Tickleton is trying to get the safety, gets into his Pico. We'll try and see if he can drive off here. This BRDM ain't long for this world. Now he's starting to take fire as well. Chris gets back inside the car. There should be no world in which Chris gets out of this alive. I say that, but...
Oh, wait! One moment, loses the BRDM, takes Tickleton out.
I mean...
Having to hide behind the mobile cover. Does go to a stop, confirms Tickleton with a grenade, so at least 1 point goes the way of Ascend. That grenade looks good, though. I think it bounces just a touch too far. And the Molly's coming in, so Kickstart with a separate angle. They made sure to leave an anchor behind, Falcons. This still should be a pretty tricky situation for Chris to escape from.
They are expending a surprisingly big amount of util on this one. Now more nades being lobbed over. Chris actually finds one more. He is a solo fortress right now, so I say all Falcons needs to do is to get him down. But it's proving to be a lot more difficult than they initially thought with more teams. Now Hive joining in on this one, and Win or Die from the other side too. Oh, he gets one more! Chris is single-handedly taking out the entirety of Falcons.
How did he get the Pico bus? Just stole Tickleton's vehicle, and now it's left to do a 1 versus 1. We have, as you said, Hive coming in from the north. We have Levante from Win or Die getting back into the mix, and this is all outside of Phase 3 that we haven't even touched on. This is such early, such chaotic fighting. Teams are so bored of fighting around test track. They said, you know what, let's just go out early on. I don't want to touch that area of the map. Let's get my points here.
I mean, normally you have a person being someone's kryptonite, but it seems like EMEA is just Falcon's kryptonite. First we see Batulins with a triple shotgun, and now this. Good thing EMEA knows to take down one another. Chris finally out of it, but not before taking out 3. I mean, they had him dead to rights. They came in with the Panzer in hand, 4v1, and he gets 3 kills off of it. That should not be allowed.
Now Levante has a lot of gear to pick on up.
Oh, yeah.
What is that, 14 first aid kits?
I mean, he's going to need them.
And a BRDM? Okay.
Well.
Oh, come on. This is the most. This is the... He doesn't want to see a soul. He's just going to stay out in the blue, not fight at all, med through everything, and that's arrive in the top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, he's learned from Grandmaster Bloomy that how to go about that business, and he's just going to continue to find first aids, sit in his BRDM, slowly make his way towards the circle. Issue is, he is on the more hectic side of things. 60 Shank in here and Hive. Are they? No, they're just looking for a southern wrap on this circle. Again, we were talking about it before. If the circles keep going east, how do you get into it without going test track?
Yeah.
I think that's what Hive is trying to figure out right now, Cam, is how do we get test track in this circle?
Yeah, if they just tried to go straight in, they'd be running through a liquid crossfire that could be quite dangerous, and then where would they land there? There really aren't that many positions, as you say, outside of test track for late arrival teams to go. You can see the map right now. Na'Vi did consolidate on the northern section of that track. Toyo hanging out just to the west. VP spreading out, and Slam G, they did also feed themselves through Nox Factory, and it's going to center on up Bestio. Really good position. Yeah. Mission ready with a nice spot as well, and I have my eyes, I can't not, on BB team. How are they going to approach this one? They've been very, very good at finding strong positions to survive into the late game without having to worry about getting approached too much. Can they find it here? Bestia already taking shots their direction. It might not be so easy this time around.
I mean, seeing where they are right now, this, again, I mean, as with the previous 2 games, plays perfectly into the BB team playbook. It's play safe, make space on your side of the circle, and then just sit back and wait for the kind of the opportunities to come your way. And right now, I mean, with BB pushing in late from the east and all these fights, as we can see here, taking place out towards the west, they're looking prime for yet another good game.
Grenades coming in, landing on Esports, or just shy of landing. Good counter shots back, but then drafting with an angle on the Solds through the smoke. Tricky trying to block line of sight from all the teams that Rock Esports needs to worry about. QAD getting a couple of knocks on a VP in the kill feed. Elsewhere, towards the south of this engagement. But Kraken, nice knock into Schengen. Vehicle sent comes on in, and Hive get eliminated. They ran out of time. The blue was right on them. They had to go for a maneuver.
And
Rocky Sports survives.
Really good hold by Rock here as well. I mean, an annoying situation to have to get into to begin with, because they were on the way to the circle themselves, but then Hive kind of pulls up behind them. But good on them to be able to get the kills, not take any casualties in doing so. But now they have a tough rotation ahead of them themselves. Are they going to try and thread the needle here straight between Furry and Twisted? That should not be possible.
BL's alive for now, but running out of gas. No, yep, I knew it. It's not going to be that. Yeah. I think that it could have just been a better play maybe to go for a crash on a Furia perhaps, but going for an engagement, such an aggressive one in phase 4, it's a bit early for a call like that, but it just speaks to the pathing question that we had from the very beginning. How do teams get into this circle?
Exactly. I mean, the only entry really is test track or Neox factory, and as you can see, for everyone trying to get there, well, you ain't gonna get there, because there are certain teams in the comfort of compounds or other hard cover that can just lean back and get free points of all these players stuck out in the open. Beamy now being one of them. Rare that we get to see him sit circle center. Also rare that he doesn't have more than 20 first aids, but in this case he doesn't. He's still gonna prone it out though and see for how long he can stay alive.
Levante's BRDM looks a bit damaged, a bit more smoke than I think you would have hoped. That's the thing about BRDMs. They don't go down as quick as vehicles, but they do still go down. We saw Falcons earlier. Even when they miss their Panzerfaust, you just got to open fire on it.
Yeah.
It'll get eliminated eventually. And so that really is the game plan. If you see a BRDM, just shoot at it. That's honestly
as long as you have the ammo available to do
so.
As we see here, there comes We're Not I finally inside circle. But this BRDM ain't long for this world either. Down to low HP, gets out of the vehicle now, but instantly Levante gets shut down. Not much more he can make of it. And unluckily for Furia, they don't even get to take that BRDM away from him because they blew it up.
Hey, they survived though. They got another kill point. Yeah. But circle shifted away from them. Bestia, we saw them consolidating a touch. Twisted Minds, they're staying on their position. They're going to focus on gatekeeping this western ridge, western edge, before they themselves have to then do the mental calculations of how to get into the zone. A couple more kills going their way. Only three for them so far. But they're clearing up a lot of space and they're putting themselves in a good position, but they recognize that Liquid are taking some even further high ground above them, and it could be quite dangerous.
Exactly. I mean, you say only 3 so far. Actually, pretty commonplace that Twisted doesn't get really their first kill before phase 5, phase 6, but don't let that scare you. Oftentimes, in games like these, they can still easily come out with double-digit kill wins. We'll see if they make that happen or not. As Malduct finds the last snake in the grass. Kickstart taken out towards the east, and again, BP team, as I was alluding to earlier, continuing to try and make more space for themselves here too. Actually, Twisted and BP team playing very similar play styles, but on each side of the circle.
Oh, Carfort's being set up on rocks. What is this, 2017? That's just the name of the game in this particular circle. And everyone's crashing onto it. Furia, they lost a couple of players to Toyo. And I think Gizera is going to be pulling away from that. It's not even in the circle. There's no point fighting for this specific rock, but it's going to be Twisted Minds that are cleaning everything up.
I like how Gizera kind of drove past, lobbed the nade in there, hoping to get something out of it. But then, even if it doesn't, still use that chaos to allow you to make your way through to another rock of your own, where he's now sat further uphill. It's just, I mean, the desperate plays that we're seeing coming through from all these teams right now goes to show the difficulty that is this circle and finding anywhere to play from.
Capitan staying alive. We still have Kraken, the other remaining member of Furia, out in the blue to the west of Twisted Minds. So Twisted Minds, they still need to do some work to clear the rodents out. Clear the individual players. Not solo players, because Capitan has Emi as backup. And now Kraken also running in through the blue. This is tricky. This is slowing down Twisted Minds' play. But they can't do anything until they take these final remaining members out.
Exactly. They're playing it slow. They're staying out on the western edge of the circle and taking advantage of the high ground that they have to work with right now. You can see they're trying to push in and get a little bit within Nate range here to claim some more points for themselves, and they're doing so successfully right now. Emi down, one more taken out by Twisted Minds, and with that vehicle explosion, that's going to be Capitan and Toyo out as we only now get close to placement points.
Yeah, remember guys, you only hit placements once you hit top 6 in this points format. So still, teams are waiting for that to get locked in. Next circle, bit of a fairly hard shift southeast. Really good for mission ready. They've sort of been able to stay under the cover of all the chaos on the edge, not have to get in too many fights themselves, but now they're going to be focused on, as we see so many teams on the north side, Liquid, Bestia, BB Team, Twisted Minds are probably going to wrap up that direction as well.
Yeah, important game for Mission Ready to come out victorious in here. They only have 6 points so far through half the day, so we'll see if they can make something of it. They ain't going to get a lot of kills easily from that central position with it being on the low ground. Neither will Na'Vi. They have Slam G to fend off on the southern side, though they're dodging and weaving, and somehow no one's down to all the nades that's been lobbed forward yet.
I mean, the smoke is doing a lot of work of making Slam G have to guess on where Na'Vi are trying to survive through. But those have got to start fading soon. They need to reset them. And it just depends on how many smokes they're able to loot up in the beginning of the game.
Yep. I mean, if Na'Vi can survive that, then no one else is really in good position to try and push around that southern side. They're decently inside this circle, too. So
yeah,
could be top 3 guaranteed for Na'Vi if they can, again, survive this potential Slam G push. Where you can see they're getting a lot of help from up high. Multiple teams looking towards that south.
Everyone has eyes on Lyrex's position. I don't think this player is going to get out of here. That's just... You just got to maybe cause a distraction a bit to allow the rest of your squad. And oh, Twisted Minds come slamming in. Liquid goes down. They get eliminated. They actually got in front of Liquid's position, but here comes Bestia now, backfilling that play.
I mean, they tried to
Teams are still on the edge, though.
And got stuck in a CIS sandwich with Bestia in the middle of it, joining them as well. Doesn't really get a whole lot more tricky than that. You blink and you miss it. Team Liquid completely dismantled. I like the idea of trying to wrap underneath, but there's just, again, no space for them to try and make that vehicle play in.
Ooh, blue zone, that's the problem with any position with the BSD grenade in play, and great utility usage for the annihilation of Bestia. BB Team up to 7 kills. Kind of pales in comparison to Twisted Minds 12. But now that Slam G are eliminated, we do get our top 4. And wouldn't you know, BB Team are here once again.
Able to get a lot going once more. But again, I mean, as I said in the beginning of the game, it really, the way the circles have played out and the way that they've been able to make space for themselves out towards the east, it just plays so heavily into their play style. And when you give a team like BB, or Twisted for that matter, a chance to play to their preferred play style without being contested in what they do, they almost always come out with good results, and well, this is no different.
Mission ready now. They've had the center position for a while. It's just one little shack. We've seen BZ setups, BZ combos annihilate players behind what they think is a safe position. So Mission Ready need to play safe, but that's why they're so spread out. They have some good deployable cover. They have that rock. They have a couple of vehicles. And the shift still kind of favors them. Not so much in the center anymore. BB Team might just wrap back up the west side. It just depends on how much terrain they feel is playable up there.
Also important to mention, of course, that we are playing this game on South American servers, and given that all our 3 European teams are Eastern European, they are effectively half a planet away and still in it. So, goes to show that ain't no guarantees. Just because you have ping working against you, these guys still make it happen.
And Molotov, this is going to be a great pickup, as we saw. It's a Lynx. Very low ammo count, but this late in the game, you should be able to use it. Maximal effort. Oh, not even gonna pick that up. Sticking with the DMR.
Yeah. There's a link.
Oh! X-Tans did it though!
Up one through the smoke. Finds the knock and the headshot to follow. Snaker's taken down. And any knock, I mean, any sort of damage Na'Vi can do here to force them into taking a first aid so they can try and make a rotation happen would be potentially game-winning.
Oh, how did Lou get here? Okay, taken out. Had a Panzer. Was going to go for a play. Said, hey guys, watch this. Unfortunately, didn't play out, but there it is. The Lynx! Molotov lands it on both. Navi's rotation to find a foothold in the zone just gets completely denied. Uno reverse card. And there it is. 10 kills for BB Team.
This is absurd. No way they get 3 wins in a row, right? Can they actually fend off here? That's one with a nade.
Oh, with a grenade!
They are
Vox now goes down. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it's all working out in their favor again.
Nah,
still, what can Bizzler do?
It is absolutely insane. Almost 800 damage done for BB's team's Moldog here. Is Bizzler able to find one with the MP5, and him Moldog gets one more with the nade. Now it's just Michael left alive, representing EMEA, but not this time around. But it's BB Team with 3 wins in a row and 13 kills to boot here on Rondo.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
We came into this show talking about the quality of a lobby and how we've never seen these regions so heavily represented with the best players in the world, and here we are. BB team makes it look like it's warm-ups.
And it's not even like they're catching 9 every single time. It's not even like they're just sitting there in the circle and they're getting lucky game after game after game. It's just, you know what? It's such ridiculous play. We're just going to throw it back to the desk. I don't know what we can say any more about it. I don't know what they can say more about it, but let's give them a shot.
Yeah, we can try our best. I guess PPT GDQ here for BB team, seeing how fast they can close out a tournament and set a world record. What are we watching? Joining me as Avenger and Godspeed to talk about this one. Godspeed, this is a problem, I think.
It's starting to turn into one as the North American team BB team with yet another 23 kills. Unbelievable. Just, man, we're a good region.
All right, no, you can't claim them. No. Avenger, defend EMEA. Quick.
Someone stop them. Quick. Someone stop them. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with it. And yeah, they're looking a little bit too good doing it. I got to say, the confidence and they're just demoralizing everyone else here. I got to say, though, Twisted Minds with the 12, they got a lot out of it with the compound that had to be out, with the move that they made. Like, that was a great play for them. But BB team, man, back to back.
I mean, yes, they're. I don't often run into this problem as a host, but they're making it difficult in these segments to talk about these games because they're just non-stop there and non-stop winning these fights. And then you get to these very final late moments in this game here, Godspeed, and suddenly Molodok has a Lynx, he's shooting at everything, hitting everything, Philfirst is hitting nades. I don't know what to do.
That was, it was disgusting. And the crazy thing about those Lynx shots is most of them were headshots. I think like 1 or 2 were bodies, but he was just putting people down, which is just, again, unnecessary with the Lynx. But even other teams who had good games, like you look at Mission Ready, who were able to make it towards that end game, get second place. They just get dwarfed by BB team and what they were doing. And Cameron said it best. It's not even that BB team are like catching 9 circles, right? It's not like they're getting lucky. Yeah. They're working these zones. They're playing their edge perfectly. Their splits are immaculate. They're not overextending. They're able to consolidate when they need to, and they're just dunking on the lobby. There's just really nothing else to say. Like, they're absolutely just destroying this lobby.
In EMEA, we know that this team, once they do gain traction, obviously they gained traction at PGSs, looked great in the first one of the year, and then were able to kind of parlay that into the second one where they won the whole damn thing, Avenger. But then, realistically, in PEC and some of the other masters in PPT, they didn't look very good at all. But some, like, we've seen them gain traction here today, and it looks like they're just not letting it go at all. It looks insane.
No, this is one of their final times to start farming the lobby, right? And and for me, again, a BB team that comes in and does it like this, as the guy said on the cast as well, it's not like they're getting it gifted. They are making moves. They're being proactive of how they're playing. They're backfilling great. The third partying is great. But like, to do it against the top teams of the West here is kind of insane. Doing it with 3 out of 4 wins. And then again, as I said before, like, someone stopped them. They're running away with it. And if they do, and we go into the last day and it's impossible by, we have 4 games left and nobody else can win it, that's fine. The second place is still being fought for, guys. That'll be fine. But 3 wins out of 4 here is insane. Also, remember, guys, it was the second place in the first game. Like, it was close to have actually been 4 out of 4.
Well,
oh my god.
Well, 4 games deep, 77 points. Double the points of Twisted Minds, by the way, are EWC and PUC champions.
It's 11 times more placement points than Twisted Minds.
It's not even that. The crazy thing is, like, they're not even doing it on their own quote unquote server. It's not like they're only winning on the European server. They've won on the North American server. They've won on the SA server. They've won on the EU server, right? And so at this point, I don't think the ping really matters. I think BB team might just be a TPP team at this point, because whatever they're doing, is just leagues above everyone else. I mean, even you talk about teams like Twisted Minds, Toyo, who's actually been very consistent so far and had a much better start in this event that they have in the past. I mean, they're just, again, they're getting dwarfed. Like, we're not even talking about like the good games they've played so far with their 11 placement and 16 kills. So again, it is so far the BB team show.
Yeah, with this kind of result, it's difficult to talk about anybody else but them. And actually, this needs addressing, Avenger, because of course they have not qualified to our next PGSs. But there is a world where they still qualify to PGC because of their current point standing for PGS points, right? So their year, of course, this could in theory be the end of it here for this tournament, but they know in their minds they're not done. There's still the potential of PGC on the horizon for them, so they are going to be hungry until the very last second here for 2025.
Yeah, and you play every single tournament like you have to win it, right? And I would say, I mean, we might even see polls coming out on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, that there should be a name change from the PPT, the PUBG Player Tour, to BBT, just because how good they've been here, right? And that would be insane. Then again, we're just 4 games deep, guys. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but yeah, it is insane that you're more than doubling your second place team that is considered to be one of the best, if not the best team in the world currently.
Well, I was about to say, actually, I was going to look at like 18 game series and see where teams end in terms of placement with 77 points, and it ain't half bad, I'll tell you that much. Normally after 18 games, never mind 4. Unreal scenes we are seeing here so far from Masters West. I suppose with that kind of topic shut down here for the moment, Godspeed. Any other teams that you would like to talk about from our previous rondo that are not BB team, please. Yeah,
I mean, we briefly mentioned Bestia. I believe they only had like 2 points in that last game, but the important thing is they were able to fix their early game rotation. They actually didn't lose anyone early like we had previously seen in Taego, and they started to make good inroads until I believe it was BB team that came and just kind of erased them off the face of the map. That being said, again, fixing their macro looked much better this game, but it's unfortunate they ran into the juggernauts of BB team. But also, yeah, like I said, Toyo is playing incredibly consistent. Martin and I were very impressed with their rotations in those first initial Miramars, kind of threading the needle, holding the center, and just actually getting the kills, because that's always been my biggest criticism of Toyo, is that they're not a very kill or frag heavy team, and they don't necessarily get as proactive as in those situations as they should, or those positions. But so far, they have been flipping that expectation.
Yeah, between them and Al Ghazir, it does feel like those two teams, Avenger, are currently the America's hopes, with the other ones having a little bit of a fall by the wayside so far. But because so much is being sponged up at the top, I mean, anybody can jump quite easily.
It's the fight for second place, isn't it?
At present, after 4 games.
I will say this,
again,
though.
4 games, 77 points is crazy. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
just to
it's
reiterate
insane.
how insane that really is.
I mean, that's considered a insanely good day of 6 games, right? So let's see how far they kind of take it for the next ones. I also got to say, though, Molotov and Batulans leading the charge. Both 15 kills in 4 games is also absolutely insane. I wonder if anyone can kind of keep pushing it here and push it beyond 3 or 4 kills per game average, which would be insane.
I still don't, like... My face keeps turning the color of the BB team logo, because I'm just like, how do I assimilate this? How do I assimilate this information from 4 games alone? Well, anyway, let's get into the grassy pastures. Erangel, the penultimate game, coming up here as we take a fly through Boatyard and we talk about this playing path. So Godspeed, talk to me for our game.
Well, this is about one of the more even plane paths you can get. It's a little west leaning towards the north, but, you know, Pachinki dead center. Most of these teams are going to be able to flex to where they want to go and loot. More importantly, I do wonder, as this game does unfold, again, if BB team gets another top 4 and if they're able to get more points, I mean, it's crazy the amount of pressure it puts on the rest of the leaderboard, let alone second place. That being said, BB will be at Novo and everyone else will be spreading basically to where their normal drops are. I don't think we're going to see any hot drops either, although we do see Win or Die getting pretty close to TL on that South George line.
Yeah, it smells like a military island here if I've ever seen one here, guys. I gotta say, when we have these southern plane paths that starts like this, it's very often these military islands here, so it could be kind of wild to get things going with that. Only 2 teams down there so far, but the bridges are already being camped there. I will say this personally, I would love a northern circle. We've been having way too many of these kind of central and south circles. Look at that! Woo! If it ain't a northern circle, guys, we're on for a party.
I was going to call
All
it
right, well,
Zaki
BB team.
circle, but I kept quiet.
Please not Zaki. BB team's going to take an emergency pickup very early, I suspect. For something. All right, anyway. Thank you, boys. It is time to head over to the casters now. Someone, please, shut down BB team.
Thank you so much, boys. Yes, I love Martin's way of doing the circle prediction. Cam, I'm smelling the military circle. Oh, but it could also be a northern circle. What about east, no west? And then if you just cover all the corners, then you're going to get one. What I will say, though, we have some big talking points coming into this. A, as Adesk alluded to, how do we shut down BB and how are they going to win this next game? And also B, Cam, which EMEA solo player is going to take out Falcons next?
All right, calm down. Okay, let's listen. Yes, it was quite a couple of embarrassing situations. Okay, but you know what? They've learned. They'll go into this game much better. I just want to know how we successfully avoided Sosnovka Island. Went to the north, but this circle is arguably as bad as Sosnovka. Sure, you don't have to cross bridges. You have multiple land access points coming in from the east, but the amount of water that's in play, if this goes any further west, it's gonna be a nightmare. Like this, I'm still not comfortable with what this game is setting up for us.
No, it could definitely have some pretty interesting shifts to come. I will say, obviously between all of us casted thousands and thousands of games of PUBG at this point, my bucket list of circles and endgame scenarios is growing quite small. And one of them is a downtown Saki ending. It's just because of the way that the water land ratio works and whatnot, it's practically impossible to go up there.
Right.
But I'm thinking if we get another hard shift up there, and then maybe, I don't know. There is a world where it could happen, but you know what? With how this day has gone so far, why not? Wouldn't that be a fun one?
The real question, though, is the teams that are going to have the biggest impact in the beginning of the game, and I have my eyes set on Liquid and Win or Die, who seems to have their eyes set on each other. We see Virtus.pro also grabbing Cube early on. I just think getting control around these bridge crossings is going to be quite impactful because we still don't know at this point if it's going to be to the north or the south. I want to say that it's most likely going to be to the north, but not so much that we're going to see necessarily like 80% of the teams go up there. It's going to be like maybe 60-40 split that way.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I couldn't agree more. It's oftentimes that you see teams play close to the river so that when the circle does confirm one side or the other, you can cross as fast as possible. And even better than playing close, having players on both sides of the water, as you're saying, just like what Liquid has right now, is exactly the type of position you want to be in. Having said that, there are also the people that gamble a bit more, commit to one side, and then when the circles do go their way, it can be very, very fruitful. One of them right now sat right here with a compound that I feel like don't usually get a lot of circles going their way, actually, where Alcazia is currently set.
Yeah. I think another very low-profile play for them in their early game, which seems to be their bread and butter so far. Yeah. They've kind of fallen off their performance, at least on Rondo. They didn't get all too much. And, I mean, everyone's getting shattered by BB Team, right? But Liquid, I'm still keeping my eyes on them on the minimap. They actually sent all 4 up to the north, and now 2 going back south, so they're just making sure that they're constantly staying active and responding to not only where teams like Win or Die are moving around, but then the teams that are rotating in, Falcons being one of them. I just hope that this doesn't cause them to get caught out and lose a couple of members early on if the split gets identified. Because one thing about a split across the river like that is you can support each other sightline-wise relatively well, and it puts you in a position to respond to a north or south circle, but the rotation to group up with your teammates if one side does get crashed, that might be a little less straightforward than if the river weren't a factor.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I mean, Falcons here, to me at least, being surprisingly aggressive with their rotation. They're committing all 4 players to this compound, or well, one building that is somewhat out in the open. It's going to be hard with 4 cars to keep all tires safe. So should the next circle shift south, it could be difficult for them. In the meantime, towards the east side of Boatyard, you have Twisted Minds and Na'Vi set up alongside one another. I don't imagine this will materialize into a proper fight. As I say that, though, Lou connecting some good shots. Able to find Soset. Now Example doing a lot of damage to Favors as well, but Tulin's also finding Hecatoris. So this fight is definitely staying through.
No, this is absolute devastating impact that Twisted Minds are having onto Na'Vi. It just looks like such an easy job of them. Na'Vi aren't able to put too much of a fight up. Twisted Minds had this setup. They had their sight lanes. They had their crossfires. And Na'Vi, I don't even know if this was an intentional trap, but they make it look so easy that I kind of imagine that it probably was.
They were set up here. No, it wasn't. Batulins was all the way back. I was looking at the, rewinding the map feed as we're talking. Batulins was all the way back on the eastern side of apartments when this initially broke out. So definitely just rotation timing and two teams. Catching each other in the middle of set rotations. Now Ferris being flushed as well. Na'Vi down to 1. How much more does Twisted Minds care to stay here, though, is the question. They like to play in slow over, like, the island on the western side of Boatyard. So, honestly, I mean, again, cater to your own playstyle. They can stay there, because what better than having a perfect rotation opportunity, whether it be south or north, given the next circle pop.
BB team, in the meantime, they just can't decide if they want to go across the bridge or not. Seems like they weren't able to find an E pickup. I think Molodok might be baiting out some shots. Yeah. I don't know if Best Luck was able to spot out Rocky Esports yet. I don't know. They're sort of teasing it, but they're not committing just yet. Rocky Esports going to be watching for this. They are camping this bridge. I don't know which team high up on the leaderboard paid them off to do this, but I think if they're able to succeed with this camp, then everyone's going to be very, very happy. Shots come through. No knock yet. BB team instantly traversing to the east. They might actually be able to keep all 4 alive.
So far, little to no damage has been done. I love the fact that we're finally seeing a team try and commit to taking out BB early, but it's not working the way that Rock entitled for it to do so. Filfer is down to half HP. Best Luck barely hit at all, and I think they might stop here. Why not just take the fight? I mean, for BP team, you're so far ahead already. As I say that, though, Moldog is continuing his rotation north. I mean, Ascent is sitting looking to potentially gatekeep this as well. Are they hearing the shots from way up there? They might just exactly hear these.
Ascent's position, I think, is probably a bit too far. I also don't know if it would be worthwhile because they can't guarantee that the team that's leaving would go right into the area. But they are sticking around. Yep, they're sticking around, so
they'll wait around. They'll see if someone comes along late. But no, this turned a bit more chaotic than even for their liking. So they are going to leave. Are going to go further up towards the northeast. And then you can see Twisted there on the center of your screen. As I said, go up late, cross in, sit just over on the other side so that if the circle pops and you've cleared your backside, you can then rotate back towards the southern side and get, well, whether it's going to go north or south doesn't really matter. They should be all right.
And now Bestia here taking a ferry. They landed and looted up in Sosnovka military base, coming all the way down to the ferry. It's only phase 1, but they're going to be taking a bit of blue damage considering how much time they're going to be in there. And we can't guarantee that they're going to have any vehicles left over at Ferry Pier. So then the rest of the cross all the way up north, they could be entering the zone super late, which usually means that you expect them to have a bunch of gear. They might be entering super late with very few meds left.
Did Kraken see that Win or Die has a bridge camp going in North George? That was his job. He flew over, he looked towards it, and you're seeing all his Fury teammates getting up towards that bridge right now. But I think he might have been too busy looking north, which you can see he's doing right now. There's still players, it's only 2, but still Hive players in South George as well. So maybe a little dangerous to tunnel vision north if you're going to get shot at before you even make it to the bridge.
It's good to get as much information as possible, waiting just the final few seconds before phase 2, and it's going to be a hard shift to the north. Really good grab, especially for Mission Ready. You can see them all the way on the north side. I think they're going to be racing for that compound just to the east of Zarki. Hive now, they got to cross over. Fury are already taking the bridge, crossing themselves. It is going to be a rush across the bridge, as it seems, or the rotates are on the east side, and then that bridge camp, it does get activated. Another one in this game, and Kawazine goes down. So this one's going to be a lot more effective than the one we saw previously.
You know what? The fact that they make this crossing happen and only lose one, that's going to be considered a win in my book. Fury, they get a free rotation up on the western side. If they continue this pathing over towards the hillside in the west, they are in a great position. Out towards the east, though, not quite so. Everyone trying to wrap through one another. VP able to find one that's Cowboy down early.
Really good grab for them. Now could see it lose another. It looks like Slam G actually beat Mission Ready to that compound. They have the center area of control. We'll see if it stays impactful. It's only phase 2. It could get removed. And the rest of the game to come. And now Liquid now on foot, running across this ridgeline hillside, looking to sneak up on a team. I don't know if they intentionally left their vehicles behind. I know they had them, unless they just got all of their tires shot out.
Yeah, I think they run up to clear initially, and then when they realize it's free, they bring up the cars. Rather safe than sorry, I think, for Liquid right now, given how the day has started for them. Don't take any chances if you are running up over that hillside and there's a full 4-man set above. It's a little bit too dangerous. But smart on them to play it quiet, on foot, up the hillside, claiming at least the southern part of this hill, not knowing, of course, that all the Falcons are set just down below them.
Scouting it out. Trying to see what they can. Scouting is very difficult in TPP.
Definitely.
So if you're the one that's on the approach. BB team just now arriving. Still not in the zone yet, but they are taking their time, making sure that they're not running into any more traps. They were lucky to get out of the bridge camp by Rocky Esports without a single casualty. They're going to make sure that they can keep that luck in their favor, but next in line, it seems to be mission ready right in front of them as Rocky Esports, aforementioned squad, with an E pickup.
Yeah, they realized it was taking a bit too long. I think Bestia, given that once the circle popped, they were still on the southern side of Sosnovka on the ferry. They too have set up an E pickup. It's simply taking too long in vehicles. So they're going to wrap over the northern side. Michael now, should all these shots, the timing of this couldn't be any worse. BB now well aware that there's a straggler on that northern side. If they want to, I doubt they will, but if they want to, BB could easily come up here and take out Michael. Because he is completely oblivious to the fact that the team just pulled up on the southern side.
Could start to hear more vehicles. But yeah, we'll see what a doozy wants to do. E-pick up in the sky. I believe that first one's going to be Rocky Sports and Bestia, the secondary one that you mentioned before. Shot's not quite landing. Oh, okay, that was a headshot by Michael. So a little bit of damage. Bit of a jump spot. Still making sure that he's not getting approached. But you can see a doozy with a bolt action. Looking to see if they can find a lucky shot and get access to that coast side.
Never see people jump more than in TPP. Get that extra info available. As we see here, Bestia finally hopping off the parachutes, landing straight on top of this split mission-ready team. So good on them. So look into the sky. Snakers and Vox should be able to get to safety as the circle swings north again.
Wow.
So much water in play. Holy moly.
Wow. Okay, Mission Ready got very lucky with their early position with where this circle goes. It's not just Bessie, it's also Rocky Esports, and now it's also Toyo arriving. Bizzler gets the knock onto one, but there's still more players that were able to arrive. Vox swings around the side, able to get an extended engagement knock against Rybo, and it's all falling apart for Toyo. It's just Emmy left. Bizzler has to drop off the high ground, but Michael with a grenade in hand should do a good enough job of clearing that top section out.
Hipfire MP5 working out great for Bizzler. We know that he is really fond of it, and for good reason. He's got to make sure not to be taken out by his teammates Blue Zone, though. But luckily, Vox positioning them well will clear the building for them as multiple fights now take place. Ascent now in trouble once more as Alcacia able to tell them off.
And now here comes BB team into the mix. A very early engagement, but with very little land in play, they don't have any other option. Trying to take advantage of the fight that Mission Ready just finished up. And Molodok is able to get a knock and a flush onto Vox, and look at Mime on the side. Mission Ready know that they are not in a safe position. A great swing by Molodok, and that is Mission Ready eliminated. They got a couple of kills there, but instantly taken out immediately after.
And again, I know that we're just repeating things we've said in previous games, but once more, we are seeing circles play perfectly into BB's playstyle, and once more, we're seeing them perfectly time a third party. They had barely even reset before BB team were here, shuts them down, and now have one of the best positions in the circle.
Oh, now Liquid's getting shut down by a couple of different members. Hive being one of them, getting their first kill of the round onto Alo. Currently sitting at 12th place, but as tight as that middle section because of BB team taking so many points. There's still a lot of movement for teams like Hive to be able to slingshot themselves all around the leaderboard, up or down, depending on performance from an individual game. Rocky Esports getting a couple of kills in the kill feed. Bestia as well. Kraken all the way out in the water. I assume that's going to still be in the glider. But they're going to be coming in from the edge area. This is usually where they like to play from, where they have their best performances.
Strimsy's got to sprint off that hillside once more. Got a bit more than he could chew over that hilltop. Proper. So now able to fortify with his teammates down below. But I mean, they're going to have to come up this hillside.
Oh, clean.
Great timing. Good shots from Kickstart there as well. Had he not found them, the nade sure would have. But more fights to be had as they now have Liquid players behind them in blue too that they have to deal with.
It's so complicated on this hillside, this ridge line. The Falcons, they're still in the blue. They still have to clear out so much space in front of them. And now Liquid taking shots, as you mentioned, from their south. Kickstar just has to run, chase out to the blue. Adrian had no option but to stay behind the rock and get the heal. We get phase 4.
I don't know if I like what Falcons are doing. Obviously, they're not playing with the infos that we have, so it's a bit, I mean, hindsight, lul, for us to know that there's an entire Liquid behind Falcons, but I would have much preferred them running up on Hive. Just once they get the second knockdown, run up on them and hope that you can make something happen. The issue is it's phase 4, circles are going to be closing in soon, and they know that the Liquid is playing in from behind, so it's a real tricky situation, but now you're finding yourself pinned in the blue between two teams rather than try and chase the ones in front of you.
Look how many teams there are in that section of the map down towards the south, not even in the zone. VP's not going to let any of them in. Twisted Minds once again holding a choke point line.
There's just no
Falcons lose more members. Liquid deal more damage, but is that a Navi player on the minimap just now arriving too? There's more?
I mean, this is the issue, right? When you have this circle, Liquid tried to make that wrap around the western side as soon as the circle popped, but look at where VP is positioned. Look at where you have Slam G in the compound. There's no open entry for anyone to try and make their way on in if you're playing that field down below, especially not when Falcons were in the compound. So all the teams that aren't already north of the road are having to play on foot up over this hillside, and that's why you're seeing, I mean, literally half the server at one point or another having had to try and play their way through here.
You can see Falcons, they know they're in a salvage situation. They're intentionally not shooting until they can get a knock and a flush. Tiggleton even steals one of those kill points away, so they're sitting at 3, but Shrimsy out in the open, nothing left to do but die as Leosh swings out from that entrance to the tower. And there are still more players in the blue, but Twisted Minds, they don't want to stay around too much longer themselves. They're running out of time. They're running out of space to play in, and once phase 4 locks into phase 5, that damage increase is going to be quite unenjoyable.
Oh yeah, you do not want to be here for much longer. Next one on the chopping block is Twisted Minds. How do they plan on getting off this hillside? Not going to be easy. They do have 2 vehicles to work with, 3 in a US, slamming it down the road now, probably straight into win or die as 1 goes down, 2 goes down. VP knows exactly how to handle this push come through, and there you have the final 2 on a pre-nade. Twisted Minds torn apart.
Yeah, in tandem between Virtus Pro and Win or Die. I can't believe Virtus Pro actually had that angle. They landed so many tight shots on that cross by Twisted Minds. I mean, there really was no other option for them.
Yeah.
And they go down once again shy of placement points. Outside of that one game previously, Twisted Minds, they really haven't gotten that many placements, but they get the kills, so they're still performing well enough.
31 alive, phase 4, not something you'd see too often. Can we also just mention how Bestia went from being the team furthest in the south? When the Saki circle popped, when people were all fighting over that mountain, they were still a military, and now they're all 4 up here on the northern side. They are being pressured right now, but that E-pick up timing couldn't have been any better for them.
Pressure from Hive now.
Safe rest.
I don't know about that. It's a bit tight here, but look at that shift. Another hard shift. We are staying with water in play. I can't believe we're on phase 5 and there is this much water. How did this happen?
Yeah. BB team didn't need this circle, guys. Come on, game. We know they're ahead already. We don't have to make it this obvious. They're still sat very comfortably, especially now that they're able to dislodge Vinny. It's BP team they're gonna set because they're coming in so late to the circle. They've done such a good job at making sure no one is wrapping in behind them on the east side. That's also part of the reason why so many teams were fighting up on the mountain, because they shut down anyone on approach. Oh, nice shot, Posa. Good job on you finding Flood there. But
go down again.
They can just sit back and wait this one out now as Bestia try to fend off against Furia, but ain't gonna be easy.
But here comes Rock Esports. Furia, they had to make that move, but now they're dropping down into the water. Nowhere else to go. Car goes up in the air. Shot's not quite landing though by Rock Esports. They're able to send through. It's a backup play, a backup position, and I do think that Bestia should just be able to swing over, peek over once they get the revive onto Flood. But Gizera has a grenade in hand. They're looking to try and dismantle this Bestia position. There's still Vinny from Bestia in the center of the zone, so this isn't all their hopes and dreams onto this one fight. But man, how do you even play out of this spot? Do they even have any more grenades, Bestia? That would be a surefire way to clean this out.
Mutually assured destruction, I think, is what we're witnessing here. Real question is if the car can blow up when it's already underwater before it does. I think it did, though. So right now, it's Maybe Kasira can get the res up. He might just be able to. He will. So somehow, Fury will actually stay up as 3. I say stay up. At least get back up to 3. I'm not sure for how much longer they'll stay that way, though.
Okay, I saw a grenade in DraftKings' hand. I think that might be all that they have left, though. Goes up and over, and another shot by Kasira finds an angle. So many knocks. Ooh. Avoiding the Dorito. Don't worry, we're all good. But that's going to be it. Or should be. Wait, that's HP in that bar? DraftKings, surely. How are you still alive?
I have no clue. There's the corpse falling down the hillside as well. Kasira dodging corpses and Doritos as best as he can as more fights are taking place towards the southern side. You really want to fight for this tip that Alcacia has control of right now. The only proper real estate left inside this circle, doing what they can to try and maintain control of it. 2 Virtus Pro fighting forward. It's SlamG, VP, and BP team right now fighting over it.
Virtus Pro just having to make a send for it. Lost a couple of players to Alcacia instead of rotating into SlamG. He's taking... Oh, out in the blue! They're going to go for a swing. SlamG get eliminated. What a great play. Taking some blue damage, but it was worthwhile. I don't know if that revive is going to happen, though. I think VP going to play as 1. QAJ instantly pushing. Smokes at the ready. Panzerfaust, frag grenades, all at the ready to clear. More players out, get more kills, and get further into placement points.
Oh, but they don't see him. They don't see him. Oh, there he is. Wait, what? I was going to say, did that not hit? But it did. It looked like it flew past.
Nailed
it. There you have him. They shut down the western side of the circle. Issue is circle has gone up again. And look at who sat circle center. 9 kills. BP team.
Please no.
Top 5. Are we looking at 4 wins in a row here, Cammy? Is that what's happening?
I don't want to say yes.
In a pretty good position to claim it.
I don't want to say yes. That can't happen. That surely cannot happen. But, I mean, it does, honestly, with the way that they've been playing with the momentum. Unless Kurt... Did Molotov spot Kurt? Kurt, the solo player, could try and create an opening.
Is he the one that upsets what has become the balance of today? That we cannot send BP out without...
You call this balance?
I mean,
you call this balance?
Of today. Of today. What has been today, maybe Purdy will get a chance to upset it. Good nade. Oh, just in the backside of that car.
Still some damage to Roth, and it does signal their arrival. More damage. Explosion splash through the underside of that Jeep. And now Kurt's going to lay some shots through, but doesn't get the knock. Baldock is alive. Phil first trading some shots back on in, and so Kurt still needs to find another way to get into the zone.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he was seen, if it just felt like it was a good time to shoot, because he's still outside circle. He is on the right side of the street, but with those pieces of util coming in, things ain't going to be a whole lot easier for him. That car is going to be gone now as well. So, yeah. Oh, you know what? Give the point over to Alcacia instead. I think that's better.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not even about denying points anymore to the blue zone. It's just denying points to a team that's like away from BB team. Yep, I'm going to run into you to get the kill point to keep them from climbing even higher.
I mean, it's absurd. And that's impossible at this point. They're 50 points up on second place 5 games in. I mean, this is completely unheard of. As we'll see here, maybe they have to team up. Maybe throw some pants in the air. Make it hurt that you are not BB team. And then everyone just go fight them out towards the east. 4 teams left alive in BB once again here. This time 4 people up. 9 kills to boot.
Spray comes out, doesn't do too much damage, and Fury, I think, can try and find some more angles themselves. The fact that they were able to survive their engagement with all 3 up and able to climb back up onto the mainland, I think is insane. But hey, top 4. Let's see if anyone can deny BB team from this next year contender. Just because look at their position. It's a full box spread, 1-1-1-1. But no one's been able to enter it.
And that's the thing. That's what BB does best, is be able to maintain buffer space. They do such an incredible job. Now they even have multi.
And they're mortaring too.
They are so good at making space for themselves. That being said, they have also many times shown that they're having a hard time when games go against them, when they're not given the space to maneuver, when they're contested early on. But so far in this tournament, we just haven't seen anyone try and do it. It's only been Rock. And surprise, surprise, they're now here alongside BB at the end game after that bridge shenanigan early on.
QAD also in the end game. Again, they don't have a full clean sweep of a podium finish. Not quite that lucky, but they have been fairly consistent, more consistent than other teams.
Definitely.
So let's see how many kill points they can get. 9 kills for BB team, 7 kills for Twisted Minds. Molotov goes down to Kawazine though. They do in fact bleed.
Oh, are they not immortal after all? Is that really the case? Is it going to be up to our South American team here to try and take them out at a distance? At least now, Moldog down, we'll see. Falcon see, you see Roth with the flash in hand. I think he's looking to try and push forward. Issue is they're currently being kind of held down by Rock. They have the low ground position, so can't really aggress too early, but Moldog does bleed out.
Smoke to be able to isolate this fight against Furia. A bit of damage coming out. That's Posa dropped down onto the low ground. Maybe trying to find another angle, or maybe just had to jump down for safety. Yeah, you definitely don't want to enter the water. Not in this situation, but now Rock Esports seeing an opportunity, seeing an opening. They're going to take a further dip. It's not quite in the zone, but hey, neither is Gizera as a doozy lands a great headshot with the car.
Yeah, trying to keep them outside circle, and well, it's closing in as we speak, so all they have to do is look this direction. Headshots do come in return, though. The doozy trying to get the reload off. Also with the Panzer in hand down, not sure where that's going to go. Does get fired off way uphill. Not going to hit anything with it.
Not bad, though, honestly, for a random shot like that. Ooh, helmet goes down. Kizera goes down to the blue.
But they have the circle. They have time working in their favor. Just 2 players left now. 1 in the high ground, 1 in the low. Nate bouncing a bit short on that one. I mean, no fairness, Furia is doing a great job. If not getting the kills, then forcing BB to look towards that north. But look at this now. They're starting to look circle center as well, getting multiple more points with the Bestluck able to find 1 more.
Look at the trust that Bestluck has with his teammates, knowing that they could defend against Furia by themselves. All he needed to do is make sure that Rock and QAD weren't able to take too much space because of that distraction. Even gets a knock and a kill onto D.
Thing is, right now, Alcacia is kind of defending BP teams back because they know they have Rock out on the western side, so they can look in this direction pretty much without any fear. Now that they have dislodged and fully taken out Furia, I mean, Rock is looking at Alcacia. Alcacia kind of has to look back in their direction because they're outside circle on the west.
With Furia now taken care of, BB team has a lot of space to play with once again. Though their position doesn't look great. The one thing favoring them is that they don't have another team breathing right down their neck like QAD and Rock have amongst each other. So these 2 teams on the south are going to be so focused in that BB team, it should be a pretty straightforward line for them to come in after the fight happens, like we saw earlier on today.
BP team is 6 points away from having more points than 2nd, 3rd, and 4th combined.
Oh, please no.
That is completely absurd.
They already have more points now than they had in when they ended last chance.
No, but this is absurd. This is completely absurd. And the thing is, they haven't done anything that they wouldn't normally do with these circles. It's not like they've played out of their minds PUBG. It's just every game has played, like, every game has gone the way that they usually get 1 or 2 games going. It's just been on repeat, rinse, repeat game mode for them. As we now see them finally pull into this circle, they have Rod Pope behind the vehicle. Not much he can do. Once again in a top 2 position.
Yeah, but now that Rock Esports have denied, QAD still have 3 up. Suddenly, the opening isn't as vulnerable against QAD anymore. Roth even gets a knock on the Phil first. It looks like QAD are swinging in to try and get the revenge. G comes shifting forward, but taken down by Bestluck. 2 versus 2 set up if revives don't happen here. And Rel is now running out in the open.
Seen from the side, has the pro down, a doozy. Forced back down behind that vehicle. It's going to blow any time now, though, so he's going to have to make his way further back towards the south. He does have the dash to still for color, but he's on the very edge of blue as that blue sonate at least going to slow down that res.
BB team are getting their own res. I don't know if it's going to happen for QAD. I think D's is going to bleed on out. They don't want to distract Roth. Probably just gave some gear and some kit over, and Bestluck is now pushing forward. Can't get, does get the knock against Rello. Last bullet through, and now the rest of the BB flood comes on in, all onto Roth. Getting approached by multiple sides, very limited cover, and it is going to be BB team with, what is this, a 4th win in a row.
BB team is riding PUBG Esports history. 4 wins in a row. They are, I don't even know if there's a word to describe the level of dominance they're asserting on this lobby right now.
We have no words for this.
Best in the West, by the way, Cameron. Best server in the West. So competitive.
I don't My brain has been completely broken by this. Like, they're not catching mine. They're just playing such good mental PUBG. They're landing all their shots. They're weathering a single storm. It's absolutely insane. Like, bro,
This is absurd. Ow! Completely and utterly absurd. Every game plays into their play style, and they do such a good job at taking advantage of every single chance they're given.
Let's go to the death. I don't know what else we can do. Good luck talking about BB team once again, guys.
BB team broke Cammy.
BB team has won 4 in a row and defeated Cameron Davis as well. Okay, serious time, ladies and gentlemen. We are witnessing PUBG history in the making. 25 points, BB team back to back to back to back. 102 points in 5 games. Write this in the history books right now, as we have Avenger and Godspeed joining me to talk about this game? Question mark? I'm not... Avenger, help, please. Please.
Yeah, I just wrote to a doozy. What is with something else going on? Insane games. Are you guys just the best TVP in the world, or is the lobby too easy? What's going on here? Like, he has to explain me something here. So hopefully, once the games are done or before that, he's gonna be able to come back to me. It's just been wild because, like, they have not gotten the circles. They have been driving for it. It's not because they had center. They have quite far range to go everywhere. They're in Novo for this game. It's as you say, the furthest distance away. And after 5 games here, we are in triple digits. We're averaging more than 20 points per game. Like, what is going on here? It's just unreal.
I knew putting us together would be a bad idea, and this seems to be the result. I'm rooting for BB team to win the next game. I almost want them to shut this out so hard that it's just the most egregious mismatch of a champion ever. I mean, this is crazy. This is actually crazy.
They've already made history with the back-to-back-to-back-to-back in a lobby like this, right? This isn't even just like the cream of the crop for PEC. This isn't the cream of the crop for PAS. This is the cream of the crop from both regions, and now they've got themselves 4 in a row. I feel like is it already Halloween? Is somebody trick-or-treating and like pick trick? Like what's going on? Like every single time we come to the segments Avenger, I'm saying to you guys in the back, I'm like, what the hell do we talk about?
Yeah, the good thing is that even if you're Slam G, Ascend, Hive, Furia, Bestia, Falcons, that's, just 3 points apart in the bottom. Just one good game and you're 4th, guys. Like, it's thousands of dollars difference here. Like, it's still very doable for other teams, but it's looking like an impossible task. And how unreal is it that our second place team only has 3 placement points? They're just fragging out instead. It's like, guys,
yes,
placement doesn't matter. Khadijah trying to go for the other way, like, let's just get in every single late game, but not get too many kills, which is also crazy because we're getting even less placement points in this setup here. And also, Khadijah has not gotten any wins, so 18 placement points is quite impressive, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a very important point that you do bring up, because as much as BB team is just stealing the show, like beyond anything we've ever seen before, Al Ghazia here is in every late game of a Godspeed. They are playing fantastic PUBG and getting to those late games in this lobby constantly, but they're just being overshadowed.
It's true. I mean, it's a shame because they really are playing very well. But again, BB team is just playing on an exceptional level that, like you said at the beginning of the segment, we've just never seen anything like this, right? Especially when you take into account the lobby, right? Sure, you can say, like in a regional tournament, a team can win 4. I mean, this is, again, some of the strongest teams in both EMEA and the Americas. So the fact that BB team is doing this is unreal, but Al Ghazia playing very well. The fact that Twisted Minds have been in some very precarious positions and managed to come out with quite a healthy amount of kills, also very impressive. And then Toyo, right? Toyo still continues to find some success, although in that last game it wasn't as much, which is great. These are 2 teams from my region that tend to start slower, who happen to have a much better start this time around, but it doesn't really matter. Now, this does set us up for potentially not only one of the, I mean, it is one of the greatest days of PUBG we've ever seen, but also it sets us up for the greatest throw in PUBG history. What happens if BB team just happen to just have a travesty of a day tomorrow or Sunday, and it's just done?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, technically speaking, because there's multiple things I want to say. One, it's really difficult to, again, craft what is going on here and figure this out. I've seen some crazy stuff in esports, but this is just wild. But then, off the back of that, Avenger, is if we do not see the craziest throw in PUBG history, are we just now disputing who gets second place after only 5 games?
I will say this though, guys. I will have to remind you that Twisted Minds, they won Esports World Cup in 12 games with 93 points. BB team has 102 points in 5 games. That's how crazy it is.
Jeez.
Twisted Minds played 7 more games and got 9 points less than what they have right now. And Ducey just responded to me, haha, we suck.
Shut up.
I'm not kidding. That's what he wrote to me.
All right, well, you can make us laugh, and BB team is currently with the prior potential interaction that you can do here so far. But also we've got history books, which, let's be real, actually, if you just submitted today as the clip, you might win G-Coin because what BB team is doing here so far. So we've got so much G-Coin to give away, so make sure you enter and make sure you're participating. Not only that as well, but we've got plenty more going on, but apparently nobody's allowed to win the games other than the big gamers themselves. BB team, Godspeed. Do you see anything happening other than this? Is it gonna be a BB team 5-peat?
Like I said, I'm actually really upset at Toyo for winning that first game because BB did get second. Even in that first, they got second, right? And that was the game that Martin and I cast, and it was close. BB were actually coming in from the north. I kind of want them to win the 6th game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually rooting for them. Not that it's necessary.
As Martin said, we're gonna have to rename it to BBT, the BB team,
BB Tour.
We're gonna have to rename PUBG to PUBG. Like, I mean, let's look at this playing path. At least it's difficult for some teams here, Martin, but actually not even for BB team if they go Nova or Primos if they want to, because they like that too.
They can just do whatever they want here, like close anyone else. But again, overshadowing El Kadisha, they had 2 second places, 2 third places, and a 10th, I believe it was, in their kind of worst games. Very good games for them so far, but we just have a industrial vacuum cleaner of BB team just sucking all the points up, and all the kills are just going their way too. It's insane here. 57 kills in just 5 games. What is just completely insane here. BB team going north here, but yeah, difficult plane path. Kind of starting this. This does smell like an Eastern kind of military Novo Milta Power kind of circle. I do love a milli, but it's more so the plane path that has the tendency. But we have a little bit of a hot drop here with Win or Die and Sparking. So I think we should throw over to the guys so they can throw the cast and see what happens with Team Liquid and Win or Die.
Let's see. Sparking with a pistol, very low HP, no helmet, literally nothing else. And I mean, the rest of Liquid don't seem to be able to provide immediate support yet, though I imagine they're watching all the different angles. As we see the circle, it also avoids Sosnovka for a second time, which usually I'd be wiping the sweat off my brow, but I think that would be the one way for BB team to lose. And of course, they're already in Milta Power, where this game could likely end up. But you know what? Let's try it. Not focus on BB team while we have an opportunity to talk about a different team, and that's going to be once again Liquid and Win or Die. Still trying to find the opening angle into these fights, though. Not the only one. Alcacia and Mission Ready seem to be scrapping with each other a bit too.
I'm kind of curious to find out. I mean, I don't have any math to back this up, but how many more games will it be before any other team gets to where BB is now in terms of points, right? Because usually in an 18-game series, we'll have somewhere along the lines of 5, maybe 6 teams that break into the 100+. They are already there. So BB team, I mean, if they had to, you know, cancel birthday parties tomorrow, given that it is a Saturday or whatnot, they could literally just go to those birthday parties, come back on Sunday with a couple more games to play, and probably still be in first place.
Yeah. Honestly. Like, it's not, it is not out of the question. If anyone has any sort of historical parallels from any other league, event of this level of, like, early tournament dominance, let us know, because I don't want to go out and say that this is breaking some sort of points per game record, some sort of, gap between first and third record, etc. But yeah,
I remember,
it's looking like it.
I remember casting and then we were talking maybe 4 or 5 years ago, casting a broadcast. I don't know why I remember it ending in prison, but there was a day where Na'Vi had 4 wins in a day. It wasn't back-to-back the same way that these guys have done it. There was like 3 wins and a loss and a win.
Sure.
But I've seen 4 wins in a day before, but they didn't get anywhere. BP almost got double-digit in all their games, and now we're seeing a hunt just to make this game even crazier than what we've seen in the past already somehow, though.
It's like, guys, we'll have better luck taking a fight in the early game than waiting for BB team to come clean us all up in the end
exactly.
game.
We might as well make it crazy early. But that's the thing. And you can't take it away from them. It's just anything that could have gone the way of BB. Ooh, shots fairest. Okay, I see you with a mini as well. Damage reduced, doesn't matter.
Yeah, the DMR impact. DMR nerfs weren't actually that impactful. You think the fact that everyone is still using them, but great for Na'Vi here. Rocky Sports, they're trying to extend out. We saw them swat away Katsuya just a few moments ago, but they still lose one to Na'Vi. So there's always going to be that question of like overextending, especially if you're in the center of the zone. You really don't want to leave that many people out on solos. But at the very least, the car arrives back with the teammates, so they can continue to use that vehicle.
Yeah. I think it's It looks like a bug. Like, if anyone is tuning in right now, guys, this is the leaderboard. Don't. It's not an issue. BB doesn't have 12 points or 20 or 2. They are actually this far ahead of everyone, and I'm really trying, Cam, to not make this game somehow mentally go power grid, as you were saying, down towards the far Milta Power southeast side and just end there, and they get themselves another win. And if doing so, I would agree with what God's people were saying earlier. Kind of rude for Toyo to take away their 6 games in a day win.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's Toyo's fault. It's not BB's fault for losing that end game. It was Toyo's fault.
Yep. Somehow it became Toyo's fault. But everyone's rotating out towards the east except for Liquid. And Winnerdive, of course, Liquid a little slow on their pathing. They had to spend a little bit of time dodging and weaving the Winnerdive players. So they're taking their good time here as Twisted Minds now up towards the north. A few shots taken towards Heaven, I believe. So they try to make more space for themselves.
Yeah, a little bit of a lineup on a member of Mission Ready, but at that range, it's not too much of a surprise that they weren't able to get that knock. Would have been nice to get, but certainly not what Twisted Minds were looking for as an absolute need, as they were putting themselves in a nice position in the early game. You can see in the center of the zone, or somewhat center, somewhat to the northwest. But Toyo, they're setting up a bridge camp. They're going to try and stop Bestia crossing through, but Nixie with a knock onto Michael, so Mission Ready, they do lose a member. This one, it's the anchor up in Yasnaya.
And an awkward loss as well, because that's the guy in charge of telling the team who's coming in from behind. And, well, the entire team coming in from behind now is Taego. Mime also not realizing he's running into an entire team of Toyo players, just casually stopping. Did he see someone? No one's fired their guns yet, so maybe either the spider sensor is tingling or he is baiting his teammates into a slaughter. They're even letting the first guy through.
They're teasing it out. They're doing exactly what they need to. Let the first one come through. Think that it's safe, and right before he can get behind cover, Capitan takes Mime out.
Now they're confused. This is such a smart bait play from Toyo. They let the guy way out on the bridge take the shots, and then, obviously, for good reason, that makes DraftKings and Flood go well. If they're not shooting before way out there, then they must be on the other side, right? They get out of their cars, they look for picks, and in doing so, the remaining Toyo players peek out from the shadows and find points too. Great setup here from Toyo and understanding how Bestia was pathing into that one.
Just kind of a frustrating start to this game by Bestia. They've had a couple of good moments, but sitting down in 12th place is really not what they're hoping for. Win or Die and Liquid, they're still fighting each other. They're still setting up their crossing, but Kurt with a knock on the Leosh. Gedrock's now about to run directly into the shack to immediately stop that speed. Levante down to 5 HP. Like, this is a fight that didn't start, but it also didn't exactly end, and it's just spilling out into the streets.
It was one turn from being over. But then one player got caught off and win or die, and the rest of the team said, you know what, screw it. Let's go back and see if we can get it back up. And, well, this is the aftermath, or, well, the ongoing conflict, I should say. One person down on each side is, hello, my bad. Ooh, don't want to set that car into the water. Good traction on those tires, though.
Really had to grip those rocks to keep on the ground. Now Vinny trying to get some shots traded back onto Toyo. Get some revenge. But Capitan with an angle. Down to 56, falling away. You can see the rest of the team is already just disconnected. They have no faith. They have no faith in Vinny being able to even get their blue chips back. That's how mentally boomed Bestia are.
If Vinny was BB team, he would find a way to win this game. Don't worry. He would do it. But I'm afraid he ain't. We'll see, though, if he can at least get some sort of parting points here on a game that, for Bestia, I mean, it just has not been the day. 14 points on the day, and this is the way that they finished it off. Not really what you want to have happen when you are to be considered one of the better teams of your region.
Was that Toyo? Who are Toyo shooting at? Oh, they're just getting rid of the vehicles. Yep. Not leaving Vinny with anything to transfer across this bridge with easily.
But hey, he gets to claim the island to himself, so there's that.
That's true.
Yep.
Yep.
Gotta look at the positives sometimes, right? And, well, unfortunately for Vinny, there ain't a whole lot of them right now. So a Doozy sits out on the very eastern tip of Arankle, looking into the sky, finds an Ascent player, maybe unknown to him, but good info to feed across, because he has best of luck further up towards the north, so good on him that he can share the info that he might have just been seen.
Blue chip by Alo, and Levante is going to try. Yeah, Levante is going to try and grief this one. Rushing forward. I don't know if Alo will be able to heal his footsteps off of the audio. Stays alive. Levante had that lineup, but was not able to finish the job. Gets back behind covers, trying to shoot the feed. BZ grenade could also be enough to take Alo down. Is actually able to heal on up.
Wow. 4x. 4x Scar not working the way that Levante would want it to. In the end, though, does manage to get the knock, the kill. Alo is in charge of himself, but luckily for him, it did manage to get the rest up on his teammates. So now they can stick around here for a little while longer, then maybe get Alo up too.
Yep, here comes Luke now. Still, it's going to be another 1v1.
It's game 6, at least. There's that. So
it's not game. It's game 6 of 18 though, Tope.
Yeah, I know, but we can excuse it by saying it's game 6 because, but having said that, this could have happened in literally all the games today. It's a crazy shenaniganry for the first 11 minutes straight.
Couple grenades don't find Levante. And now Kurt comes in from the opposite side. Levante, you know, with this readjustment, could try and catch out a couple of these remaining 2 liquid players. Get into isolated 1v1s with no chance of instant response. I'm especially scared for Kurt. Trying to approach like this. They're playing safe, but you never know behind which corner Levante is going to suddenly peek out from.
Very advantageous position he has up on the backside of that one. There, so he goes for the spray, aggressive spray at that as well. Not able to connect anything other than the car being hit by a couple of bullets. Gets the reload in and I mean, they're so far from the circle anyway. Might go for another rest station, but Purdy with the MK in hand is able to take down Levante, and finally, the fight between Liquid and Win or Die will come to an end.
Yeah, Liquid get all 4 kill points with that. They get the annihilation, so still something good to play with as they... I mean, this was never going to be a great game for Liquid coming in from Georgia Pole into a circle like this. At least now they have some points, but they're going to be arriving very, very late. We'll see what happens with the revived teammates, because they are going to get both of them back. But Gizera now spray gets the knock on Amogor.
How is he down to 13 bullets? What has Fury been doing this entire game? That means that he has literally no bullets left now. Hip fire SKS is what he's got to work with. Not going to be easy to fend off with that gun in hand. As I say, that poster is able to take down Boostic, so Slam G being
oh no!
Approach. Casero though taken down to the M249 in return.
Yeah, I couldn't even get outside of that building before getting flushed. Kawazine can try and win this 1v1. Kraken arriving, making it a 2 versus 1. But Slam G are also pulling their remaining members in. Oh, not exactly where they wanted to go. Not expecting Kawazuki to be in that position. And now it is all up to one player left.
Yeah, timing could not be any worse. Arts comes around the corner, spins out the burger, literally just feeds him the point on a platter as he sees him peeking that corner. Kawazuki gets the flush and boosting as well, so just Lurix now left alive. Could potentially get a res up on his teammate if he can somehow come up victorious here, but a tricky 1v3 ahead of him. Now he does find one in the open. Gets
Surely no!
249 as well. It's just the Kraken left alive. Good nade, primed up on the roof. Bounces far. Lurix able to get off the roof himself. My, oh my. Did they just open this one up completely? 2 players caught out in the open. I thought they knew they had him on the roof.
Even regardless of that, getting more than just that first kill was not what anyone would have expected. And now the angle on the Kraken down to 35. Panic. And it's all best of luck comes in. It's not a full wipe by Lurex. BB team help out, but still falls apart for Furia.
I was just going to say, you know which team this plays perfectly into the hands of? BB team, because they are sitting, once again as they always do, on the edge of the circle, wanting to make space on their side of the circle. And what better than 2 teams taking out one another right before your eyes, as they are sat on the very southeastern side by Lipovka, waiting for teams to make their way on in as multiple E pickups come through. Liquid in one of them, and it is, I think, just mission ready. Yeah, it was Michael flying up for info, but coming back towards heaven once more.
So everyone by Liquid has got revived. Sparking dropped just a bit sooner than Alo. You can see him on the north. We saw him avoid the Falcons as they rotated in. But now the rest of Liquid, where are they even going to go? Where is Alo going to get any loot? They're in Narnia right now. They're in the forest. There's no loot that spawns here.
No, it ain't optimal. At least there's tall grass, right? So they can prone. Not gonna be easy. Not gonna be easy at all to make something happen over this game. But hey, it's game stakes. You never know what's gonna happen. The matches like these that do have a little bit to work with, though. And Taegos it instantly shuts down Luke. Nice approach there. Double headshot connected, able to take down the first.
Oh, BZ touches Singleton a touch. Kurt now goes down. And Luke is still able to play. Oh no, Luke's also down as well. It's all down to Sparking. Last player up by Liquid all the way to the north. Not part of this engagement at all, but here comes Hive.
And he has a molly. And
he's got stuff. He's got some stuff to play with, but it's going to be a salvage of all salvages here.
Yup. Can't stress it enough. If this was a doozy, PP team would still win this game. I don't know how, but they would. Because that's just the way today has gone. Rock in the meantime on the southwestern side. It's all about these entry points to circles and how teams want. I mean, edge teams, be it, want to make sure that their side is cleared for circles to come, because it's so much easier to wrap in when you have a little bit of space to work with. And for Rock, they're trying to set up that exact same thing right now. Force Al-Qadsiya further towards the north. You saw a straggler there taken down. That was Roth trying to make his way south, I believe. Taking down one, making space.
Now
Same
Toyo.
thing happening now here for Na'Vi. They want to dislodge Toyo as fast as they can.
Ooh, Benyo, they're not going to extend. We saw that pre-grenade with the arrival of Toyo, but it's not going to catch anyone out. Na'Vi down to 3. They're not able to get a trade yet. So much rock, so many places for Toyo to sort of hide. Though, let's see if the grenade, the follow-up grenades can find anything. Not going to be the case. Toyo's still staying alive, but the blue doesn't give them too much area to play around with as they continue this. A push into Na'Vi territory.
Oh, if you see this, if you're Na'Vi right now, Hakatori just left that compound. Go right back there, because if not, then BP team somehow gets control of it and the game ends in it. You can see they're all leaving now. When they saw that circle, yes, you had a chance to maybe try and fight them over the hillside, but there's simply too much to lose. And VP saw them wrapping out. Na'Vi just gave VP this compound.
Yeah, VP beat them to it. Beat them to it, not expecting the hard shift like this. You always got to keep an eye on the clock, always got to keep an eye on where the zones are ready to move. Make sure that you're, yourselves ready for it. Now they arrive, but BB with a shotgun, a DBS. What is this, PUBG Mobile? Gets a second.
My, oh my, it was all a bait. They ran over Nixie just to lure in Na'Vi, to make them think they had a chance. But here comes the crank shotgun. My, oh my, DBS, it's been a while.
It really has. Now it's all down to Hakatori. Toyo's arriving. So maybe some pressure by them as well as BB team could keep VP distracted and keep Hekatori alive to maybe get some placement points. But again, reminder, those have been nerfed a touch. A doozy, shots on the Capitan. No knock yet, but it's all the smoke that keeps Capitan alive for now.
Let's see. Muldocked. Slow approach for BP, as per usual. Seeing all this go down. When is it going to be time for BP team to engage on this? Well, again, we compliment them for their ability to read when third parties should be gone for. But 3 teams in a compound might be a bit too dicey even for their standards.
Ooh, that was a really good BZ by Hackatory to try and steal those kills, get some extra points. Oh, wait, no, that BZ is by VP. I take that back. But BB still goes down. Rybo has some fight left in Toyo. But no, they're going to get eliminated. They're going to get annihilated. Virtus Pro, 6 kill points for them in a really good compound, and Hackatory is not in a position to take advantage of the knock that's gone against them.
Incredible read by Virtus Pro to make that play happen as well. That fight is taking place uphill outside circle. They have limited vision on the compound, but they see one car leave go uphill. And again, I mean, we've heard Martin talk a lot about Beamy in the past, of both kill feed tracking and like just understanding of what's happening around you. Them realizing they had that entire compound to play for. Very wise decision making on the side of Virtus Pro there.
Mission ready now, threading the needle between a couple of different teams. Looks like they might be trying to fight for the hill that Hive have already taken position on. No, they're going to go past it.
Oh my, they're sending
going up against Ascend. Guys, their team's already here. I mean, they're prepared for it. They're prepared to fight. Brex and Nico, they got to set up a defense.
They call the bluff on it because it's just 2 of them here. And I think Ascend is going to have to get out of here. They will, in fact, do just that. Brex up, Cord, trying to transition out. Anigo is here. We'll be able to find one, but he's down to 20 bullets as well. Have people just not found ammo this game?
Yeah, I don't know. It's such very, very strange. As Navi get eliminated, Aniki goes down. So, mission ready. They at least are able to get a trade of points by losing Bizzler. And now with the shift that doesn't exactly favor them directly, but their compound's in the zone. This is a good send results-wise for Mission Ready. And now here comes Falcon from the north. Slam G, they're losing their compound. But Falcons, they're not looking too healthy themselves.
Now they have to fight this one forward, but it's so difficult, especially in third person when you can see over the roof like this.
What's going on?
That'll go off. The kangaroo battle punching over the fence line commences, and it's just Atrin now left alive. Not really possible to do a whole lot about it as we see a wide sweep coming through from Twisted Minds, realizing what's happening up towards the north, and they clear out Falcons alongside Slam G.
Really good take, really good timing send by Twisted Minds to grab this one. Now we look back on a Mission Ready. There were a couple, Hive did approach them from the south, getting up close and personal themselves. Actually getting inside the buildings, Mission Ready giving that one up, and they have a C4 to push Hive back outside of the Fought 4 compound.
Yep, they're setting it up on the wall. They're going to make a run for it up towards the northern side of the compound. And I saw Hive pull up on this and the amount of space they gave BP in doing so. I think everyone is actively trying to make BP team get as many points on this day as they possibly can. Now they're running back out, but BP should see this and catch them in the open. Just fully take claim of the circle center. We are actually in a world where BP could get a 5th in a row, given the position they're currently in.
I really hope not. Twisted Minds, they're putting up a fight themselves. Getting a couple of kills, a couple of knocks as Rock Esports now trying to swing on in. So many teams wrapping around, coming in clockwise into the northern angle, and a great grenade by Batulins. As well as some support by Mission Ready takes them down. But Slam G, Lurex is still there. How much has Lurex survived through?
That is true. He's weathered quite a few storms thus far, but it ain't done just yet. He even has teammates to working with as well. Good job on Twisted Minds, though, to be able to dislodge Rock as fast as they could, because it would have been pretty straightforward for Slam G to push out of this compound and kind of take the fight on to Twisted Minds had they lost a couple of players there, or at least had them knocked, but not quite to be. I do see peeked down towards the south, realized there was Virtus Pro still in the vicinity, and now they're going back towards
So Ascend. No, they just completely take out Alcacia. Not even close. A Panzer to start things off, and then an M249 to finish it. I did see that Vinny from Bestia is still alive. Is still getting closer and closer to this circle. So we'll see if that Cinderella story comes to fruition later on. We still haven't hit placement points just yet, though. But Michael goes down to a good grenade by Schengen.
If this circle doesn't hard shift north, VP teams wins this game. I mean, I like to think VP has it in him to come out victorious, but as you were saying before, Vinny proning, crawling in from behind, and in all fairness, you can't really be too mad when it's VP taking casualties to a solo in the blue, because that's what they tend to do on their opponents. So I guess a little taste of their own medicine is only fair.
Well, Twisted Minds, they say they had enough of Slam G's nonsense. A lot of utility still able to be used in this assault, and it's all down to Art now. The raid boss, Lorex, has been eliminated. Art been shoved into the locker that is this single shack. Very low HP. That molly should be enough to do it. Doesn't seem to have spread so far. Yeah, where is this last player? Where are they hiding? Are they interdimensional?
I'm not sure how he didn't take any damage from that. In the end, he will fall to loot, jump-shotting him prior to that nade exploding, though. Ascent smartly doing so, opting to go outside the building, but VP had their numbers read, and they knew exactly what to expect. Fight the two. And just like that, we have 5 teams left alive, and the only team with 4... No, actually, I scratched that. Twisted has 4 up as well. But the other one, BB team.
They have not been an impact in this game at all. They have that 1 kill against a member of Furia, and that's all that they've done. But they are coming into this game with seemingly full force. We'll see who survives to take them on. Twisted Minds still need to continue this push through these compounds, go through Mission Ready, go through Hive, and then see what VP and BB team have to offer.
But that's the thing. Look back at literally every single win BB team has had today. Regardless of it being on different maps, look at how they've played, like in terms of their position in the circle and where other teams are around them. They have played 5 now games on repeat. They've effectively used the same recipe on all their games and have been practically uncontested in doing so because they do such a good job at just making people not want to be in their nearby vicinity. They're so good at applying pressure early, forcing other teams to go into each other, and then set up third-party opportunities to make moves on themselves. It's literally been 5 games in a row of the exact same approach to the game for BB team, and it has worked every single time, and probably will here again as well.
Saw a couple of pieces of utility still in the hands of Twisted Minds, looking like they're trying to stun out Mission Ready. That grenade could find it! Well timed! Perfectly cooked. Batulin goes down, and that's the Panzer out of commission, at least for a moment. Follow-up frag grenade. Deals some extra damage, but it does not get the flush, and that allows Perfectix to get the revival. Let's see if this deployable cover ends up getting a Goomba Stomp kill. Vox, you can see in the top. The top floor, looking for an angle. Okay, don't find it, but hey, you never know. You never know. Let's just throw it out, see what happens.
True, might as well. I'm not going to be needing it inside the buildings anyway, so could probably be worth wasting one. There might be a couple more to work with in there. Let's see, does BP get the circle shift south? If so, check NPC, because this is getting out of hand. And they get the shift.
No,
they literally just exactly get it outside the compound. They have the entire circle. They're gonna do it. They're gonna win 5 games in a row and a 2nd place in the first today.
Well, first, Batulin's got to take this compound back on his feet, getting revived, and now the Panzer can smell Snaker through the other side of that wall, waiting to get some information, trying to third-person peek. Oh no, doesn't think they're in the side. Oh, because he heard them up on the top floor. That's why. That's how.
Let's see. Ooh, jumps for info. He sees a shoulder. Does he go for the shot? I mean, if he takes the shot here, he's going to shoot himself as well. So a little bit dangerous. He's just jumping around in the smoke, catching shoulders. It's Panzer versus Sarnoff. One comes with a suicide, the other one doesn't. And then we stalled.
And then we stall, because they know that, well, because they don't want to throw their entire game by just rushing these last few members of Mission Ready, but they need to take care of them before they can leave this and go into the zone. I will say, though, no one's gone to the center of the zone, even with this opening. VP hasn't, BB team hasn't, because I don't think there's much left to play there, but a nice molly pushes Batu away.
Yeah, forces him all the way down as well. Schenken, does that allow for him to make a play happen, though? They are trying to get out of the buildings. The issue is, I mean, you say there's no one to claim Circle Center. Aduzi's doing a bit of it, but the thing is, there ain't really a whole lot of Circle Center to claim. Everyone right now is waiting for this fight to come to an end. VP is the first line of defense and trying to claim some points off of these people coming out of the compound, which they will now.
Oh, Mission Ready, Vox is grabbing a couple extra kills! Twisted Minds staying alive, able to hit the top 4, but just barely as they go down almost immediately after. And BB team, they're still in this 4 up. VP only have 3, and they're rushing the top side, rushing the north, trying to remove Hive and at least secure a 2nd for themselves. Lucarox is gives no cares at all. Just rushed into that building, and now it's all down to Schengen. And that's going to be it. Phil first finds that kill, and we're setting up for another late game fight. BB team only 3 kills, but they have control of the circle, control of the zone, and Lucarux goes down.
They see him. They get one more. The second one. Just one more player now left to be found. They see him as well. Nixie trying to wrap around the right side. They have been found. He has been seen. Vestelog all about lobbing 1 nade into perfect position. And this will be arguably the most point any team have ever gotten in a single day of professional PUBG play.
This is so stupid. This is so silly. There's still a chance, though, for Nixie.
Imagine.
Confirms another kill point. Is at least able to get up to 12. But with the spread that BB team have, making sure they leave at least 1 player up on a crossfire, that makes it so a couple of factors. They have the crossfire, they have the angles on Nixie, but they also make sure that 1 grenade or 1 spray down won't eliminate the entire squad.
They see him.
But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Clean as you like it at the end there. Do we criticize the low kill count there, Toby?
No, not at all. They did exactly what they had to, and you know what? This game played in exactly as it normally would be. BB team has just won 5 matches in a row in a single day. That is utterly insane.
Yeah, I thought this was supposed to be a hard lobby. I thought this was supposed to be the opposite of like feeder teams, but it's BB team are making everyone else feeder teams.
They got 2nd place in the first game. Toyo, why did you do this to us? This
is the stupidest chicken dinner graphic I have ever seen. I don't know what else we can do about it. Let's go back to the desk and see if they can't break it down further.
Well, we just witnessed the greatest team performance on a day of all time in PUBG history. It is undisputed. At this caliber of play, there's no jokes to be made. It is just unreal what we have just witnessed. And they started off the day with a 2nd place. It could have been 6 in a row. Joining me, Avenger and Godspeed, to break this down. Yes, great just stuff by Virtus Pro to get this many kills on this game, but there is just one story today, and it's not even close. Godspeed, what a day.
I mean, this is by far and will go down in history, and I don't think it will ever be replicated. The best day we've ever seen from a single team. The best single day, just period. Over 110 points in 6 games is ludicrous. 118 points. That is honestly where some of our teams will end this tournament. The fact that they have 118 points, I mean, like you said, jokes aside, like that's freaking, I wanted to say I almost dropped the curse word. It's insane. This is insane. 50 points is what is arguably the best team in the world, one of the GOATs teams. In fact, I would even argue the GOAT team, and they're 68 points behind them. Jesus.
Avenger?
Yeah, you know what? There's just some performances that you're gonna remember forever, and that's this one. That's today. That is just unfair. I mean, imagine if they just won all 6 games. But they got 2nd. They got 118 points. They're 2 points shy of 20 points per game average. Like, that's just insane. Like, it's just unparalleled here for BB team. So yeah, drop the poll now. Like, we just rename it right now to BBT, the BB tour of TPP here. It's gonna be awesome. But no, jokes aside, honestly, this is insane. And also to finish things off with Twisted Minds only having what equals to a second place and a 6th place in total placement points on 6 games is also kind of insane.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's difficult. It is really difficult to craft these kinds of segments when a team does this, right? When they're able to do this. Very rarely do I actually look at like the stream chat when I'm actually working. But yeah. I'm really tempted right now, because what must people be thinking watching this, Godspeed? This is some ridiculous stuff we're witnessing.
Well, I mean, it makes the it makes the lobby look weak, which is just baffling, because this is just unreal. This is an unreal strong lobby from, again, the Americas, both the Americas and EMEA. We talked about it at the top of the show. We talked about coming into this weekend. It was going to be super exciting. The other thing as well is you can argue, well, the other teams aren't doing well because of ping or this and that. BB Team has won 5 games on 3 different servers at this point. Again, I'm not even running. I'm out of superlatives to describe just how special this day of PUBG play is from BB Team. And the other thing that just bothers me is it just seems so effortless from them. I mean, it's like not even a challenge. They're just coasting. Like, look at this.
It's
Toyo.
Yeah.
Can we replay the first game and just give us a sweep?
We have never seen this at this level. Now, the thing is that some people will go away and say, yeah, but what about this team in this qualifier and stuff like that? No, it's not the same. It is not the same as seeing something like this, this caliber of play. Like, because, again, the very cream of the crop from the Americas, the very cream of the crop from EMEA. So, and especially since Survival's Avenger, is we were concerned about BB Team not just a few weeks ago, right? Like, or even last week, considering they did not qualify PGS, they did not have a decent showing at PEC, despite having a PGS under their belt, and then this happens.
Yeah, and I asked Doozy, and he kind of followed up a little bit, and then I was like, yeah, just a good day, and TPP is more easy. Then I asked if they played a lot, and he said, oh, we just played Pops on this week, that's it. We just had good macro today, good circles, and not hard games, to be honest. So it's cool to hear from a Doozy. I have another wild stat, though, to follow things up with. You guys remember, PGC 2024, we had the Expendables win everything, right? Mm-hmm. They played 18 games in the final. After 16 games, they had 117 points. In 6 games, 10 games less. In 6 games, they have 118. So they have 1 more point than Expendables had in their PGC win of 2024 in 16 games. That's just insane. And remember, not that it matters, because our placement points are obviously lower. It's 1 placement point different here they would have gotten from second place, so it's not that it matters that much, but still, that's absolutely unheard of.
Let's just take a moment to soak this in, because this has been something special, and either we already know our champion, or either we have the most crazy throw of all time in the next 2 days. We'll see how that unfolds. However, it is now time to change gears a little bit for the moment, as we have the Masters Mike West, so we answer some of your questions that you've submitted at home whilst you've been watching these games, and I will get to watch the chat react to the end of that game, which is going to be interesting. All right, so geez, how do you come down from what we just watched?
Just unbutton. Can we get an unbutton maybe? Just get
No. I've seen how you do things in America. I saw you all get undressed. That's not allowed over here. All right. Yeah.
That's fair.
I saw Cammy take his chain off. That's enough. All right. Anyway, okay, let's do our first question, please, and see what we've got going. So, okay. First question comes from user error 1337. That's elite. If you had to choose a retired pro player to return, who would it be and why? I like that question. So we'll start with Mr. Avenger first.
Yeah, that's a hard question. I would have to go with my boy here, Godspeed on the desk. No, I'm joking.
Okay, dude. It's a travesty of a pick, but go on.
He was a pro, though, you know.
Yeah, so it's actually a little bit difficult, right? Because there's so many really good choices. We actually had some pretty crazy players throughout the times, and some players that returned and kind of came back and did it again, right? So that's kind of awesome. I would have to go with someone like TSM Smack, throwback.
Oh, that's
that guy.
Back.
That guy is one of the nicest guys I've ever had the time to spend time with and hang out with and eat good food with. So yeah, he's just overall such a nice guy, and I enjoyed when he used to play. He had such a good approach and kind of mentality about the game, and obviously being a great player back in the day as well. So now he's just old. I'm joking, but he's just chilling now, and he's had a good stint of some management and stuff, and now he's back to stream a little bit. So that's cool.
Nice. How about you, Godspeed?
Mine's a bit of a cheat. Of course, it's going to be Avenger. No, but Damn, this is a hard question. I fumbled between multiple, but for me, it's going to be Yempty, man. I actually really enjoyed spending time with Yempty and Somty back in the day.
Yeah.
Especially at like some of the... I mean, GLO was just super fun sitting next to them talking smack the whole time. But Yempty was also a beast, man. Watching him play the game and playing against him was a pleasure. He was very talented, just very clutch. He was definitely one of the most clutch players I think we've had in PUBG memory. So yeah, for me, it'd be Yempty.
I'm gonna go with God V. Sorry. Oh, he's not retired. Oh, okay. Anyway, no, sorry. I actually. So, what my non-joke answer was going to be is I was going to go with actually the twins, Samty and Yempty. I mean, of course,
Samty and Yempty. Hell yeah.
Technically speaking, like, so it's like Godspeed's taking it away from me. So well played, sir. So yeah, that's how that'll go. Can I go with Loki? Is that a choice? Yeah.
I was gonna say Anonix 2 or maybe even Uba, but there's a lot of really good choices, man.
There is. I mean,
Zampa.
I'm surprised nobody brought up Uber as well. Obviously, Uber is a great choice, right? So, okay, that is that question done. So let's move on to the next one and see what's going on. So we are going to Muids. It's like a druid, but Muids. Muids. What is the single most underrated weapon in competitive PUBG, and why do pros sometimes avoid it? Okay, well, let's change it up. We go with Godspeed first for this one.
Okay. I think we kind of had a brief conversation just about guns in general earlier. For me, it's the M249, which you've stated has been utilized much more in Europe as of late. I still think the M249 is an amazing gun, especially if you are one of those teams that like to camp rotations. I mean, you just shred vehicles and tires. It's obviously very good for taking care of a BRDM if you happen to not have any panzers, right? So it's just a great gun. It was one of my favorites before it became non-crate exclusive. I mean, it used to be a lot better, but yeah, I'd say M249. I think the reason people don't use it is because ARs are just still so strong. Obviously, the barrel M4 like still great choices, so other players prefer those, but
yeah, we were having a chat about this, right? Like, and I was asking you how prolific is it in Americas as a whole, but I mean, Avenger even we saw an example pulling it out in PEC, so if he's using it, it's getting a bit of traction over here in the EMEAs.
Yeah, but sometimes it just comes down to like, it's not an active choice. It's just the first gun that I ran into that had 5.56, right? And that's really the big thing for me. M249 for sure. Like, I think there's a big case with especially how everything is going with BRDM and everything. And that's why I think it kind of has an impact as well. So underrated for some, but it's put slam an EMAG and you can go 150 times and then like and so yeah, I think M249 is actually a good choice. Otherwise, I would have to go with something like I don't know, actually, like all the bolts are, I feel like, underrated. If you have a bolt like steadily playing on your team and you have 3 DMR players, even though DMRs are nerfed and everything, if you have a bolt player steadily on a team that just gets those opening knocks, it just creates so much base and impact. M24 is obviously my favorite, but any bolt has such an impact, and we saw that even in today's game, that we had some knocks and some steals and some knocks that were quite impactful to delay teams to a point where they actually died because of it. So that's one good thing. Yeah.
Any love for the VSS? I enjoyed using it before the changes to the VSS, actually. Godspeed, but any little props to it?
Dude, VSS was deceptively good even all the way back, especially like mid to close range, but now especially, I mean, VSS is real. That guy is a real threat. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it in the Americas. We saw Valiate sniping, I forgot who it was, but from just miles away, and they had no idea where they're getting shot from, and he actually got a pick and a kill. So it's good. I mean, it's a good gun. VSS is a very good underrated gun. Is it underrated though? I feel like a lot of people are kind of catching on to it.
Yeah, I feel like it's being played steadily now for sure. It's just the subsonic rounds, you can't hear them all 100 meters away. It's kind of nuts, and you have to lob the bullets like they kind of like over there.
It's like paintballs.
Yeah.
All right, well, that is that question. Thank you very much for submitting it. Final question. We have got Dominar77 with actually a very topical question. So, with both regions competing on the same server, well, I mean, with BB and 15 other teams competing on the same server, how much of a factor do you think ping and regional server familiarity will play in close quarter fights? Oh, okay, so specifically close quarter fights in this one, but I suppose we couldn't kind of address it as a whole as a topic here. It seems like it really has not affected BB team at all. However, what's your perspective on Avenger here for this one?
I will say this, and we kind of have to take away from what happened today, but I will say this in terms of like the overall. I think the Americas players just have a huge advantage to being used to changing in between the two servers back and forth, right? Because when they play PAS, like they're playing South America, they're playing NA, and now here, I think the biggest downfall has kind of been the EMEA teams, even though now with Twisted Minds and VP and BB team dominating quite a lot in the top, it seemed like it didn't have too much of an impact. And also, you can really take advantage of it if you play around it, like the run deep with a shotgun DPS, anything kind of crazy close up, MP5, and jump.
Yeah,
you will get a lot of damage and get very deep into some compounds before teams even realize, okay, I'm knocked and I guess there's a guy next to you. You're also knocked. So yeah, I think taking advantage of it is something that's annoying. Playing it against is kind of annoying. There's many times where it's like, okay, I got knocked. I was trying to kind of hide, but you got shot while the guy that you were playing against actually shot you in open cover. So maybe in your screen, but you were open for a significant time. And even though someone maybe has 200 or 300 ping, I think this is a fantastic way to clash our regions together. Ping is the most insignificant thing in a tournament like this here, because it's kind of even playing ground for everyone. We're playing half, and everyone has the same kind of advantage one way or the other.
Despite ping and the potential complications that come with it, I would love to see more of a NA, a EU, 8 Americas, 8 EMEA. Godspeed, because as much as today's been an extreme anomaly, usually you would expect it to be a very hard fought fight between the region.
Yeah, I mean, obviously playing in higher ping does affect all the players, right? Like it's not just one team or the other, especially sometimes when you have the higher ping, sometimes that can be an advantage. It's just frustrating. We used to do that a lot when we'd play back in the day, right, with SA, and then we even had the mixed EU tournaments. But at the end of the day, again, Martin is right. We try to make it as even as possible. We mix up the regions, we switch the servers, and ultimately it doesn't really seem like it matters. Like you said, today is an absolute anomaly. I don't think BB team even cared that they were playing online. It would be great to have an event like this on LAN, and we're getting one with Masters 5, which is amazing. So I think just the more events like this where we get to share regions, the better, because it truly is really exciting. Well, I mean, today was still exciting. I'm still excited for BB team. So yeah, it's just great. I love these events. Yeah. Yeah. So
I mean, it was what 7-8 years of tournaments that have almost always been close, almost always down to the wire with super settings and things like that. Eventually, something like this could occur, and now we have witnessed it occur in an extreme way. A BB team will be reaping the rewards. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, here for just day number 1 of Masters West. And BB team has made PUBG Esports history on just the first day. We are back tomorrow, as we are going to witness if anybody can make the catch-up occur, or if they make PUBG history for a second time and throw it all away. We will be back. We'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.